My name is John MacDonald. I'm a Labour MP. Very quickly, the background to this. It's a very informal discussion. The idea behind it is that a number of us have been meeting over the years, but more recently, obviously, because of COVID, we've been holding Zoom meetings in which we've been bringing together people who are working on researching policy, analysis of society, developing ideas really to see what sort of radical progressive work that needs to be done to transform our society. And there's others amongst you who've been taking those ideas, enhancing them, then launching individual campaigns around them. So what we thought we'd do is just, someone suggested some time ago, maybe just once a year, we just get people together to have a discussion about some of those ideas, let people explain what they're doing, what their ideas they're developing, identify where there are gaps in the discussion at the moment, and then others saying, well, this is what we're campaigning on and how can we work together, and bring in the theory and discussions about those ideas together with action on the ground. It's the old concept of praxis where you develop you link theory to practice itself. So the idea was to just get a few people together to have that discussion. You can see what happens when you suggest we'll be in a small room together. This is what happens basically, but it's a reflection of people wanting really to talk about ideas and also to talk about where we go from here. We're obviously, with this, you have to do it within the political climate we're in. Within the next 18 months, we're going to have a general election. All the different political parties will be putting forward their ideas upon which they want to get elected. What we've got to do, this isn't just about trying to influence the Labour Party manifesto or anything like that. It's trying to create a climate of ideas which permeate society overall, but obviously have influence on the political positions that the individual parties take in this coming period. So it's that sort of thing. It's about discussion. But as much as that about discussion, it's also about meeting each other and people knowing who's who and what they're up to and how they can link up and work with one another as well. We're going to try and keep it as informal as possible, but you can see from the agenda, it's a hell of a day. We're trying to pack too much in, and that's my fault, and I apologise for that. But we're going to try and keep it as tight as possible. And the idea is there'll be a couple of people on the panel who do a presentation, and then after that a discussion. So there's sort of a half an hour or so each session of presentation and half an hour of discussion. If people want to participate in that discussion, just simply stand up and I'll call you in. But anyone who's known any meeting I've chaired, I'm absolutely crap at chairing meetings. So what I'll try and do is say, just stand up. I'll try and bring as many in as possible. But if you can keep your contribution to 2 minutes, that would be really helpful and get as many people in as possible. We'll go on for most of the day. It's a really tight agenda, and we'll see how far we get. There'll be lots of people who want to discuss things further, and there might well then be opportunities for talk about what we do about that, further seminars, discussion groups or whatever, over a period of time. We're not launching any new organisation. This isn't a new revolutionary sect that we're establishing here. And what this is about, just discussion so people feel comfortable about meeting again and throwing ideas into the ether. Okay. We're doing it in cooperation with two groups. One is the ICOP project, which we've been working with, and we've set up an all-party group, and Nina's going to tell us about that. And obviously we've been working with SOAS. The ICOP project is linked at SOAS. So I want to bring in Costas to just talk about scene setting from the SOAS perspective. Okay? That's where we're at. Anyone disagree? We can throw you out now. Thank you. Nina, come and tell us about ICOP.
Thanks, John. Welcome to SOAS, everyone. My name's Nina Arif. I'm literally going to take 2 minutes just to tell you a little bit about ICOP. So ICOP is an acronym for Influencing the Corridors of Power, which is a very idealistic goal, but that's what we'd like to do. So we're a small group of academics, students and former students at SOAS. And the project is led by Professor Alison Scott Bowman, who unfortunately can't be here today. And what we're effectively trying to do is bridge the gap between academia and students and Westminster. So we do this in a range of ways. One of the things we do is we produce one-page policy briefings, which we send out to most MPs and Lords. And here's an example of one of them. We'll do briefings on a range of different subjects. So here are some of the recent ones that we've done. And please do check out the website, because you can read these one-page briefings. They're succinct and very easy to understand. And we also, like John mentioned, we're part of the organisers of this event. We do many different events at SOAS, and also we're starting to do them in Portcullis House too, which you're welcome to come along to. So here are just some images of some of the things that we've done in the university. And finally, we are the secretariat of an APPG called Communities of Inquiry Across the Generations. And part of what we're trying to do, or what we would like this APPG to do, is facilitate difficult discussions between different generations. And that's our way of trying to sort of combat polarization in society today. So, like I said, do check us out. You can follow us on Twitter at SOAS ICOP, and we'll tell you more about the events that we've got coming up. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Nina. If people want to go on the website, look at the briefings. They're succinct and they're actually enlightening, and they've been extensively used now in the Commons and the Lords in some of the debates, and ICOP's been cited there. So thanks, Nina, and for the team for what you're doing. Kostas Lapavistas is the Professor of Economics at SOAS. Most of you will know him. He's done a lot of work on the critique of the Western financial system, European debt crisis and Europeans' response. Some of you will remember some of the sessions that we've done here with Kostas over the years. Kostas.
Thank you very much, John. I'd like to welcome this important gathering here at SOAS. This is the right place for this kind of discussion, as I will go on to say in a minute, and we're very pleased to have friends and colleagues who are ready to engage in this very, very demanding and ambitious course of discussions today. But before I say a few words about how what the problem looks like from the SOAS end, or at least my end of SOAS, is I'd like to make a sort of deeply sorrowful announcement. Some of you will have heard that Makoto Ito passed away 3 or 4 days ago. That's a major loss for political economy. He was an exceptional person, an exceptional political economist. It's not a loss that can be replaced easily, and I hope that in the coming weeks and months we will engage in activity to honor the memory of that very important political economist. That aside, let me get on with the business of the day. That's what Ito would have liked anyway. The conference, if I can call it that, is very, very important because he wants to deal with burning issues in view of political developments. What are these issues and what are some of these major challenges in the UK more broadly? I have no doubt that the major one is, at the moment, the cost of living crisis. Inflation and the rise in inflation. It's not just a technical issue, policy issue, although policy issues will be discussed here. It is fundamentally a question of poverty as well. It's a question of creating working poverty or exacerbating working poverty, and it's a question of creating and exacerbating housing poverty and energy poverty in this country. In other words, it's a question of worsening the already bad, terrible distribution of income in this country and more generally. That's really what we're talking about on one level. The conference should discuss the issues posed here, but can I just stress, it isn't just a matter of redistribution here. It isn't just a matter of devising means and ways of stopping the loss of income for working people, which is obvious, and worsening poverty. That comes first. But it isn't just a matter of rebalancing profits relative to wages in favor of wages, or stopping wages from losing relative to profits. The problem is deeper, and policy here should consider that as well. The problem is deeper because inflation, the cost of living crisis in this country, but also globally, ultimately has to do with the weakness of the production side. It has to do with the weakness of the supply side. It has to do with the fact that UK capitalism, British capitalism, but more generally Western core capitalism, but actually across the world, has performed terribly, really since 2007, 2009, in terms of growth, in terms of sustaining incomes, and so on. The previous decade was appalling for growth performance. The now unfolding decade promises to be worse. All the estimates are that it's going to be worse. And we're talking about stagnation, effectively, or near stagnation. And that has terrible implications for working people, terrible implications. It's at the root of poverty, and it's at the root of inflation. Because when you boost demand, aggregate demand, as happened the last few years, when supply cannot respond, you're going to end up with inflation. And who's going to pay the price? Working people are going to pay the price. There's going to be an income loss. There's going to be an income transfer away from profits, from wages into profits. So stagnation, near stagnation, is the order of the day. It's a kind of interregnum that we're living through. Conference or debating meeting, or whatever you're going to call it, should discuss precisely this as well. What issues are posed for the real economy, as it were, from the perspective of working people. That's the framework within which other problems should also be discussed. The environmental crisis and what to do about it. How to rethink the organization of production, the organization of the economy, in view of what's been happening to the environment, the crisis of the environment we're facing. It cannot be detached. They have to be done in conjunction with each other. And obviously that's the framework within which to examine gender issues and gender problems. How to restructure the labor force, what to do about work, how to make sure that productivity rises, how to make sure that people have a better standard of living without destroying the environment and rebalancing the labor force in favor of groups that have been discriminated against for a very long time. I don't want to take any more time, really. I think I've said enough to tell you that the left is confronted with these major real issues, which are political as well, which become political. In this regard, the left must learn to give concrete answers, specific answers that actually speak the language of people. Not abstract argumentation. We have to be able to connect with working people, because we've lost that capacity. That's the reality. Or that capacity has become attenuated. And working people listen to others now, increasingly to others, and that's a disaster. It is up to us to find the new language that we need and to find the message that will connect with the concerns and the needs of working people, the vast majority of the people in this country. These are the kinds of things that concern us at SOAS in the context of the world economy as well. If I'm allowed a shameless plug, these are the kinds of things that we've developed in a new pamphlet on the cost of living crisis that Verso is bringing out in 2 weeks. The launch will be at Hamilton House on the 20th. You're all welcome to it. It's in conjunction with trade unions. We should be continuing that debate there and then. Anyway, SOAS is the right place for these discussions. SOAS is a congenial place for the left and progressive people to consider these issues, to come up with new ideas. I welcome this gathering. I think it's very, very important. I welcome the initiative and those who put it together. Their work has been very important, and I hope that the conclusions and the debate will contribute to what we're all going to achieve. Thank you.
Thanks, Kostas, for setting the scene. That's really helpful. And also just the thanks for SOAS for giving us such a welcoming space all the time to get these debates going. Our first speaker, just again to set the scene, is Dr. Mary Robertson. Mary's a senior lecturer in economics, and she's the former head of economic policy for the Labour Party. So she was absolutely central working with us to develop the 17 and 2019 Labour manifestos, and also the detail of policy after policy report behind those individual commitments. And it was an unbelievable piece of work, I think, that actually transformed a lot of the political debate and discussion in this country. Mary.
Thanks, John. Thanks, John, for that way too generous introduction. But I'm glad that we're opening today with a discussion of the 2017 and 2019 manifestos, because I think that even though things didn't turn out as planned, how we wanted, the programme that they set out is and should continue to be the basis for any future left policy agenda. I realise I sound a bit like Liz Truss in saying that. Things may have gone completely wrong, but it doesn't make us wrong. But obviously, the crucial difference between us and Truss is that our policies haven't been tested. We're still fighting for a chance to implement them. So I'm going to start by giving a kind of big picture account of the manifestos, how they were conceived and what they were trying to achieve. And then I'll offer some reflections on their significance for the current moment. So the first thing to say is that the manifestos were produced by the movement. They reflected demands developed by members, activists, unions, and so on over many years of campaigning. But rather than kind of describe the processes through which those demands are adopted and developed, I'm going to try and kind of take a step back a bit and attempt to articulate the conceptual framework that underpin them. So in this respect, I think it's really crucial to understand that our starting point wasn't focus groups or prevailing notions of political acceptability. It was wanting to resolve the multifaceted crises that our society faces. Now, Costa's touched on a lot of them already. The climate and ecological crises, crises of poverty and insecurity, crisis of inequality. And in trying to address these crises, the manifestos therefore reflected our assessment of what the underlying causes of these crises are. And I think broadly speaking, the manifestos, and specifically the economics components of them, have three strands or pillars which address different layers of problem, each of which demands increasingly radical responses in terms of policy. And these are ending austerity, restructuring the economy, and extending ownership and widening ownership and extending economic democracy. So I'll talk about each of those three in turn. On austerity first, I think there's been a bit of a tendency, especially since the Johnson government and the high levels of spending necessitated by the pandemic, to see austerity as a kind of a problem of the past. Now, hopefully the Sunak government and the way in which it came about has put some of that complacency to rest by showing, just how entrenched austerity is now in our institutions. But regardless, I think it's important to remember that austerity was the prevailing political consensus when Jeremy became leader. Opposing it was probably the major factor in his election as leader, and our first priority in policy terms was therefore to challenge it and to make commitments to reversing it. So with that in mind, in the 2017 manifesto, we committed to an additional 73.6 billion a year of spend by the final year of the Parliament. That's combining capital and current spend. And by 2019, that had increased to 137.9 billion. But it's important to stress, of course, that austerity isn't just about levels of spending, it's also about composition. What really drove austerity was not concern about fiscal responsibility as such. It was, or I see it as an establishment attempt in the aftermath of the financial crisis to try and shift the burden of economic adjustment onto the working class and the multiply disadvantaged in particular. So correspondingly, our goal in ending austerity was not just to change numbers in a spreadsheet to increase the level of state spending, but to shift the cost of adjustment back by increasing taxes on the rich and corporations in order to increase spending on public services and social security. So that's austerity. Moving on to economic restructuring then, austerity was ultimately a response to the 2008 crisis. It therefore reflected and resulted from deeper structural problems in our economy. Again, Costas describes a lot of them already, but I describe them as the dominance of finance and destabilising effects of widespread speculation, deep regional and structural and sectoral imbalances, a kind of a plateau of low wage and low productivity, all things which I think can be collectively understood as symptoms of neoliberalism in Britain. So I see the second pillar of the 2017 to 19 programme as seeking a major restructuring of the economy to address these problems, effectively by breaking with the economic model that had prevailed since the 1980s. And the policies that pursued this transformation included a major programme of public investment through a National Transformation Fund and a National Investment Bank, an interventionist industrial strategy to try and nurture socially valuable industries, and a huge increase in labour rights to try and rebalance power in the workplace. And by 2019, this part of our programme, the programme for structural reform, was fully integrated with responding to the climate crisis. So it became responding to the climate crisis became the means for delivering industrial transformation and vice versa, effectively. To give an example of that, we proposed a sustainable investment board, which would consist of the Governor of the Bank of England, the Chancellor and the Business Secretary, who would oversee and guide both public and private investment, and they were mandated equally to deliver economic and ecological sustainability. To give another example, in 2019 we produced a manifesto for every region of Britain that set out detailed, really quite fine-grained, detailed plans for industrial transformation, which again was framed as a means of achieving ambitious climate targets. So transition into an environmentally and economically sustainable model through a major restructuring of the economy was the second pillar of the programme. Turning then to the third pillar, so if I've said that austerity, that beyond ending austerity, the manifestos were written as conscious proposals for ending neoliberalism, that obviously begs the question of what replaces it. What are we replacing neoliberalism with? And here, some have interpreted the manifestos as trying to bring back something like the post-war Keynesian consensus, something like what we had in the 1950s and 1960s. And I think it's really important to reject that reading, and for two reasons. One is that it forgets that the post-war settlement was really an aberration in the history of capitalism. You know, if you take a long view, the circumstances we're facing now are much more typical of capitalist society than that sort of golden pit era of the 1950s and 1960s was. And relatedly, second reason, is that's because that golden era was a product of very specific and non-reproducible historical circumstances. Right? This included post-war room for catch-up growth, the communist threat posed by the existence of the Soviet bloc, a much stronger labour movement than we had before or since, at least in this country, and the advantages that come from sharing the spoils of Britain's imperial adventures overseas. Right, so I think to say that the manifestos were trying to revive a political settlement that reflected the particular circumstances of the 1950s and 1960s isn't just to kind of accuse us of being backward-looking. It's imputing an incoherence that isn't there, a historical incoherence that isn't there. And for me, I think it's pretty clear that especially by 2019, the manifestos weren't about reviving a Keynesian settlement, they were about going forward to socialism. And the key evidence for this, apart from the fact that John and Jeremy and others said it many times, is the emphasis that our programme placed on reforming ownership and extending economic democracy. So this is a set of policies that included democratic public ownership of energy, water, rail, mail and telecoms, or what became nicknamed broadband communism. Dave Hall, who was absolutely pivotal in developing that programme, is here. I don't see where, but thank you, Dave. It included widespread insourcing, promoting community wealth building and cooperatives, inclusive ownership funds, and making the case for expansive universal public services, so extending to beyond to include not just education, social care, health and so on, but to include food, transport. And what all of these policies have in common is that they sought to roll back the profit motive in our production and allocation of resources and to try and reduce the scope of markets in shaping our lives. Right. So to be clear, I'm not arguing that these policies themselves amounted to socialism, but I am arguing that they were and were intended as a step in that direction. Right. They were about prefiguring a new society in which fundamental questions about society's resources, how they're allocated and how they're deployed, are decided through collective democratic processes. So, ending austerity, restructuring the economy, and widening ownership and economic democracy. Those were the three pillars, I think, of the 2017 to 19 programme, and I think they should be the pillars of any progressive policy agenda going forward. Obviously, that doesn't mean there aren't things we got wrong or things we'd change. For me personally, I think we didn't do enough to confront Britain's role in the imperial core of the global capitalist economy in economic terms, or indeed sufficiently centre that role in our vision of transformation. I think that's reflected, for example, in the way that we haven't yet resolved ongoing questions about how to deliver a green transition that is globally and not just nationally just. I think it's also reflected in, for example, our failure to make a properly positive and progressive case for immigration, which I think reflected a failure to recognise that migration is basically another modality of Britain's imperial role in the world. You know, the famous and very eloquent Sivanandan quote, "We are here because you were there." I think we could have thought about that more. But despite these and some other areas where we could have done better, I do think that these three pillars and the analyses of contemporary crises that underpin them are fundamentally correct and should be our starting point going forward. And I think that thinking about the programme in terms of these three pillars is helpful in terms of it has some implications for how we think about political strategy today. Because I think the key takeaway of everything that I've said is that our policies need to be equal to dealing with the deepest dysfunctions of capitalism. Right? If we don't do that, then, or any government that doesn't do that, whether it's Labour, Conservatives, or anyone else, will still be here in 5 or 10 years, rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic while things get worse and worse. Right? And I think, for me, it follows that even a Labour government that adopts versions of some of our policies, you know, we saw it with Great British Energy, for example, a kind of movement towards public ownership of energy, but in a very different form than we proposed it. I think that's a bit of a, when you see it in terms of the structural crisis of capitalism, that's a kind of Pyrrhic victory, you know, because isolated from their wider programme, individual policies lose their transformative potential. Simply cherry-picking random policies is much more likely to lead to co-option and neutering or being used for left cover than it is to lead to real change. And that's not meant to be a pessimistic note to end on. That's meant to be an optimistic note, you know, because like to wrap up, I'll wrap up now. But for me, the significance of the manifestos is that they sought to resolve those deep structural dysfunctions of capitalism by transitioning towards socialism. I think socialism is the only enduring answer we have to the overlapping crises that we face. And it's really crucial that we don't let the defeats that we've suffered force us to lower our sights. You know, let's continue to fight for an adequate socialist policy agenda and for a party leadership that enables it.
Mary, thanks ever so much. Mary has just succinctly summed up the last 50 years of my life in the last 15 minutes. Thanks, Mary. That was really excellent. Just to summarise, it's wealth and social security. We're looking at questions of social progress and equality trends, wealth sharing and tax justice, social security and poverty and social exclusion. Our first presenter is Professor Danny Dorling. All of you will know Danny. His biopic here is it will take too long. But look, basically, in his own words, he's tried to counter a potentially myopic view of the world, having lived in England most of his life. Is that right? He started working with a group of researchers on a project to remap the world to show who has most and who has least. Most of you will have read his works around this. And he's addressed housing, health, employment, education, poverty, published more than a dozen books on social inequalities, on housing, health, and all these subjects themselves. And he's actually, for many of us, he's been at the heart of the way in which a social geographer can influence the political agenda and really creatively come at analysis in a way that others haven't. So, Danny.
Thank you very much. It's very generous. I won't read through this first slide. It's there for those who'd like to read, but I can recommend Body Satnav for somebody to follow on Twitter. What Body Satnav does is produce very authentic quotes that you are so sure when you read them that a government minister has said that somebody like me watches the entire hour-long Sky interview with Jeremy Hunt to try to check it and finds out it isn't actually true, but then is shocked by what Jeremy actually says about his high-tech company that he formed and various things. Instead, I'm going to tell you a story that's a happy story of progress, something the government did which was very good. February 2021, government introduced a special payment for families with children. If you had a child aged 6 or under and you were on any form of benefit, which often meant you were working as well, you would get an extra £10 a week because the government recognised that there was a problem with the cost of living just beginning to go up in the crisis, and they wanted to try and do something about child poverty. That government then instigated a meeting every week in its COBRA committee rooms because of the cost of living crisis. And it looked at things like rent and the soaring costs and what it could do to control that. And then in November, the government changed that policy which it had introduced so that instead of just applying to children under 6, it applied to children from 16 and below. So, and they increased the amount of money to £25 a week for each child. That's £100 a week for each child. If you've got 3 children, and almost the majority of families with 3 children are in poverty, if you've got 3 children, that's an extra £300 a month the government were giving you on top of all other things. Incredible. Don't believe that governments can't do things. Of course, this wasn't the government in Westminster. This was a government in a very far, far away country that we could never think to emulate. It was the government in Scotland that has done this. And you won't see it reported in the English press. £300 a month more money if you have 3 children and are living on benefit. You won't see it reported at all. Or another story of government. The government that saw, as the crisis was getting worse, that it needed to tax the rich and introduced a solidarity tax on the 23,000 richest families and then increased that wealth tax. And which incredibly progressive European country was that? Was it Finland? Was it Norway? Was it Sweden? No, it was Spain that did that. There is no need to be pessimistic about what governments can do. You are just led by people like this, and they are, for various interesting historical regions, exceptionally misguided. Let's zoom through some slides. You'll know these things, but it helps to be reminded. We zoomed up from being in the 1970s the second most equitable country, large country in Europe after Sweden, to becoming the most unequal. But we reached that limit in the late or mid-1990s. We've been hovering at a plateau of inequality. Those little blips ups and down are random. In not one single year after the late 1990s did inequality actually fall. We've been living that for an entire generation. If you compare this to other countries, here's Canada, Germany and Finland, you can see how weird we are. if I was less lazy and updated my slides by a couple of years, you'd see that there's other countries who are all becoming more equal, as most of the OECD is becoming more equal at the moment, but not us. There are all kinds of implications of living with the highest rate of inequality in Europe, as we probably are now. It's about 2009, crowning glory of New Labour. 2009, we overtook Portugal to become the most unequal country in Western Europe. 2013, I think we got to be just below Bulgaria. Stephanie Flanders, last week on telly, recounting how the poorest fifth of people in Britain are now worse off than the poorest fifth in most of Eastern Europe. I often like to think about myself as part of the left-wing economic establishment that Liz Truss identified. And I think there's something in it. I think there's a mood change going on. But so much goes wrong when you are so incredibly unequal. These are jobs in the public sector, falling over time since 1992 as a share of total employment. So you have this pared back, increasingly night watchman state that occurs. This is public sector spending, which goes up at the same time as public sector employees go down. And I could spend half an hour with this, but I will not, because I'm determined to keep the time so you get to hear about real people and not graphs from Imogen. But there's the 1980s for those of us old enough in the room. I think it's a majority still. You know, that's Margaret Thatcher, those cuts, they were bad. John Major, he wasn't all bad. Little bit of a rise. Labour come in 1997 with a promise to stay with Conservative spending plans for 2 years, just so you always knew where you were. They increased spending a bit, some double glazing, a few other things, not much, I can argue it, tipped some children over the poverty line, just paid for a war. That's partly why the spending goes up at the start of the millennium. And then you get 2008, and that great big rise for the banking crash. We had to bail out the banks. Then you get the austerity that we've heard about. Then you get that huge rise. That's COVID. Happens everywhere. It's just that we weren't that efficient in where we were sending the money. And then you get, the great thing about these IMF figures is that governments tell the IMF what they're planning to do in future. So that's where we are now. We're on that downward trend. How do we compare? Here's the other four large countries in Europe: France, Germany, Italy, and Spain. These are huge and enormous differences. These are, there are, John Lanchester called it, there are many capitalisms. These are enormous. You're looking at multiples of entire national health spendings between what France does and what we do. We underestimate just how different these countries are and how weird we are. Apart from Malta, no other country in Europe makes its kids wear school uniforms. No other country has a private school sector like ours. I can go on and on and on. Here's the rest of Europe, not including Ireland and Switzerland for any pedants, but I have no time to explain why. But, we're the outlier. We really are. People often accuse me of talking about British exceptionalism. Right? There's a problem. If you actually are exceptional, it's hard. But let's go back. If you come nearer to me, you can see there's two coloured lines, a dash blue one and an orange one. Actually, governments that spent less than we did in the past. Greece just after the generals and Spain just after Franco was in power. That's what we compare to. And you'll know this is the £11,000 gap between what people might have expected on average to be living on and what they are because of what's happened since 2008. Lovely graph from the TUC comparing the current recession, depression, with every other one we've ever measured. Where the green line, the little dots are not happening because of inflation, we're not getting out of it. For economic nerds, the key question is, how likely now is it that we will beat the Napoleonic War depression when wages fell for 24 years compared to what they were at for the average worker in 1798, right? Exceptional country, exceptional times. What does it mean for people? This is the average incomes after tax and benefits and housing costs of 7 typical children in the country. I'll be able to update this at the end of March when we get our first decent figures since before the pandemic. The pandemic really screws up your family resource survey. But I don't think they'll change that much. This is what inequality looks like in terms of what people have to live off, how much they have to spend on their children a day. Food, clothes, soap, toothpaste. For 2/3 of kids, holidays, not for 1/3. Actually, it's nearer 40% now, who never have a holiday. Never have a holiday. 3, with cost of living crisis, 4 children out of 7, I think, are now living in poverty. We're heading towards a majority. We are weird, and other countries are less weird. This is the inequality index, a Gini one. I can tell you about loads later. And there we are, the blue line. You have, apart from Bulgaria, all the countries in the OECD that are more unequal to us are not in Europe. Italy is the country most similar to us, but not that similar at all. Then Spain. France and Germany are now next to each other by inequality, and only 6 countries separate France and Germany from Finland. Right? The Finnish, the Nordic model is winning in the most powerful countries in Europe. Because I was asked to talk about benefits, a very long table, but the only important thing is that you have to go right down to the bottom to find what our benefit levels are for single adults, the lowest. You can't live off job seekers allowance, income support, universal credit as a single adult. It's 2.5 times less than what we expect our pensioners to live off at the most. But our pensioners aren't doing that well either. They got the triple lock, 2.5% increases or inflation or earnings, whichever is the greater after 210, but they had other benefits taken away, which means your average pensioner is only a couple of pounds, less than a couple of pounds better off a day than they were in 2010. Nobody has won out. Another graph on exceptionalism. This is a graph produced by the European Union when we were still in it. It's showing geographical inequalities in each country between the regions. We are the widest bar. The key thing to spot is that the EU had to break the vertical scale to be able to fit us on. The differences between West London and the northeast of England are so incredibly wide it won't fit on. The other key thing to note is that you can't work out what the second most unequal country geographically is in the EU, because the second widest bars are also similar. Germany levelled up. Germany was the only other country which had geographical inequalities like we did just after the Berlin Wall fell, and they levelled up. Tiny bit on London, and I'll bring this to a close. I just put this up mainly to show the Telegraph newspaper getting things wrong. It says West London is more spacious, but most of the darker shaded areas there aren't to the west. You know, I'm a geographer, so this is my skill. But every census, we get a count of bedrooms. The number of bedrooms goes up and up that are empty. People build them, extensions, all kinds of things. We've got more empty bedrooms than ever. This is a map of where people have 2 or more empty bedrooms in London. They're there. They're available. If you're thinking, what on earth can we do? We can't possibly replicate the building programme in the 1930s. Well, you don't need to replicate the building programme of the 1930s. Here's the opposite. Bringing us nearer to here, we're just above the top of that map. The dark blue little areas here are where, on average, people have 2 fewer bedrooms than they need. That's kids sharing with somebody of the opposite sex while they're going through puberty, and they may not even be related to the other person that they're sharing with. And these maps, I don't have to make them anymore. ONS do a wonderful job of allowing people to make them. If you wanted to know exactly where that area with the highest number of people sharing is, It's this little part of South London. And there's a nice little Twitter exchange between a couple of people who spotted it, going, oh, it looks rather nice to me. Can it really be the most? And of course, behind the posh frontage and the doors, you've got the corridors and the bedsits. You've got the 3 families living in a flat that was designed for 1 family, and so on. So we can show you woe after woe after woe. But the great thing about inequality is that the resources, in this case bedrooms, are there. It's just that they're empty and not being used by the people who need the bedrooms. Gentrification, somebody else's map, 2021 census. Compared to 2011, those red areas, that's the kind of snapshot of the front line of gentrification as it moves east across London. Apologies for the speed of this, but you get an idea. What's really interesting are the blue areas, which are kind of the sinking down, the going down that's happening. Right? The whole country is going down at the moment. We obsess about gentrification and Battersea Power Station if you read your London Review of Books and so on. But we are sinking. We are sinking. What did the last government do? They increased level of spending, say on state schools, to keep the gap between the private and the state schools exactly the same as it had been when they entered power in 1997 as when they left in 2010. The Conservatives come in and, of course, actually cut state school spending, so you get the widening. But the point of showing this graph from the Times, from the IFS, is that those 2 lines were going next to each other before. That is no change at all. In fact, it's actually a widening of the gap because the absolute amount of money per kid widened. Life expectancy, these are the ONS forecasts for it and what actually happened, and you see it going down and down and down and down. Only us in the USA had a fall in life expectancy between 2014 and 2018. I spent most of the years between 2012 and 2019 arguing that austerity was killing people. I don't have to do it anymore. The Financial Times now does it. Nobody says it isn't happening. Things are changing. There's a graph from the FT. Or was it The Guardian? The Guardian. Austerity killed more people than COVID has yet, and because austerity continues, COVID carries on killing, but COVID isn't going to catch up with austerity. Right? Oh, cheer you up, and I must speed on. You remember David Cameron introducing his happiness index? Yeah? He made ONS, they had to do it. Well, this is it. And you've got to remember, 2008-9, the crash was bad news. Wages went down, people became unhappy. And you can see the happiness, things are worthwhile in life, life satisfaction, happiness going up. You may think, oh, why was it going up then? Think back to 2012, 14, particularly think about 2015 in your sales, 2016. Why were people like you getting happier in 2016? Much happier in 2017. Why were you getting happier? You were. You might not believe it because you're on the left and the left had to be a miserable bunch. But on average, you were. You were pretty happy in 2018. Something happened, though, in 2019 that absolutely devastated you. And not just you, this is the entire country. Look at them shooting down. It was December 2019 in particular. Yes. And the grey part is the pandemic. Something happened just before the pandemic which was so terrible that the British people in Cameron's Happiness Index told how awful they felt about what was going on. And it didn't just affect, it affects all the scales. This is anxiety, right? Anxiety was going down, right? Low point, 2015, 2016, 2017, thanks to Madeline and other people, you know, there was some hope. There really was. It shows up in the national stats. It wasn't just you that thought something might change, right? And these were the years of the Brexit debate. And then levels of anxiety absolutely go through the roof in 2019. And only rise slightly with the worst pandemic we've had since 1918. You know, that's how bad it was. The BBC find things hard because we're such an unequal country. But my favourite BBC headline was this 2019 one. Both of the two main parties have suffered significant losses in the local election. And this is the graphic, where they didn't show, with what they are. So it'll be interesting to see how the BBC report the local elections this spring. This is what didn't happen under Liz Truss. This was what was supposed to happen. This is the IPPR graph of what Quasi's budget would have done, who would have given money to, and this is what the thing about the left-wing economic establishment, that point I was making. It was the international money markets. It was the stock traders who said you just cannot do this. It was the people running the pension funds who said this is madness. Right, there is something changing, and it changed before in the 1920s and 30s. Right, and we often forget that, about how it wasn't just people on the left who changed their opinions in the past, it was the entire political establishment that moved. We've got a long way to move. I'm loving the FT at the moment, particularly John Byrne-Murdoch. Serious scholarly work by thousands of political scientists produced this graph of all the political parties in all the high-income and middle-income countries of the world. Each circle is a political party. They're all scaled from who's most left and who's most right. In the entire world, you've got the Greek Communist Party, nearest to me, the Cuban Communists, and so on, the link. And the Conservatives used to be just placed with Alternative for Deutschland, who they joined in with in 2014 when they left the European Conservatives. But they jumped to there. I really get annoyed when people tell me not to call our country exceptional and different. It really, really is. Wealth and the very rich, of course, they take an enormous and ethically undefendable amount of money, but look how the richest 1,000 families got a hit in the pandemic in 2020, and then the Sunday Times stopped reporting the wealth of most of them and only reports on the richest 250 now. Right? Things are switching. Chief Executive Officers not yet. If you want another Twitter thing to follow, Max 12 to 1 on a campaign to get CEOs not to take more than 12 times their workers. But things are switching. Last, we've got 2 more slides and then I'll end. This one has too much writing, but of course it is awful. The statistics don't really hit home. And the problem is that you get numbed to each new fact. The one that numbed me most recently in my hometown, which is Oxford, are the stories of babies now being washed in cold water because people can't put the boilers on to wash their babies. And we can't work out if babies were washed in cold water in Oxford in the 1920s or 30s. But we suspect they weren't. So that's the liturgy of what is getting worse and worse and worse. Final graph. Sunday Times, I think. We've got no idea what's going to happen this year. Benefits and state pension have gone up by the official rate of inflation, which is 6% less than the inflation that poor people suffer. Most of the pay claims that I've seen going through have been progressive. That is, you are offered higher pay for lower paid workers, a deal which is a long way below inflation for your average worker in your union and less for the higher paid. We're having progressive pay claims being won or being offered to try to break strikes. I'm still waiting for the university vice-chancellors who realise that if they were simply to offer to cap their own pay at 12 to 1, which is an enormous amount of money, but forever onwards in future, and maybe bring it down, the ratio, they might be able to get somewhere with their negotiations with the employers. We may be becoming more equal in terms of income right now and in terms of wealth, because house prices have fallen for 4 months and pensions are dodgy. Final plug, it won't come out until August or September, but of course I'm writing about it. It was slightly tricky to write about when I began over a year and a half ago. Became far, far too easy to write about how this is now a shattered nation in all kinds of ways. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Tammy. Our next presenter is Professor Imogen Tyler from Lancaster University. She's a professor of sociology up at Lancaster. She's a fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences and a social activist. Her research focuses on social inequalities of poverty, social class and race, and her books, The Sociology of Stigma, and the latest one, Stigma, the Machinery of Inequality. She's a trustee of the Poverty Truth Network, executive board member of Lancaster Black History Group, and also a member of the Joseph Rowntree Foundation Stigma and Poverty Design Team. Thanks, Jim, for this.
Thank you, and thanks, Danny. In a way, Danny's beautifully set up what I'm going to do, which is the qualitative side of sociology, and talk to you about some of the stories. I'm going to focus on poverty, some of the stories. I'm going to leap straight in, and then it'll become clearer after that what I'm going to do with you. So, I want to take you back to 2018, when I was at the launch event of the Morecambe Bay Poverty Truth Commission in Lancaster, which is in the northwest of England. Poverty Truth movement brings together people living in poverty in local communities with local decision makers, or people with power, as they're sometimes called, to try and find ways to tackle poverty locally. And at this launch event, which is a really powerful event where people were testifying on their own experience, David, a young man in his early 20s, told his story, and I want to share just a little bit of his testimony with you. I was one of 9 kids. My mum felt forced to drug deal. It was the only way she could feed us. The stress on her, not knowing where the next meal was coming from, it all rubbed off on us kids. Kids absorb things like that. It's really hard living like that. The only thing that held us together was the community, the people on our estate. Everyone would chip in to buy food for a month for people like us who didn't have enough. Nana was at the heart of the estate. She took all the kids out, taking us on minibuses for days out of her own pocket at first. So we had something to do because we had nothing. And parents could have one day without worrying about feeding their kids. My voice gets shaky when I read some of this because it's really powerful testimony. She started running the community centre. The place was heaving with kids all the time. It was a tiny hut in the car park of our school. Everything happened there. It was all we had, all anyone had. It was magical, a place of no worries. And there was meals there too. That was important. If it wasn't for my nan and all she did for me and all the other kids, I would have killed myself. 10 years ago, the youth workers from the council came and did a project, a massive music gig with all the lads and girls from the local council estates, and it was amazing. All us kids from the same background, all in poverty, and without that project, we would have ended up scrapping and gang wars because it was the only way we had of releasing all the anger that we had. The project brought everyone together. It's the best thing I've ever done. It was amazing, and everyone said that. Then the funding was taken away, and we were left with nothing. You're so afraid of what will happen to you if you... our school was good. I had no bullying there. The kids had serious difficulties at the school, a lot of the kids. ADHD, Asperger's. You weren't judged. They treated you like family. They got to know your parents. They went to appointments with you. You felt accepted there. You have shut that down now too, our school. Then you've got nowhere to go and nothing to do, and you get bullied. Young kids, age 13, 15, the main drug dealers get you to sell heroin and crack. You're so afraid of what will happen to you if you don't do it. And there's nothing else. It's all the youth stuff hadn't been taken away. We wouldn't have been pulled to the streets to these men. I hold the politicians who made these decisions responsible for what happened to me. They don't understand what they destroyed by taking those activities away. It was the only freedom that we had, and it was taken away. We were just a number to them. When you're in poverty, you end up with nothing because it's all taken away and no one cares. Everything goes from worse to worse. My family gets evicted. We're moved to another area where we don't know anyone. And your property needs work doing, the landlord won't do it, it's condemned, you're moved on. Same thing happened, condemned, moved on. It doesn't matter if my mum had to live in her mate's one-bed flat and sleep on the floor. No one cares. The government believes in money more than human beings, and all they do is take, take, take. I became street homeless, but I was not a priority because by this time I was 24. So the council told me I wasn't a priority. You have no hope. It feels like the government are trying to make a superior race. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. If I had one thing to say to the government, it would be treat me as you want to be treated. See me as a person, not a number. Sorry, it always upsets reading this because I know the person. Go back to... So this is powerful. What I found particularly powerful about this is that David grew up literally in that decade of austerity, and he saw the strangulation of all of those lifelines, those support mechanisms and practices of care which made his childhood livable. The closure of the magical local community centre, the evisceration of youth and outreach services, the shutting down of his inclusive local school because it was assessed as underperforming in academic league tables, the eviction of his family, the snuffing out of these lifelines made him vulnerable to predatory men, his own eventual addiction issues and homelessness. His testimony is also an accusation. David is directly addressing those with power, seated in front of him in the town hall, trying to say you're accountable, asking them to take responsibility for his abandonment. Fast forward November 2022, and a senior coroner's report into the avoidable death of 2-year-old Awab Ishaq in December 2020 from respiratory failure and heart failure caused by the deadly mould in the uninhabitable flat in which he and his family were forced to live. His parents described the toddler's coughing fits when they were interviewed made a statement after the coroner's hearing, and they described how they'd done everything they could. They'd screamed and shouted. They begged health professionals, housing staff to try and sort out those conditions. They were refugees. Awab's parents are refugees from Sudan, and they accused the Housing Association of racism. We have no doubt, they said, we were treated in this way because we were not from this country. And one of the many shameful aspects of this case was an initial attempt by the Housing Association to stigmatise and shift blame onto the family by claiming the mould was caused by their lifestyle. The Housing Association has received 106 complaints, just that one housing association, about excessive mould and damp in the 12 months since Awab's death. As a tenant on the estate put it, we are facing death by 1,000 cuts, as profits are put before people. When she delivered a verdict, the senior coroner said, I'm not alone, Joanna Kersley, in having thought, how does this happen? We can see, actually, from Danny's graphs how it's happening, yeah? How in the UK does this happen to a 2-year-old child dying from exposure to mould in their home? So I'm a sociologist. I work on inequalities, primarily of poverty, but also racism, misogyny, and as I intersect also with citizenship, migration. And for about 10 years, I've been working with anti-poverty groups and organisations, including refugee groups, gypsy traveller groups, local anti-poverty groups and national organisations. And I'm currently working with the National Poverty Truth Commission Network and Joseph Rowntree Foundation. And we know, I was going to tell you some of the data on poverty, but I don't think I need to because I think Danny has really covered that for us. But I think it's really important as a northerner here to emphasise some of those geographical inequalities in terms of poverty and, you know, the absence of any real levelling up at all. The deeply uneven poverty also in terms of black and ethnic minority households, unbelievably overrepresented. Certain particular groups are in that data, and JF have got great data on that. Disabled people. So we need to move away from just thinking about working people or workers here. Definitions of work too need challenging, and think about those people who are really, maybe unable to work for different reasons because they've got caring responsibilities. Single parent households are really massively overrepresented, and of course kids who I've begun with. And those clustering of poverty in particular areas. And I think we've wasted decades on technocratic arguments about how poverty should be measured. And we need to stop also framing people in poverty as the problem and begin to articulate poverty as an issue of economic injustice and as an outcome of designed inequalities. Concealed behind the statistics are millions of individual stories of anger, and as you can hear, I've got some of my own when I read this material, misery, shame, and wasted human potential. But so often, the voices, experience, agency, and the expertise of people who are living in poverty are absent from political and policy debates. And what I think in terms of thinking about progressive policy and moving forward is that we have to understand properly how we got here. And this is a question of language, question of framing, and a question of how we shift the dial on the sorts of data that Danny's told us, the extreme situation we have in the UK in terms of inequality. So I asked my friend Andy Knox, who's a GP in North Lancashire and a Director of Population Health for Morecambe Bay. I asked him, how do we get here, Andy? And he said that we've developed some kind of narrative around poverty, that most people are poor because they're lazy or feckless or wasters or they've done something wrong somehow. And yet you hear story after story after story of people who've experienced major social injustice and actually don't have this sense of any great choice available to them. And they're coming to you and saying, what can I do? And increasingly in response, saying, you're saying to them, I don't actually know. I'm going to come back to the impact of that on frontline workers. Not being able to help is actually also incredibly impoverishing for us as a society. So I'm really interested in thinking about consent, where consent came from for austerity in the first place. Because I think if we don't understand that, we're not going to be able to move past and create the other kind of language that we need to. How do we shift the dial on that deserving, undeserving frame? Now, I've written about this at great length, this period of austerity, so you can read that. I'm not going to rehearse that here, except to say that, and these are quotes from an Osborne speech from 2008 that was prefigured the election, where he laid out what was going to come in that, what ended up being a coalition government with the implementation of austerity. But what's really important to understand is that that undeserving framing was baked into the design of austerity. It's what I call a stigma politics. Stigma politics and neoliberal economic politics and policies work hand in hand. We could think of it almost as a stigmanomics, that neoliberalism relies politically, economically, culturally, socially on stigma production from above. And I'm not going to rehearse this period in too much length because I've written about it a lot before and you can go and read it. Except to say that the architects of austerity knew that effective stigma craft would be critical to winning public consent. And what they created was effectively a right-wing culture war where, that Cameron launched by declaring a war on welfare culture, as he called it, in 2011. So in order to implement austerity, you've got to make the public feel that those in receipt of welfare, but now welfare's contracted, it's reframed to mean people who are receiving cash benefits, not all of those services we all rely on, health, education, etc. So the contraction of welfare, its reframing is part of this stigma politics. We had several years of this propaganda campaign, where the menace of benefits cheats and welfare dependency was maintained as rolling news by politicians, think tanks, journalists. This is an orchestrated moral panic, tutoring the public to believe that people living in poverty are feckless, deprivation is a consequence of poor choices. And these stigma feedback loops emerged, and me and one of my colleagues tracked this with the Welfare Reform Act going through Parliament, in which characters in reality TV programmes that are highly scripted, they're sensationalised, they're exploitative, they're not real, despite being reality. These stigma feedback loops and these characters then become captured as evidence in support of austerity reforms in Parliament. So if you go through Hansard, you can see how these figures, these characters from television, get recirculated as evidence for the need for welfare reforms. And of course, across newspapers, columns, think tanks, etc. I call this the welfare stigma machine. It churns through society, settling in institutional forms, embedding in the design also of social policies, but also infecting the culture, practices and attitudes of those working in the front line of services. This stigma optics changed the way in which the public also made evaluative judgments about hardship. And it changed how people related to each other, eroding structures of care and corroding passion. It also changed the way in which people thought about themselves. So this is a single mom that I've worked with through Poverty Truth, who I write about quite a bit in the book. And she talked a lot to me about feeling ashamed, but she also really theorised, and theory doesn't come out of universities, it comes from ordinary people, from grassroots, and she really theorised the relationship between the stuff, this period, what was happening all around her, how this was feeding culture, and how it affected her mental health and her well-being in a really direct way, how she felt needled with this stigma around welfare and benefits, and how it seeped incessantly into her world, leading her to become actually quite unwell. But it was at every scale that she experienced it in all her interactions with the state. So governing welfare through stigma is not a new phenomena. Actually, in Britain, it's about 500 years old to cultivate stigma, in order to ration relief and govern the poor, has obviously been around for a long time. But there's some sociologists have argued that there's something particular about British class society, and we can kind of almost see that exceptionalism in Danny's graphs, that Britain is somehow particularly attached to stigma ideologies, perhaps because of its history as a very class-differentiated society. And even the 20th century welfare state, many elements of stigma were deliberately retained and designed into our welfare systems. So in the context of the global rise of neoliberal orthodoxy, and this is US pundits here, openly calling for the intensification of welfare stigma. So you get this kind of yo-yo historically, where there's less stigma sort of designed out, or policies are trying to be less stigmatising to make people access services, to get away barriers for people seeking help, and then you get more stigma being produced culturally, put into policies, etc. But here, definitely in this period, in the noughties, we get this call, this right-wing call, to cultivate stigma as good policy, to intensify welfare stigma. And as we saw, that happened in the UK, and particularly we saw it in culture as well as in politics and policy. The figure of the hard-working family, or the hard-working taxpayer, who begins to be pitted against the welfare scrounger and also the undeserving migrant. Danny's already covered that, so I'm not going to pause here, except to say what we see here is the termination not only of cuts to services and the sorts of poverty that are consequent of that, but the termination of the promise, I think, of the welfare state and the impact of that promise not being there, the promise of social mobility, the promise of greater equality, of health, education, wealth and opportunity. What does the termination of that promise feel like for young children growing up under austerity and now today? All the anti-poverty activists and people I've worked with, organisations, groups and JRF are putting money into stigma and poverty for this reason at the moment. They tell me that the stigma and shame of poverty can be as devastating as the material want that goes with it. They're kind of symbiotic, stigma, poverty, in lots of different ways. Stigma is dehumanising. The power of stigma is that it enables people to be seen as and treated as less deserving, less human than others. So it's the stigma politics that allows children like Awab to perish in conditions unfit for human habitation and abandons young people like David to the streets. And I can talk more about my stigma machine in the questions if there's time. For kids who are growing up in this hostile environment, poverty stigma has undermined their sense of self-worth. Steve, a youth worker in Hull that I'm working with at the moment, tells me how shame and stigma has battered down many of the young people he works with. They don't see a way out, and he describes a kind of acquiescence and a sense of no future. And he works with kids doing rap, music, graffiti, creative practices that enables kids to communicate their kind of experiences. They've kind of shut down or enclosed within themselves. Nasrat, a community researcher in Tower Hamlets that I'm lucky enough to be working with at the moment as well, she describes, and I think this is brilliant because it kind of sums up, I think, what poverty stigma is. Poverty stigma is coercive control, she tells me. And there's so much packed in there that we can unpack, but I haven't got time now. Andy, the GP I introduced earlier, described to me the impact of this deepening poverty on his practice. So the impact of poverty is political, as I hope we all know, and the impact of poverty is on the whole of society, including on health and other frontline workers, as I'm sure some of you here today know. And he describes people coming into his practice saying, my life is terrible and I don't know what to do about it, and how the physical and mental health stresses people are experiencing are actually directly related to poverty, to a lack of ability to participate in life and have positive choices available to them. It's really harrowing as a clinician or GP who really loves your community because you feel helpless. You're sitting, listening, and you're holding someone's pain with them, but you can't fix it. And, you know, female GPs have the highest occupational suicide rate in the UK, which I think tells us something about the stresses and how now they're caught up, GPs, on the front line of this stigma politics, yeah? The harassing, the haranguing of GPs that we see going on social media and in the press and in Parliament. You know, these are people who've given their lives to caring for others, but a lot of what they're seeing they can't cure, they can't do anything about. Imagine how that makes them feel as professionals. So solutions. Late John Hills argued that successive governments have deliberately contracted the meaning of welfare, which I mentioned earlier. They reframe welfare as an unaffordable system of cash benefits doled out to economically inactive people. So if you talk to people on the street in day-to-day context, when you say the word welfare, it's like the word welfare itself has become stigmatised through this process, yeah? And welfare immediately conjures up these images of particular groups of people. I think, you know, to achieve wealth sharing and tax justice, to achieve economic justice and a new social settlement, we have to take this challenge of language and framing really seriously and changing the dial and contesting this kind of anti-welfare common sense. Hal Carnham, who is in the audience today, hello Hal, is also working with me on the JRF work around stigma and poverty. And she says we need to design stigma out of our services. So finally, and I won't speak to this because I will have run out of time, but I guess what I'm saying we need to work towards in any new social settlement is a destigmatised welfare state. That includes shouting loudly about, which I've tried to do today, about the poverty emergency that we currently have, raising awareness of stigma politics, I call it, and its impacts, including, I think, putting poverty and class discrimination into legal equality frameworks, creating attitudinal change. This is the hardest bit in a way. Media, strategic communication, where poverty becomes to be understood as everybody's problem and in intersectional ways. Involve people with lived experience in the design of services and policies. Disinvest from things that don't work. We don't want a paternalistic welfare state. You know, not everything was great or worked about it. We're missing it where it's disappeared. But we need to create a new kind of welfare state and involve people with lived experience, deep listening to them about actually what they want and need. I think we need to reclaim the idea, the more utopian idea and ideals of cradle-to-grave welfare, build trust and accountability, distribute wealth, renew democracy, turn the dial on migration, not just because we were here and they were there, because migration is a positive social and economic good. Turn the dial on migration. How? I don't know. Support international human rights frameworks, allow asylum seekers and those in immigration processes to work and access welfare the same as others. Thank you very much.
There's a hell of a lot there, so we'll have a few interventions now, people are indicated. Sorry, Richard, do you want to come in first? Just if people can introduce themselves, 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, John. Richard Reeser, I coordinate UK Disability History Month, and Danny, I was a social geographer, so it helps. It's a question to you, really. Those maps and the graphs are very powerful, but do they really change things? An example from history, and the map of occupancy, it looked extremely like Charles Booth's maps of London, which led to the first welfare state. The Liberal government bringing in the pension was because of those maps. So they did have a big impact there. But do people take any notice of them now? Or is it what Imogen had said, that the ideology and the values have been so undermined that there isn't a basis for people to respond to that? The second thing is from the point of view of disabled people, which I think need to be part of this and can be an organised group, cutting edge, and have been, if we look at Disabled People Against the Cuts, have maintained opposition to what's been going on, to the 45 cuts that this government has introduced to disabled people's living. And actually the majority of those 335,000 were disabled people. If you actually look in detail at it, they think about 60%. So with the people who've died because of benefit reductions and the disproportionate number of people who died through COVID for lack of care from the state, about 500,000 disabled people have died during the austerity measures. That's more than were killed officially in Nazi Germany in the 30s and 40s, and is an attempt at eugenics, I would argue, to actually demonise us and to kill us off. And the fact that we now have a vice chair of the Tory party who's happy to start killing people again, do you both think there is now a danger of a eugenicist murder plan to kill off those people. That's where stigma leads, isn't it? Stigma leads to organised state death. So this is a very serious issue. And the last point I would make is, unfortunately, austerity didn't start with George Osborne. At the time George Osborne was saying that, it was New Labour that started to attack the Disabled People's Living Allowance, and I was on the National Advisory Panel where that was argued, and that had happened before in 2004 when they wanted to cut our benefits. We need to get a commitment deep in any manifesto to maintaining the rights of disabled people, because if you like, we are the canary in the mine, and if we're going, then so are going to be single mums and other people, pensioners and so on. So I think this is really important. Thank you.
We'll move it along. 2 minutes each and we'll be...
Very, very brief. I think we should stop using the word we, because we is us and them. Putting it very crudely, there's a better way of saying it than that. But the notion that we have done nothing, that we have not been resisting and fighting back, which is why we are here for a very long time. I do think we should think about the sort of hegemonic vocabulary that's being used around whoever it is that is in this country and in Europe. We, let's not say we, please everybody. Let's say who we are, who they are, and who everybody is. Thank you.
Okay. Woman behind, and then we'll come to this guy in the middle here. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Naira. I was a Labour councillor here in Camden until last election. And one question for Danny. Thank you for the powerful presentation. You keep repeating the idea that something is changing. So I would like to hear from you a little bit more on that, and if you think that Labour could make better use of this opportunity to make bolder proposals. Thank you.
Good. There's a guy in the middle here. Back. A young man, that's it. They just go along there.
Hi, my name is Cyrus. I'm a occupational therapy assistant in the NHS. My question was to everyone, and again, thank you. It was really interesting hearing people speak about really important things. Just how to, I think I see really important parallels between what is happening with stigma in terms of people who are receiving state welfare and people who are being stigmatized in terms of migrant communities. And I think just yesterday seeing horrible scenes in Knowsley and people who, live in, I think, the second most deprived area in the UK, just sort of coming out and, essentially protesting against another very deprived group of people, asylum seekers who were living in a hotel. You see such a narrative now about asylum seekers, and they're all living in hotels, living it up in some sense, but just how do you marry those two groups of deprived people together and fight for something progressive, people that are deprived and also need help and don't need to be stigmatized and materially should, I suppose, be on our side, people that maybe don't have very much, with people who are, again, just another deprived group, but then at the moment, the first group is out and burning police cars to get at the second group.
Okay. Can you pass it to the woman next to you?
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jane. I'm a councillor in Newcastle, so I have a challenge and a question for everybody here, really, which is get involved in local government. Local government has been at the front line of cuts, and often, obviously, when it gets it wrong, sometimes because we're not in a position to be able to provide the services we should, sometimes because the people, even when it's a Labour council, are not taking the progressive approach that they should. And I want more people to get involved in local government and to think that is where you can be on the front line fighting now. And if you don't think it matters, ask yourself why the Tories are so keen to impose mayoral models and why the right of the Labour Party is so reluctant to have left-wing people involved in being councillors. The other comment I would make on stigma, which is a bit of a challenge for all of us on the left, is that even at its best, that paternalist welfare state has created a lot of welfare state professionals which I teach maths to kids who've been excluded from schools. We have to accept that sometimes we've gone along with helping people rather than empowering them. And one side helps, the other takes away. It's all about them being recipients of either kindness or cruelty. And that's not the way we should be living. Thank you.
Okay. I'll take a couple more. Don't worry. After the next session, I'll bring other people in as well. Okay. There's got these two people here on this side. I'm trying to do a gender and geographical split here. It's impossible.
It's a question for Dr. Mary. I run a local family business with my dad, and we're looking to become a cooperative. But the question that had, and I agreed with everything you said, but then what was the next step in the plan in terms of moving capital away from where it is now into businesses that do want to democratically empower people? What was that missing link between sort of your plans and then obviously taking the action? Because we've tried to raise finance, for example, from Big Issue Invest. They said they had 450 applications, but they can only fund 10. So if there's people out there that want to do it, what is the sort of help and plan to do so?
Oh, okay. Guy just sitting in front here.
Hi, my name is Marco, and I'm growing a grassroots media network called Open Protest Network, for and by grassroots organizations. I just wanted to share a quick anecdote. I can see there's some familiar faces. I was at the People's Assembly conference a few weeks ago, and it was really striking. There was one moment during the conference where they were debating a motion, and it was around the wording of the motion to do with working class and who was included in that name. And it really struck me. It was quite toxic because the person who brought up the problem was like, oh, working class doesn't really involve other people who are disaffected and oppressed in lots of other ways. And someone else stood up quite fervently and exclaimed, like shouted, you know, it's in the name, working class, read it. And it's one of those things where I just got like a bit of whiplash, just thinking like, are you serious? Like there's a whole room of us talking about, you know, solidarity and unity, and here you are just building a massive wall and cutting a bunch of people out for what, you know? And I really like this slide you have here, and how you accentuated the point about create attitudinal change, media and strategic communication. That's, you know, first and foremost what I'm trying to help develop is this strategy. Everyone seems to be in their own bubble still, even in this room. Sorry to say, I mean, I don't want to sound cynical or whatever, but you know, feelings matter more than facts in this day and age, unfortunately. Brexit is winning on feelings still. I mean, even if it's losing, it's still winning on that. There's one thing to hear a Tory councillor saying poverty is a choice, because I hear that. I'm sorry, some people hear that as well. But we need to get real with the situation where their side, they're all convening for strategies on media and comms. And what I would say is poetry, because as was mentioned before, during the Nazi regime, lots of people were murdered by the state, and the only way you can do that, the only way you can get normal people, because they did psych evaluations on the people who committed these terrors, they were relatively normal people, you couldn't distinguish them. The only way you do that is through good poetry, through strong poetry. And if we don't have our alternative for that, concerted efforts through, you know, again, as an anarchist, I feel kind of dirty saying this, but we need some kind of world building, some kind of, you know, overall strategy that we can all unify behind and work towards.
Thanks. Lots of people have indicated. There's a guy who very patiently has had his hand up down here. If I can just bring him in, and then I'll get the panel to respond in a limited period of time, and then we'll go on to the next session. This is going to be hard work today, but it's worth it, I think.
Yeah. Simon Forbes, PCOS activist and SOAS postdoctoral.
Just a question which is relevant to all the panel, but particularly to Mary's presentation, is manifestos are very short-term documents. I mean, is there not some need for a strategic programme? Back in 1982, I expect John remembers, the Labour Party did have a proper programme, a strategic programme. A programme and preceding documents like alternative economic strategy. I'm not saying we should carbon copies of these old documents, but the principle of alternative economic and political strategy aiming at fundamental and qualitative change in economy, society and state. And it will help to producing such constructive documents will help combat the suggestion by our dear friend Keir Starmer that we are just interested in being a party of turning the Labour Party into a party of protest and not a party of government, and there is no alternative to his own agenda, such as it is.
Thanks a lot. Right, God, there's a hell of a lot of questions there. If you can try and respond to some, that would be really helpful. Okay. Danny, do you want to kick off?
Yeah, I'll go first. Richard, thanks for mentioning Charles Booth's maps. Charles Booth was the son of a very rich shipping owner from Liverpool. So rich he could pay hundreds of women, mainly women, to collect data across London to try and win a bet that there was very little poverty in London. And he lost the bet. Push it. There we go. Charles lost the bet that there was little poverty in London when he employed hundreds of women to collect data, which is where you get the Booth maps from. And you get that huge change that took decades, from the 1880s, 1890s, through to the turning point. Inequality peaked in 1918 and then fell and fell and fell. So these things matter. In the last 6 weeks, I've seen more maps of poverty than I've seen in all of my life. And I've seen more maps of poverty in the last 6 weeks because ONS have just made it possible for anybody to create Charles Booth types maps of deprivation from the census. And I could spend half an hour showing you publicly created map after map on social media of social cleansing in various northern cities of people doing that. So I think it will be some help. Eugenics. There's other things going on. Directly from COVID, we lost 10% of all our women aged over 90 died of COVID. We lost 15% of all men over 90, and then most of the rest were between 80 and 89, and then it goes down. And of course, a lot of those were disabled, but they were over 90. Now remember your basic inequality stats. We have a 10, 20-year life expectancy gap in this country between social classes. The majority of people who died in the pandemic were relatively well off and very old. Right? They were killing their own voters by mismanagement. This is rarely recognised because when you adjust for age, it's the poor. But if you don't adjust for age, that's why we had the glut of detached houses on the market and the housing boom, because of who died. You can't have a rush to the countryside and the suburbs without a sudden availability of housing. So there is an indiscriminateness about this, and austerity as well before it. It was lack of social care visits to people who may have voted Conservative all their life, but were living on their own in their late 80s or early 90s. And no longer getting that visit once a week because we halved the number of adult social workers. When they do eugenics, it's about killing off people who are going to have children, which is different. So the councillor from Camden who asked about evidence of something is changing. The last time we got the beginnings of a change, which was 1918, nobody noticed for 20 years. Because when inequalities fall, things tend to be bad for everybody. It's what they used to say about socialism. You know, you're going to make everybody more equal and more miserable. So it's happening under Sunak at the moment. The one person who did notice was Hugh Dalton, who was a PhD student at the London School of Economics. He wrote a thesis about inequality, and he became Chancellor in 1950. So I can give you various things that say it looks like the last peak, but we won't know for time. But other things, you've talked quite a lot about the north. Somebody very close to me at the weekend bought their lunch at Greg's in Witney and then felt really guilty because they walked with their Greg's bag past the food bank queue in Witney, David Cameron's constituency in Oxfordshire, and the queue was so long for the families of old people in Witney. You can feel things changing. The southeast of England in 2019 swung towards Labour. The Labour vote increased more than the Conservative vote. Oxfordshire and Cambridgeshire now don't have Conservative county councils for the first time ever, I think. There are all kinds of things that are going on and changing that you can see. Finally, about facts and feelings. And I'm going to argue, as you might guess, that you need both. And it's not just because I do facts and I'm not so good at doing feelings. I hate doing feelings because I get more emotional than Imogen does if I have a go doing it. But on the effects of facts, if you can remember back to a little book called The Spirit Level that was produced in 2009, inequality and poverty were not on the agenda in 2009. They didn't feature in the top 8 things when people were asked what they mattered about, what mattered to them. The economy only just pipped immigration because of the biggest crash for ages. Immigration was the big thing. Inequality and poverty, now worldwide, according to Ipsos Mori, is the second most featured problem when people are polled across the world about what they worry about most. Only 1% of people mention something slightly more than inequality and poverty as their biggest problem, and that's cost of living crisis. Right? The facts that came out from those people who worked on the Spirit Level and around the world have altered what the public say matter to them. Has to keep on being done, but you can demonstrate it really does have effect. Stories and emotions, Jennifer's ear, all those kind of things are very effective as well, but slowly plugging away at what is essentially true, just as Charles Booth ended up doing for the rest of his life after he found out he was completely and utterly wrong. They have a huge effect in the long term over what happens.
Great questions. I want to address the question, sorry, I forgot your name, the gentleman who asked around, who mentioned events in Knowsley last night, where we saw right-wing protests outside a hotel where refugees are living. And I suppose, there's this, we saw this with Brexit, the ways in which we have to look really carefully at what's going on here. This is partly what I try and do. And in my book, I look just as much at refugees and migrants and nationalism as I do at poverty and those questions. But really, this is exactly an example of a kind of stigma politics at work, yeah? Look who's just been elected as deputy chairman of the Tory party. Look at the language that is coming out of Westminster. Look at the language coming from our Home Secretary. I mean, we have here decades of racism and xenophobia and anti-migrant politics fueled by our politicians, supported by media a lot of the time. This endless. I remember speaking to someone once who was a journalist at The Sun, and, talking about how the editor would come in, this is like in the early noughties, and say, right, we need a story about asylum. There was a total relationship between Westminster politics and the kinds of storylines that were being seen. This is stigma politics, as I call it, at work. Now, there was a little tiny bit of an assumption, it's not a criticism of you, but that those were people from Knowsley, and I'm sure some of them were, but actually what we find is actually really right-wing organising going on, fascist organising going on, and that some of those people who would have led that protest and incited that violence would not have been from that local area. They've been shipped there, but it's coming from the top down. It's not working class people, who some may participate in it, But this isn't a class that's coming from the top, and it's incited and fermented by culture and the whole political system. This is how stigma politics work, and how it works is to divide groups against each other, as you identified and others have said. And so how do we have to have an anti-stigma politics to work out what to do about those divisions, some of which now, you know, are so unbelievably intense in our social and cultural life and lead to real violence on the streets, as we saw last night. But we can see also of other marginal groups being pulled into that. And as I said, even frontline workers, you know, stigmatised as part of this just intensification of this culture of hate speech. So I suppose I want to say that part of the challenge for us is how to do intersectional forms of politics that counter this division. And that's a challenge that there's not one answer to. It has to be a multi-pronged response. But I think unless we do that and we can turn the dial on that, you know, we can't have all the progressive policies in the world won't work unless we address those issues collectively together. So that, yeah, I think that was the one I wanted to answer the most. Hello, Jane from Newcastle. I totally agree that isn't the sort of welfare state we want. And my sister does work in local government in Newcastle, so hello.
Can I thank Imogen and Danny for the session? Next session is on labour markets and the economy. I'll invite Professor Rosa-Luxemburg up and also Professor Gary Dimsky to come and join me. This session we're looking at macroeconomic challenges, employment and labour market conditions, wages and profits, and industrial organising. Professor Özlem Onaran, she's from the University of Greenwich. She's Professor of Economics at the University of Greenwich. She's the Director and the Co-Director of the Institute of Political Economy, Governance, Finance and Accountability. She's carried out extensive research on issues of inequality, wage-led growth, employment, globalisation, gender and crises, and has directed multiple research projects on those issues. She's also a member of the Policy Advisory Group of the Women's Budget Group. Özlem worked with us throughout our administration as well in developing our economic strategy overall. Özlem, thanks a lot.
Let's skip over Gary's slides. Yes, that's me. You can see that as well. Wonderful. Good morning. I see that people are taking a comfort break, but hopefully they will join us back again. We decided to switch places with Gary, who's before me in the program. Yes, thanks for having me today. So I'll talk a little bit about what's going on now in terms of workers' bargaining power, income distribution, wages, and why we should worry about it beyond the inequality aspects about it, why we should worry about it from the perspective of macroeconomic destabilizing effects of the loss of bargaining power of and income inequalities. And I'm going to then try to end what can we do about it in the short run. Well, the answer will be join a union. I came with my union branch today from Greenwich here, but also in the medium run, a bit chiming with what Mary has described in the 2719 manifestos. I'll put some numbers on what I call a purple, green, red transition program can achieve. So let's start with now the bad news. That's workers' share in national income, wage share. This had peaked at around 70% in 1975. It fell tremendously over the years of neoliberalism, brief recovery, but where we were before the Great Recession, the Great Financial Crash in 2007, was a labor share of 65%. That's a lot of redistribution from labor to capital. Things got worse during the pandemic and is now getting worse of course, with the back to austerity, post-pandemic cost of living crisis. So we are around 63% with labor share now. This is forecast to drop further. We are talking about, compared to peak, a 7% loss in labor's income share. This is indeed looking actually even worse than what this graph shows, because the income share of the top 1% is also increasing. So if I had numbers for the bottom 99% of the workers, their share would have deteriorated even further. And if we look at a snapshot of the time since the Great Recession, since 2007, now I'm not showing you the white share, but a component of it, that is your real earnings, real average weekly earnings, corrected for increase in prices, in inflation. It's looking at regular pay without bonuses only, and 1995, that is 2015, that's not what I'm trying to talk about now, was where this data was indexed to 100. But if you think about where we were before the crash, and if you see here where we are basically at the beginning of the pandemic, we were not even back to where we were before the great financial crash. And of course, there's a lot of diversity behind it. Public sector workers have been a lot worse off, than some other workers in the financial sector, for example. There was some recovery, seeming recovery here. This is also partly because the lowest earners are dropping out of the pool of workers during the pandemic. But there we are now, and as of where we are today, with the deepening of the cost of living crisis, rise in inflation without any matching pay rises, we are way below, about 4 percentage points lower than where we were before the Great Recession. So much loss, and loss that lasted now more than a decade. Why is that happening? That's, I think, one of the most striking data that I have seen in my entire life working as a applied empirical macro and labor economist. That's about our bargaining power. I say we, I mean trade unionists here, to be specific about it. The blue line is union density, how many workers are a member of a trade union. That had peaked at 50% basically at the beginning of 80s. Half of workers were in a union, but today that is lower than 1 in 4 workers now in a union. It's actually more, coming towards 23%, 1 out of 5 workers. It did improve a little bit in the days of the pandemic. It differs across sectors. In the public sector, particularly in the education, it was a lifesaver to be protected by a trade union. I'm really grateful about that to my own union branch at UCU. They saved our lives, they protected our working conditions, but that really didn't edge enough to really bring us back to a powerful union density at all. And if you look at another indicator, collective bargaining coverage, that has peaked in Britain in the late 70s at 85%. Almost all workers were covered by a collective bargaining agreement fought by these union members. Well, today, the fall in this is even more dramatic. That's also down to about 25% today. Until we reverse that, we are not going to sort out the cost of living crisis in the short run. Join a union. Well, unemployment rate, another measure of your bargaining power, my bargaining power, appears to be low. By historical standards, very low. We are talking about unemployment rate being less than 4% in Britain today. Well, this is not quite right or reflecting the actual facts about people's bargaining power. One thing, unemployment rate started to increase now in the latest 3 months. This is particularly happening among men. And this is happening despite the fact that historically unforeseen number of people are now out of the labor force, so-called economic inactivity, because of health conditions following COVID. This isn't just long COVID. You can't get a hip operation because of the long queues in the NHS, because of years of underinvestment in our public services. So you can't work. You are economically inactive. Then people need to be cared for. Women are doing that. Historically, highest numbers of women, because of care responsibilities, are out of the labor force. And obviously, there are some people at the later stages of their life, they're trying to say no to the unacceptable working conditions that we have been facing, so-called the Great Resignation. Be that as it may, unemployment started to increase despite the fact that some of us aren't even looking for jobs anymore. How do we reverse all of this in the short run? Well, this is what we are doing. I thought this is another big data point that I've seen in my entire life. This is the days lost due to strike, working days lost due to strike action in the private sector. And this is what has happened at the end of 2022. Compare it with the 90s, 2000s. That's a big change. This is just the private sector. Data ends at the end of the year. We will see how that is looking when we get more data, of course, from this year, particularly with the public sector strikes that have peaked now, including ourselves, teachers, healthcare workers. Now, I want to put that in historical context. That's the strike days from 1930s, well, to the end of the 2020 previous year. Obviously, we were nowhere close to the end of the 70s, but come 2023, new data, I'm hoping to show that very soon, this will start looking different. This is how you reverse. This isn't written in stone. It doesn't have to look like that, what is happening to our wages and labor share. This isn't because of technological change. And I crunch the numbers with my colleagues at Greenwich. Yes, I can prove it isn't. It is about the loss of our bargaining power. It's about this collective bargaining and union density. And within that context, obviously, the impact of globalization, the impact of technological change are being used by capital in ways to cause this loss in labor share. Now, we worry about that, we fight against it, but there is also a macro concern, and that's not me, Financial Times, though citing our research that we had done for the International Labour Office, United Nations, summarizing the fact that capital has been gobbling labor share for now 4 decades, but victory is empty. So why is victory empty? Well, the mainstream economists would tell you wages are just a cost. If you dump them, moderate them, they will have a positive stimulus effect on private investment. It will stimulate exports. It will all trickle down. Liz Truss's trickle-down economics for you. Part of at least her trickle-down story. But actually, this is theoretically wrong. Because wages are not just a cost item, they have a dual macroeconomic effect. They are one of the most important source of domestic demand. Because we are the 99%, the rich top 1% can gobble all they can, but that's not going to be the stimulus behind macroeconomic aggregate demand. The capitalists also need someone to be able to buy the goods they are potentially so profitably could produce. So when you lower the wage share of the working people, 3 things happen. That for sure, one thing is for sure, it's gonna lower domestic consumption of the households. Because while the poor, the working class, consume more out of their income compared to their income, in comparison to the rich, profit-earning, high-income households. The second effect, the hoped-for trickle-down story, it could stimulate private investment. But hold on, private investment is not just about profitability. They're not that stupid. They're producing to be able to sell. They will look at market prospects. And when domestic households' consumption demand is falling because of the cut in wages, investment will stagnate or it could fall. And that's what is happening. So investment isn't just about profits, it's also about demand. The third hoped-for effect is the boost in exports, a decline maybe in imports, the higher foreign demand. True, if you dump labor costs, that would be a stimulus to net exports. The question is, how big is that effect? You don't have to be a rocket scientist. You don't even have to be an economist or an empirical economist to see that there is a negative effect on consumption of the households. There is a maybe positive partial effect on investment and some positive effect on exports. If you sum them up, what's going to happen? Theoretically, ambiguous. In empirical analysis, what we find for countries like Britain, and I have done these estimations for more than 30 countries, other colleagues have done such estimations for another 20. I could tell you, ask me a country, I could tell you what happens for that country. It depends, it's different. In Britain, however, I can bet that the total effect is negative. If you dump working class households' wage share in national income, that will create a negative effect on the macroeconomy. Post-Keynesians, we here, Marxist-inspired post-Keynesians, Kalecki-inspired post-Keynesians call it a wage-led demand regime. So Britain is a wage-led economy. If you dump the wage share, if capital gobbles labor share, their victory will be empty. That's what the Financial Times understood very well from what we wrote. Here is what can we do in the short run, in the medium run. Well, by medium run, I mean the 4 years of a progressive Labour government. And it's very much chiming with the manifesto Mary has summarized, 2017-2019 manifesto. I'm taking 3 elements of that and trying to put some numbers on that. Let's change workers' bargaining power, the terms of negotiation at the workplace, with policies changing the Industrial Act legislation, trade union legislation, equal pay legislation, ban 0 hours contracts and dodgy self-employment practices. A lot of details can go under that. With these policies, if we manage to achieve an increase in hourly real wage rate of workers, all workers, at the same time closing gender pay gaps, so you can see the red and purple color code of these policies, such that we achieve an upward convergence in the wage rates of men and women. You do that by increasing also the minimum wage. Combine this with fiscal policies, in particular that will target the other crises we are having. We have a care crisis in an aging population, so you need to invest in what feminists call social purple infrastructure. That is hiring more social care workers, more nursery teachers, nurses, doctors, teachers, and paying them higher wage rates, while at the same time trying to close also gender gaps. Invest in physical green infrastructure to address the climate crisis. That is investing in renewable energy, energy efficiency, that is insulating the houses but also upgrading the grid, and investing in technology that is going to increase energy efficiency in the industry as well, and also invest in public transport with an aim to provide universal free basic services, very much in line with what Mary has said in her opening speech. And while doing that, increase the wages such that these are all decent public sector jobs. These mean that we are actually also expanding the size of the public sector substantially. My understanding, by subsidies and by a little bit tricks to the private sector, you're not going to get the amount of green investment you need or purple investment you need in the right amount, right time, in the right place. You've got to do it yourself. That means you've got to put money where your mouth is. I have had a discussion about that with the Korean presidency during the time of President Moon from 2017 onwards. Sadly, they lost the next election, so now there is a very right-wing presidency in South Korea. They tried to do only the first thing: improve workers' bargaining power, increase wage rates, with a little bit of social purpose infrastructure investment. They were, however, surrounded by very conservative civil servants. And I was always asking Mary, around the conferences, John, the Shadow Chancellor used to organize 3 years in a row when we were hoping that we will get that manifesto implemented in power. How are you going to cope with civil service? Conservatively educated, fiscally conservative civil servants, they will try to restrict your manifesto and its implementation. Dealing with that and the media around that, South Korea failed around that, so they could never implement the second dimension, fiscal policy. If you don't put your mouth where your money where your mouth is, and just hope that by increasing minimum wages, the economy will flourish, just because an economist like me says your country is wage-led, won't cut it. The real stimulus for addressing multiple crises, but creating also enough jobs, decent jobs with decent working conditions, to provide the much needed services that we need, and also to produce the much needed infrastructure we need. The government has to do that. Private sector won't. Okay, and then we need to talk about funding that. Obviously, I crunched the numbers. If you spend £1 today in Britain, it will self-finance itself, half of itself, by 50p's. Because when the government spends, there is more income. Even without changing tax rates, you will collect more revenues, but it's not magic money tree. Spend £1, you get 50p back. You need to think what you do with the rest of it. How do you fund it? Obviously, Labour manifesto was very creative, talking about National Investment Bank as well, creating the network of regional and a National Investment Bank, working together with Bank of England, if need be, to create more funding for such investment. But we need more than that. We need to talk about progressive taxation of income and wealth. The past Labour manifestos talked about the more progressive taxation of income in great detail. Now we are hopefully, with some other Labour MPs, including John, but around the Socialist Campaign group of MPs, finally talking about more details around taxation, progressive taxation of wealth, particularly targeting the top 1%. We have crunched numbers around that. We can raise 70 billion with one scheme of taxing the top 1%. There are many alternatives. A democratic, participatory, economic decision-making process can come up with. I'm not going to go into details of that because you have a very long day, and I want to hear others as well. But what we crunch in this small simulation of a package, tax the top 1%, increase the tax rate on profit, decrease the tax rate on wages. Here I'm particularly talking about, obviously, below the median labor income. What do we get? Just a number summary. You get, in the medium run, accounting for productivity changes as well, in Britain, about 10% more national income. Mind you, fiscal policy effects are particularly strong. And fiscal policy doesn't, meaning by fiscal policy I mean investing in the social and green infrastructure. It doesn't just create income, it creates innovation and productivity. So the so-called productivity puzzle of the outlier Britain of Danny, can be sorted if you put your money where your mouth is as the government. And it's creating jobs for both men and women, particularly the social infrastructure. Purple investment is creating a lot of jobs for women in the given gendered occupational segregation. In total, we get about 10% more hours of work for women, 6% hours of work, higher hours of work for men. By the way, I'm not interested in creating more longer hours of work, but I am interested in a convergence in how much men and women work for pay. So I'm also going to talk a little bit about shortening of the work week while we do all of that. But there are jobs that need to be done, there are needs for that, and we know how to fund them. Because all this package improves your public finance budget, so a shadow chancellor waiting to be in power should think this is music to my ears, if Rachel Reeves is hearing me. Public debt, I'm sure our former shadow chancellor will share that with her. Public debt as a ratio to GDP in this package will fall by about 10 percentage points. But mind you, because we are taxing wealth. Taxing wealth is one of the most powerful of everything I have counted. And very interestingly, it's not just creating money, tax revenues, it is also stimulating private investment, because tax concentrated in the top 1%'s hands is not turning to private investment, it is just financial speculation. So if you tax them, you're creating a better business environment for small and medium enterprises in the bottom 99% of the wealth distribution. So that was actually quite exciting feeling for me. So in that purple, green, red New Deal, as I adopted, for a caring, just, green transition, public investment is the key. To summarize, it's partly self-financing, but you need progressive taxation of not just income, but also wealth. You need the National Investment Bank in the previous manifestos. I think we've got to get a bit more serious also about talking about monetary policy, what the Bank of England should do to accommodate a government's fiscal investment program. Monetary policy will always be the small sister, not powerful, next to the bigger sister, powerful fiscal policy. It has to accommodate and serve what a democratically elected government wants to do on its mandate. Obviously, in the short run, until you do all of this and increase tax rates, you need to start acting today from day zero when you're in power. Well, you've got to borrow as well. You've got to borrow on the basis of a new paradigm for fiscal policy, which we adopt as a needs-based fiscal policy. Not spending today urgently in green and purple infrastructure is irresponsible because it's risking our future. It is risking that we are entering irreversible climate change danger zones. We are risking old people's lives. We are risking working people's lives. We need to spend today, but it is investment. It has long-term productivity returns, so don't worry. And this is not just for bricks and mortar, railroads type of physical infrastructure. It is also the case for what feminists call purple social infrastructure, which is dubbed as current spending in our national accounts, the wage of a social care worker, nursery teacher, nurse, doctor. This is not investment in your national accounts. And we are trying to give, as economists, the ammunition to policymakers, redefine this current spending as investment such that you can say in your fiscal credibility rule, it is okay to spend, to increase the wage of the nurse, of the social care worker, of the nursery teacher as well, because it's going to increase productivity. And we have proven that. We have research at Greenwich that does show that long-term productivity effect of this so-called current spending. Obviously, I understand it is still a very conservative environment our colleagues like John are operating within. So here I am throwing myself such that there is some data and empirical analysis they can hopefully use the next time they're in power. Obviously, if you classify lots of current spending that is going to the social care economy as investment as well, in addition to all the public transport, social housing, renewable energy, energy efficiency investment, I don't mind talking about then a fiscal credibility rule where a government says, I'm going to borrow if need be only to invest, but it is a very broad ticket item. I'm using that as a sort of compromise to gain the discourse, if you like, to gain over the very fiscally conservative discourse. I didn't talk about shorter working hours. We don't have time for that, but obviously I'm not praising work. There is work that needs to be done. Let's do it, while, however, shortening the working week as well. And what we have learned from the pandemic is it is actually possible. It is conducive to productivity as well. So I would like to see, of course, wage compensation, particularly below a threshold of income when working week is shortened. Eventually, I would like to see men and women doing more equal hours of work for paid work, such that they also can do more equal hours of work for unpaid care work in the domestic sphere, while at the same time providing most of the care work through the public provision of universal and free care services. That doesn't mean that we're not going to care. We will care for our loved ones, but we will do it under conditions we choose rather than we have to. Okay, all that creates the ground for a productivity-oriented wage policy after we finally correct 4 decades of loss in labor income. If you invest, productivity increases, then you can increase wages not just in line with the rise in prices, but also with productivity. And for all that to work, I'm not a centrist statist. This is gonna increase the size of the public sector a lot, but it is to be embedded in a democratic participatory plan, including participatory decision-making procedures at all levels, including workers, users, cooperative forms, and so on. I see the warning. Thank you. You are very right. I look forward to discussion.
Thanks, Özlem. Let me just introduce Gary quickly. Gary grew up in the Northeast US, mostly Philly. He went to the University of Pennsylvania. He was involved in community organized anti-poverty work, then was two years as staff director of Democratic Caucus in Indiana State Senate. He's now the professor of applied economics at the Leeds University Business School, University of Leeds. He's currently helping develop Yorkshire and Humber Policy Engagement Research Network, which started out to assist with the recovery post-COVID. And he's now feeding university insights into council efforts to achieve inclusive and sustainable growth across Yorkshire and the Humber. Thanks, Gary.
Appreciate that. Let me just mention that, let me find my slides first. I think we went a little bit too far back. But Özlem and I agreed that it made sense for her to go first. I've known her and admired her work for many years. And, clearly she was going to focus in on the key aspects of what's going on with labor in the macroeconomy. I'm going to fill in a bit of the other parts, and I'm going to try to hold the time as well. So what I'm going to start with is basically, let's go back to Koletsky, who actually for a while lived in this neighborhood. And, he was facing the problem of what to do about 20th century capitalism. And this slide kind of tries to highlight two aspects of that. At the one idea that we can start with is this famous equation that he did that shows that basically if workers only consume and don't save, and if capitalists only don't consume and only use their savings for investment, then basically, as someone put it, capitalists earn what they spend. The idea there was that capitalist greed, their wish to have more profits, would lead them to invest, that is, in Marxian terms, to exploit labor because that was the way to maximizing profits. Now, that was 20th century capitalism. And the other point was made in this famous essay he did in 1943, The Political Economy of Full Employment, in which this is my picture of that, of one of the points made in that essay. The idea was that you see capitalism as kind of fluctuating in its political economy between a point where you notice that at the top line we have high-speed growth and low unemployment, and then the bottom line here is low growth and high unemployment. And this idea was that if the thing goes too hot, capitalists, the workers their wages will go up, capitalists will do a capital strike, they'll leave, and basically if it goes the other direction, there's too much unemployment, workers will resist. Now what's happened is that both things have broken, both of these two parts that were maybe characteristic of the earlier century have broken in our era. On the one hand, when there's too much growth, basically the capitalists are not really leaving and denying us investment. They actually never do invest anymore. We don't have capitalists like that. And of course, the other part is that until recently, workers have not resisted. So we've had this distortion. And basically, where are these capitalists? What's going on? Well, what we're going to do here is just quickly go through two parts that's going to show the roots of the problem, this kind of taking a big step back and looking at the problem of the UK economy, where we are. And yeah, you will notice my northern accent, although in the U.S. this is north and south, as in the Civil War. So it kind of goes back. Points 3 and 4, we're just going to point out some of the consequences of this. And then 5, I've got some things to say about just some points for thought. Okay, so it starts with the fact that we have long-term underinvestment. Those capitalists, right, they weren't investing so as, taking their profits and reinvesting them in this country so they'd exploit our workers more. That's done. And I have 3 slides showing you that. Basically, all of these 3 slides show you the rate at which investment expenditure, as it's called, as a share of GDP for the UK. And notice that here's something done by the actually ONS, and it shows an ONS report showing that the UK is at the bottom of investment to GDP 2005 to 2017. You say, well, that's bad. Well, okay, here's the same report. They also show that we are below the 10% level of all of the OECD nations, 1997 and 2017. Then I worked with OECD numbers the other night, and basically what we have here is gross fixed capital formation. That's one of the measures of investment as a share of GDP. Again, looking at a longer term period, and notice that the red, that's the UK, we fall below all of these competitor nations or groupings as of around 1991, and we never come back. There has been systematic stripping of investment capacity, of capital capacity for all these years. Now, also, a point's been made, and I'll just show you one slide here from the ILO. This is not a great slide, and I knew that Danny would be killing us with lots of stats. So what we have here is, on that top graph, you've got the advanced G20 nations, and the little green one there on the very bottom is average real wage index compared to other nations. So that's just where we start, the first point. Second point of what about, what are the root causes? Well, so we have an underinvestment economy. This is the basis, for example, of the Bank of England recently saying, we can't get there. Why? Because they've killed off their own capacity. Now, the second thing is, this economy is running flat out. Okay, and you see these things, the Chancellor says, where it said the highest rate of growth, and it was false figures and all that. But basically, take a look at just a couple of figures here. First of all, this is, here we've got the UK in red and the United States in blue. This is the activity rate. That means the percentage of people that are 15 to 64 who are either in the labor force or are in full-time education. So this, one of the measures. And basically what you need to see here is just that the US has a much lower rate of activity than the UK. People in the UK are involved, and basically, and of course many of them are in poverty when they're working. The second thing is just to say, we often admire the US economy for being such a great thing. Well, here we are at, and you can just see that the unemployment rate is about parallel in the two. That we say, well, the US is doing great. Well, the UK on this metric is doing well too, whatever that means. But what are the consequences of these periods of long-term disinvestment and so on? Well, the first one is that we've got this, we're stuck between what Phil McCann has called the geography of discontent and a dependence on foreign workers, and our basically the invitation that we point fingers at each other and seek to see our own characteristics, the consequences of this period of long-term underinvestment as sort of the things that we can blame. Regional inequality and the productivity paradox. Let me just show you here that here's something that shows, for example, in this case, the UK is in red, and Yorkshire and the Humber, where we've been doing some work, is in blue. And this is just take the ILO harmonized unemployment rates, and you basically see that unemployment is a bit worse in the Yorkshire and the Humber over these years. Basically, I would say, look, people are working hard, but people are pointing fingers at the people who are working hard. I've been part of a couple of productivity studies nationally, and basically what they do is they just show the supply side. And the story that we hear about the North, the problems with the North are that there's bad managers and incompetent workers. And basically they don't look at the things that Ozlem was talking about, the demand side aspects. And so everybody's hurting, but in the North, they hurt a little bit worse. Now, this is the kind of thing, there's this thing now, the Productivity Institute at the University of Manchester, and there was a meeting of this thing I'm on, this regional productivity forum a couple days ago, and basically this is the kind of thing that you look at in these discussions. You look at the fact that, here's Yorkshire and the Humber, and I mean, the details are not important, but a bunch of the cities there, and we're all below, we're growing too slowly with productivity, and our levels are low. Even cities that like to think they're doing okay, like Leeds does now. And even when they highlight, say, Northeast and the Tyneside are doing really well, and you say, well, what's that about? Well, that's about your automobile industry. Aren't you in danger of losing that industry? Yes, you are. So they basically, there's this idea that, we should capture foreign-owned manufacturing. That's being blocked by Brexit now. And basically all the efforts that are being made at the regional level, they're not enough. They're not enough. We still have this problem of lagging productivity, and there's never a willingness to point to the fact that we've been living in more than a decade of austerity, and that if you have an austerity economy, of course, the amount of registered output, which turns into, is demand equals supply, is going to fall below level, because that's how it works. Instead, they're just going to look at what's wrong with your people. They also, and this is that same meeting, they show you things like this, that your productivity scorecard, it's a red, green, and yellow. So the idea is everybody is held accountable. We all have to do better. It's not about austerity, it's about these things about what can you do to make yourself better. And so that kind of is a mentality. Again, it's kind of changing, but the other thing now is that this thing that what can you do better, who can you blame? So you get into a thing where who can you blame? The North can blame the South, devolved nations can blame England, frustrated working class communities can blame immigrants, and their racial and ethnic and gender animosity and violence grow. And actually here, what you see is that, actually you need those foreign-born workers. What this stat shows, again, this is made by, I think, ONS, is that basically 18% of workers in this economy are foreign-born, including myself, I guess. Now, actually, let me just say that there's those of you who know my work know that I talk a lot about finance, and the reason we get caught on things like that crazy episode recently with the mini budget is that we have a current account deficit. We're dependent on foreign capital. So what do we do about all this? Okay, takes a plan to beat a plan, Minsky would have said. And I've got a few points to make, and I'll try to be super disciplined because I'm a little bit running behind myself. First thing is, we got to confront the fact that we've got this long-term decline, and we need a bold economic plan. We have to start with that decline, and we have to start with the fact that we don't have the capitalists that Kalecki faced. These are not people from Kalecki's day. These people are this group is financialized and risk averse. They're advised by specialists in hedging risk, in arbitrage and carry trades. The capitalists that Kalecki is talking about are mostly leaving. The largest firms, even in the city of London, are foreign owned. And they hesitate right now to invest more in the UK in the wake of Brexit and in the shape-shifting UK government policies. Global financiers, of course, now see the UK as basically just a fertile ground for financial manipulation and gains-taking. This mini budget, of course, is mentioned. You cannot count on London and SE productivity growth to save the UK economy, right? Much of the problems, while much of productivity today derives from the City of London, its position is precarious post-Brexit because of, in part, the absence of protocol agreements, and protectionism is creeping in everywhere. So we need a developmental state approach, and with guardrails to protect against capital flight, as well as taxing the rich, as was mentioned. This notion, this regime of the UK as a global tax haven for financial capitalists, first pointed out by Jerry Coakley and Lawrence Harris a long time ago, 40 years ago. We have to end it. We need productive finance to build the future UK, not short-term rentier position taking. So, regionally speaking, bottom-up energy and dynamism. There is a problem of skills mismatches and knowledge and motivation shortcomings. Many of these hardworking immigrants need upskilling as well as do their children. So you got to put in a sustained program of investment in people, schools and teachers, vocational education, retraining. Even the current government sees that the UK will collapse without public health care and adequate human and social services. So knowledge creation is a key, and as well. We got to take advantage of the fact that one thing I have seen in this country since coming over from California is that there is an interconnected, vibrant university research teaching infrastructure. Now precarious, right? But it can be linked more closely to colleges, schools, and communities. So basically, I think also to have this notion of saving the country by saving the people, make it a watchword for coming generations. It's going to take time to undo the damage of underinvestment and the workers that we need. So we need to free up the bottom-up energy in an over-centralized state, bring oxygen back in the system. And my final point here, and I'm just going to show you a couple of slides there at the end. Basically, we need to commit to a negotiated, fair, long run. In this respect, the UK, which is now an afterthought in the global economy, can transform its role. We have to run economic growth, first of all, while we are here in Kalecki's middle zone. We can't afford to break capitalism. We have to modify it until we can talk about socialism. And the workers need to know we're on their side. And we need to see the capitalists that actually are interested in investing can make a fair return and not fly away. This means, of course, turning to circular economy investments as well. We have to think about what we can sustainably sell, because we're going to have to import some goods, and therefore we have to export some goods. How do we do that? We have to really rethink this idea of fully funding expenditures, as we hear said on the news, to adapt, because you need if you need to talk about that, then talk about a payback period longer than a year or two. Basically, if we even have to keep this concept, the City of London itself can play a role if we modify that role. We can reimagine it as a global hub for the Herculean task of financing the global transition in a plan that they talked about in COP26 that's not done yet. So we need not rentiers, but ambassador financiers. We're not so far away now that I'm going to leave it right there just to say there's 3 slides you can take a look at if you wish. One is, this is the insights that were given to us by the mostly mainstream economists who run the Productivity Institute. This was 3 days ago. And if you look down this list, you will see that actually there's a little bit of hope there. There's room for dialogue, and we think we should continue to engage in dialogue with people on the mainstream for sure. And the final 2 slides, I won't read them, but I leave you with them. This is the very start of that famous 1943 article by Koletsky. And basically, he not only summarizes the idea of the expenditure multiplier, which Özlem highlighted, but he basically says, you know, this is how it can work. And the way it can work is if we can control capital, get it moving in the right direction, use it and together with public expenditure to make it happen. And I'll just read that last little bullet point that is mine, not Koletsky's. What was true in 1943 remains true today, despite those economists who have forgotten that Keynes and Koletsky once saved the capitalism that they are now destroying. Let's not destroy it. Let's preserve it, make it reasonable and rational so we can convert it into socialism. Thank you very much.
Gary, Özlem, thanks ever so much. You can see how one merged into the other as well. I'll take a couple of questions and then we're going straight into the next session. Rob? Mike? Is there a mic anywhere? Shout, Rob, shout.
I'll shout. I'm an ex-teacher, so I've got a loud voice. Very brief question. How do we change financial markets from being masters of our economy and society into becoming servants of the economy and society? That, I think, is absolutely critical if we're going to transform and improve our economy.
Coming.
Thank you. I'll shout. I'm Joe from Debt Justice. Professor Honoran, that was a really good presentation. I think one of the effects of low wages and low public investment has been that working people have been encouraged.
Joe, yeah. Go on.
Thank you.
Joe,
So I think
remind people who you are.
Thank you, John. So I'm Joe from Debt Justice. Fantastic presentations. I think one of the effects of low wages and low public investment has been that working people have been encouraged to inflate their purchasing power through credit, right? That's long been recognised as a problem. So the level of credit now, outstanding credit in the UK economy is about 207 billion. And there's lots of reasons to think that a lot of that is unpayable and will have to be written down. So we think that there's a role for governments to engage in targeted debt write-off. Does the panel agree? And if anyone wants to hear more about it, I can bore them over lunch. Thanks.
Brilliant. Thanks, Joe. Quickly. Yep. Quick.
Thank you, Glyn Secker. I would like to make some political observations on what we've just heard about poverty and about wages and organised working class. We have 12 million people in the country suffering dire poverty. That's the equivalent of London, Birmingham, Manchester and Bristol populations combined. It's horrific. And we have, on the one hand, an organised working class now really fighting for preservation of working conditions and wages against a vicious attack. But those battles are going to get settled at some point. That's why people go on strike for a settlement. That's going to leave the hungry and the people suffering dire cold in the political wilderness. And I am really worried that that's going to leave an open door for the far right. When you've got a large number of people who we had very emotionally and accurately described as suffering in a whole number of ways, despair, humiliation, combined with anger, that is really dangerous. And we have a rise of the far right across Europe. We have Le Pen getting 40% of the vote in France last time round. We have the rise across the whole of Europe. We've got Trump in America. We don't need to emphasize the horrors that are at our door there. So what do? Well, we've got Right to Food, which is a brilliant organisation started by Ian Byrne, MP in Liverpool, putting pressure on local authorities to produce free school meals and so on. But that is an organisation which makes the point that hunger is a political choice, and that's the political choice of our government. What I believe we need to do is to build now hunger marches so that people who are suffering begin to have a means of expression and take control of their lives, of their anger, to be part of the fight back. And that needs to be integrated with the labour movement and with the trade unions, who also have members. There are nurses who come off night shifts and go to food banks. In fact, there's a food bank now inside King's Hospital. I was talking to the nutritionist about it yesterday. We have to build those links, that intersectionality, and it has to happen quite quickly, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I bring the panel back in, there's others who've indicated we can bring in the next section because they are linked exactly as that. Husband, do you want to respond?
With respect to how to tame finance, obviously there are many things around financial regulations, capital controls that we can talk about. That's all very important, well-trusted, tried measures elsewhere in the world, as well as in our own past. But I will say just simply grow your own, meaning we need to make sure that we have a large publicly owned financial sector. By public, I'm using the word broadly. It includes, of course, state-owned banks, regional and national investment bank network, but it also involves municipally owned, locally owned savings banks and cooperatives. If you grow all your own, you can then suffocate private finance. And if we are strong enough, yeah, go for it. I'm in favor of nationalizing the financial sector. I have a Christmas list of which sectors I want in public hands. That includes the care economy, energy, transport. Finance is in my list. I am now including food, agriculture, and production in the form of cooperatives as well, because we can't leave that to agri-businesses and speculation in commodity markets. But yeah, grow your own and suffocate, take control. That's how we will do that. Restructuring, I totally agree, anointing. This crisis is just starting to unfold in very ugly ways that will include, of course, divide and rule and racism in it as well, of frustration. But the debt of households and the debt of the bottom 10% of the firms is in a very serious position. If you are serious in power, you need to deal with this. I had proposed linking debt payments of the households to income, banning evictions with respect to both rent, but also with respect to utility bills or tax. But obviously these are all short-term emergency measures that we've got to do. And then what do we do? That's the medium run. But we can't let these people evicted and build on it a strong and stable economy, if you remember the reference. I mean, it's not humane, but it's also not macroeconomically stabilized. It is destabilizing. Debt is destabilizing. This debt had been accumulating year after year, along with the 40 years in the graph as wage share is falling. I mean, you got me right there. It was in my slides, and I was being told that I should wrap up, but you're absolutely right with that. And I mean, obviously, I agree with everything you have said about, solidarity networks, food solidarity in particular. But
whatever we can think about, enough is enough. There are very good campaigns that we should go and build and relate with. As the union movement, something I can say. Thank you.
Gary?
Yeah, on the financial, Özlem said it nicely, but I would say keep in mind the UK, as Coakley and Harris pointed out in 1983, has been a tax haven economy, and recent books have talked about that too. So you know, basically, you got to regulate your markets, you got to end tax havens. We need some capital controls, and key to part of all of that is to get money out of politics. These banks that actually are going to be replaced, Özlem hopes, by public and quasi-public institutions, they're no longer lending. That's not what they do. They're sustaining a super leveraged, globalized financial system that basically entraps them as ways of making their 1%. So it's not functional. It's a dead weight around the hand, the neck of the advanced capitalist nations. Leave that there. The far right and so on, absolutely. That's why actually the organizing we've been doing in Yorkshire and the Humber, which has involved universities working with local councils and communities and so on, that's a form of fight back. And basically we got to support and work with local councils, local people, local organizations, third sector organizations, know them, know who they are, get involved. Because basically what I see across this country, which I did not see in the United States, is that the local councils and even now the combined authorities, there is a level of dedication and willingness to fight for people and fight for justice, to fight for sanctuary communities and so on, that I never saw in California or in the United States as a whole. It's here. And basically this is a form, this is a base from which the fighting has to start. So work with your local folk, and let's go from there, and then win some elections nationally too.
Thank you very much. I think Gary and Özlem, really comprehensive. Right, this is Stakhanovite stuff for those people who remember. We're going to go straight into the next session, okay? We're going to be a little bit late for lunch, but it's a good lunch, I promise you, okay? The next session is on equality in the fight against discrimination. The themes are racism, sexism, patriarchy and migration. Let me introduce Rafeef. Rafeef is a lecturer in comparative politics at the Middle East at King's College London. Her research interests are broadly concerned with the political economy of war and humanitarianism, racism, and the security state, particular focus on the Middle East. Her research is focused broadly on political economy, gender and race, with a focus on Middle East and East Africa. She's worked as a researcher and campaigns organizer with a number of refugee rights and anti-poverty NGOs. So actually it just feeds on very well from our last discussion. Rafeef.
Okay. Marhaba, hello to the last few still standing. You've had a long morning. We've thrown a lot of data at you. A lot of it has been like scary data, horrific data of stories from around the country. So can I just get that side of the room to say hey? Hey! All right, this side of the room? You're already wobbling. Middle of the room? Hey! All right, because if we're going to actually build for change, we need a little bit more energy in the room. And I have to say that before becoming an academic, and I put on my fake blazer this morning so you could all realize I'm an academic, I was an organizer. So my instinct, I was a trade union organizer, and then I was a community organizer. So my instinct in a room like this is to actually break us up into groups and start speaking about organizing, and to get the organizers in the room up on this platform speaking. Because I think, as you've all heard, the situation is really urgent and dire. And I teach public policy, and I often tell my students that no matter how magnificent the policy we've come up with is, if we don't have the organizing power behind it, then it's just ink on paper. And I think what we really need to do now with the urgent situation we've heard about is figure out how to get organizing spaces to deal with the real emergency on the streets that we are dealing with. So thank you very much for the invitation to be part of this discussion. I wanted to speak today in the spirit of Cabral's call to tell no lies, expose lies whenever they are told, mask no difficulties or mistakes or failures, claim no easy victories. And I think we have to admit that there has been a crisis of figuring out where to go and where to head after the latest elections. And we seem to be hearing the word crises over and over, whether it's refugee crisis, migration crisis, health crisis, almost to the point where we've forgotten the real meaning of that word. And any policy analysis we do today has to deal with the dynamics of Britain and contend with, first and foremost, the devastating consequences of Tory-led austerity, neoliberal austerity, over the last decades that was ushered by governments before it, we shouldn't forget. Following the electoral victory in 2010, the Conservative Party, then in coalition with the Liberal Democrats, though people tried to ignore that part, embarked upon one of the most far-reaching restructuring of the UK state, as you have heard. Utilizing also opportunities presented by the 2008-2009 global economic crash, the coalition government led a raft of savage cuts to welfare and public services, including 27% cuts to local government. And I was very glad somebody brought up local governments, because they are the first forward-facing ones that have actually felt the cuts. This also included a 68% reduction in spending on social housing. The results, again, as you have heard this morning, have been an unmitigated social and economic disaster. By 2018, more than 20% of the country's 66 million strong population were living under the poverty line, with 1.5 million people utterly destitute. That is lacking basic essentials. And I purposely picked the statistics from 2018 because now there's a narrative that it was COVID and the war in Ukraine that wrecked the economy. Well, the Tories had actually done a pretty good job wrecking the economy even before COVID had come. And in these conditions, what I want to speak about today are two questions, and as Mary alluded to in her talk, that were largely missed in the politics and policy that were put forward on the left. And those were the questions of migration and anti-racism. Because in these dire economic conditions, it is central that we discuss how migration and anti-racism are framed as both political and policy issues. It is striking how in the current time, the question of migration has been rendered so central to all political speech. Debates over national security, economic growth, crime, the erosion of public services, and even ecological sustainability tend to hinge on how you see migration, how you understand migration, and how you debate it. Unfortunately, I have a fear that very often in progressive policy circles, we frame the issue as migrants need to be treated better, so we should treat them better than how the Tories treat migrants. I fear that this makes the issue a question of hospitality and degree of accommodation, rather than one of class politics, mobilizing, and organizing. So let me be even more blunt. I do an exercise with my students sometimes when I tell them, close your eyes and I'll say the word worker, what comes to mind? And inevitably, no matter what the makeup of my classroom is, the students will say something about overalls, something about a big machine, and something about a white man. Now, if every young person thinks this is what the working class looks like in a city like London, where 81% of cleaners and workers in all sectors are migrants, then there is a racialized and extremely gendered dynamic about what a worker means in our society. There is sometimes a very simplistic economistic understanding of class that ignores the centrality of race and migration in the making of the working class. Not migrants somewhere else who are suffering because of something else, but actually how does migration work here? So my name is Rafif. I come from a family of Palestinian refugees. The name Rafif itself means the sound of birds' wings. My parents named me that because they thought birds can cross across borders, but we as human beings are not allowed to cross because we didn't have documents. I am supposed to stand here and tell you, but I'm a productive, good migrant. I'm one of the good ones that you should like. But that in itself is a dehumanizing step. Thinking that people are only as good as the job they can get because they can benefit the economy is in itself a move to make migrants worthy, deserving, or unworthy. And just as we understand Tory austerity as a violent process, we have to center in our politics and policy that the so-called international migration regime is also a brutal and violent one. So-called border management has entailed securitization, externalization, and criminalization of migrants and refugees, and anyone who dares to support them as well. The overall objective has been the warehousing of people externally, outside the global north, and preventing them from ever reaching here. It is not accidental that in his last days, Gaddafi actually threatened Europe with ousting refugees and allowing them to break through. For decades, the immigration regime was actually about making agreements with dictatorial regimes outside in order to control borders. But talk of a migration crisis or a refugee crisis is centrally a debate about what bodies have a right to free movement. There are, in reality, open borders for capital and open borders for individuals who can actually buy citizenship. Citizenship by investment programs, CIP, which allow the direct purchase of residency rights and a fast track to citizenship to those able to afford it. For England, where a golden visa program was introduced in 2008, the total amount of investment earned through the scheme is estimated to have reached 3.18 billion by 2015. With more than 60% of successful applicants, and I would do a quiz if I could, but I can't, 60% of the successful applicants to this golden visa have been from China and Russia. So when policies against freedom of movement are passed or there are discussions against freedom of movement, in reality, they are a very specific assault on the movement of specific bodies who cannot afford to purchase citizenship. Ignoring this fact that it is about the purchase of citizenship ignores very much the makeup of the migrant working class of the cities that we live in, whether in the north, whether in the south, or the fact that migration happens within the country itself when there is so much poverty. So there is one liberal response to this. People who have very good hearts, very well-meaning, emphasize that we should abide by human rights, we should abide by international law, we should emphasize the dignity and respect of refugees and other kinds of migrants and give provisions of humanitarian assistance and the meeting of government obligations under international law. In place of the xenophobic idea of a migrant threat, there is a more welcoming attitude to migrants, and that is said to be able to afford them rights and benefits in the host country. While I think this is well-meaning, and it's certainly better than what we've heard from Priti Patel and Suella about their language around rights and how deeply racist and xenophobic it has been, and we haven't heard enough about racism and xenophobia today. While I think this is well-meaning, this paradigm is actually producing the idea of a good versus bad migrant, of forced migration versus economic migration. It is essentially a softer policy of sifting and ordering and labeling who is worthy and who is not. And I am afraid it is also a paradigm that produces that mug that was made by Labour calling for border controls. To those of us who are migrants in that country, that mug was horrifying. And the line between that mug around border controls and sending refugees to Rwanda and asylum seekers to Rwanda is fuzzy at best, if not non-existent. Migration is explained in this way as a question of war and poverty that is elsewhere, that is far away, without taking any responsibility by Western governments, the UK being one of the leading ones among them, and international financial institutions to producing displacement and poverty in the first place. imperialist wars, the associated arms trade, which this country benefits from handsomely, and economic and ecological devastation. The neoliberal restructuring of recent decades didn't just happen in this country, it happened around the world. Migration is thus not an issue that begins at the national borders. It is rooted in long histories of colonialism, international economic pressures, and foreign policy practices that generate immigration patterns in the first place. This reckoning would also mean a reckoning, first and foremost, with the colonial legacies of this country. And unless that is centered also in policy, we end up speaking just about poverty within one country, ignoring the ripples, the historical ripples, but also the contemporary ripples that we have to deal with today. Migration in particular underpins class composition across many poorly paid, highly exploited, and precarious sectors of the labor force in cities like London, but other cities as well. There's this idea that London is somehow exceptional in the country, like migration only happens here. But strikingly, migrants make up 81% of London's cleaners, 50% of sales assistants, 61% of transport drivers, 50% of construction workers, and 34% of nurses. The lives of these migrant workers are shaped by the enduring experience of what Ruthie Gilmore has called organized state abandonment. Poor, neglected, and often overcrowded communities awkwardly juxtaposed with rapidly gentrifying areas. This reality, of course, was shockingly demonstrated by the Grenfell Tower fire. And we live in a city where something like Grenfell Tower can happen, and to this day we have no accountability to those who died in that fire, majority of whom refugees. This fire, and if there's any political lesson we can learn from this tragedy, is that as a left, we have to always recognize poverty's multi-ethnic, migrant city realities. A reminder that a politics of class worth its name must always remain attentive to the migrant, refugee, and asylum seeker, not as an outsider that is simply seeking charity, but as an agent of change that wants to mobilize and act. So I don't want to take long. As I said, I'd much rather hear from all of you and actually speak through a strategy and a policy where we can have a better migration policy and a better policy on policing, a real progressive change, rather than an accommodation to the least common denominator. Rather than understanding migration as an issue of charity and adhering to international norms, understanding it as very much part of class struggle. And here I appreciate the person who raised this issue of what is class. Because here I'm also speaking about the unemployed. I'm also speaking about anybody who is suffering the consequences of this current economy. So many people are not just out of work, they're not just underemployed, but they're also not employed whatsoever or underemployed in this economy. Rather than an adherence to least common denominator policies that scapegoat migrants for all economic ills, or argue that we need to take jobs seriously. And I hate to say it, but there were a lot of voices in the debates around migration when the Labour Manifesto was happening that were explicitly saying British jobs for British workers. And that was a regression. And rather than adhering to that and saying, we have to be accommodationist to this view, we need policies that actually say, no, this view is wrong. We need to have an anti-racist politics that takes institutional racism seriously and puts it right at the heart of any so-called progressive policy. And to me, this links directly to policing. I really urge all of you to look at the pages that had to do with policing in the Labour Manifesto, because it actually called for more policing in communities to keep them safer. And I understand the logic of that argument, and I know that some people want more policing, but for racialized communities, whether in cities or outside cities, the police have not been our friends. I live in Wood Green, and on a weekly basis, I stop outside my train station, ensuring that police are not harassing young black men who are coming outside simply for being black, for no other reason. And I put my glasses on so they can take me seriously and not harass me in return. And there's an entire group of women who do that, again, on a weekly basis. So as a progressive policy saying we need more, as a progressive policy saying we just need more police in our communities, I hate to say it, it is extremely tone deaf, especially in the post-Black Lives Matter moment. There have been at least 1,784 deaths at the hands of the police in England and Wales since 1990, and considerably more if we include deaths in prisons and at the borders. But when we step back and examine this, the entire justice system in Britain operates on a very clear racialized hierarchy that pushes racial inequalities even further. The prison population has actually nearly doubled over the past 2 decades. There is a tendency in this country to say, you know, this is a US problem. They have prisons and they have racism, while here everything is great and cool. That's not the reality, and the numbers speak different. The term institutionalized racism has to become central to anything to do with progressive policy. And again, I'm happy for all of us to sit around and think through what would actually be policies that tackle directly institutionalized racism and not dance around it and actually speak about it. Speak about the policing. Understand if there are reforms being put forward, can it ever be reformed? Many of us went out to the demonstrations where Sarah Everard was killed, and many of us understand now daily there are stories about policing and the police and racialized and institutionalized racism. This has not really translated in policy terms in progressive circles. Just to end on a note of where I think we can head in terms of these big questions around migration, on a smaller scale, one example I have been particularly impressed with and thought does really good work is this model. I used to live in Canada previously, and it was used quite extensively, the migrant worker centers. Now, some unions would have this associated with them, or sometimes they would be independent migrant worker centers that exist in numerous countries and have effectively fused migrant-led, community-based politics with a clear orientation to labor militancy and class politics. In other places, established trade unions have managed to successfully incorporate migrant workers and effectively open space to rank and file activism by migrants themselves. This is critically important, precisely because migrant workers tend to be found at the front edge of labor market deregulation and flexibilization, such as the increased use of temporary labor schemes and the proliferation of subcontracting agencies. They often lead resistance to such measures before they roll out to wider sectors of the class. And this is really important. A lot of this organizing exists, but a lot of it tends to get ignored if our entire focus is on what happens within parliament and electoral politics. We have scope right now, again, in dealing with this emergency to build migrant worker centers, to strengthen migrant center organizing. And if we don't take this opportunity now, it might be too late. And any progressive policy that we build without the organizing behind it, again, will end up being just ink on paper. Campaigns against border violence, deportations, and detention centers, supporting migrants in legal matters and other day-to-day engagements with the state, ensuring access to services such as healthcare, education, childcare, language training, and so forth, and perhaps most importantly, fighting for the regularization of status for those who may be temporary, undocumented, or deemed illegal. These are all issues for and of labor. Migrant rights are workers' rights. That is not just an old slogan that we need to park when it is not necessary and hide it away and brush it under the rug. It is a slogan that needs to be central to our policy making. The harm caused by police, prison, and border systems is both very racist and also a very British problem. It is not external. Thus, it's not something that can be brushed under the rug and treated as a matter to deal with later. As many feminists would know, whenever in the 70s people would want to put gender equality on the table, people would say, well, let's get in power and we can deal with that later. And I feel there's a similar dynamic that happens around migrant rights and anti-racism. You know, let's just get into power and deal with this later, but we don't have the luxury. The communities we live in and the communities we come from don't have the luxury of that waiting. That organizing is happening right now, and we need to build that power now. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafi. Thanks, Rafi. That's terrific. Our next presenter is Dr. Maya Goodfellow. Many of you will know Maya. She's a writer and academic. She's specialised in the relationship between race, bordering and capitalism. She's currently Leverhulme Early Career Research Fellow at Sperry at the University of Sheffield. She's conducting a research project exploring these themes. Through this work, Maya is particularly concerned with the politics of the centre and the material elements of racism. In her first book, Hostile Environment, How Immigrants Become Scapegoats, Maya analyses and challenges the anti-immigration arguments that have been widely accepted in mainstream UK politics. Maya, thanks a lot.
Hi everyone. Thank you very much for having me. I'm actually going to keep this. I am going to keep this very brief because I think it's important for us all maybe to discuss some of the things that Rafifa said, but also because we're covering, quite pleasingly in a way, quite similar ground. But I don't just want to repeat exactly what she said. So I'm also going to focus quite specifically on immigration in the British context, largely because that's the kind of work that I do, but I think there are limitations to that. So maybe that's something we can also talk about in the Q&A if we want to think about what's going on elsewhere in the world that might be similar and different to here. But I think it is actually quite important to hammer home this point about migration for one or at least two central reasons. The first is that historically the British left has not been necessarily good when it comes to thinking about migration and anti-racist resistance to racist immigration policy. There have been really important pockets of resistance in British history, but unfortunately when you look at the past of the British trade union movement, you see complicity, you see successive Labour governments passing very, very racist legislation that has helped us get to the point that we are at today. So we have to be really honest with ourselves, I think, about the fact that not everyone is necessarily on the same page when we think about the left, however broadly or narrowly you might conceive that. But the second thing that I think is really is probably worth saying before I sort of get into the specifics, is that I think it's really telling that even in this moment that we're in, when we have a Conservative government that is really going incredibly right-wing on channel crossings, there is barely even from the main opposition party a Liberal response. Barely even a Liberal response. We have someone leading the Labour Party who is a lawyer who could say use lots of legal terminology to make the case in the way that Rafifa was saying, in a very liberal way that is very problematic, but would at least be better than where we are now, which is almost no response at all. And I think that tells us something, which is we do need to consider where change is going to happen on this. And where I see change happening is people out on the streets in places like Glasgow, people in Peckham resisting deportations. We have to learn from and engage, if you're not already, I mean, I assume some people in this room probably are, but if you're not already, engage with those movements where people already understand the intersections between racism and immigration in this country. And because that is where I think some of the real change is going to come from. But if we want to think about, if you want to start talking about policy, I think the conversation around immigration and race in Britain is always going to be incredibly imperfect, because I don't think you can necessarily legislate away the deep-seated issues we have in Britain around immigration. But I think if we are going to think from a policy perspective or from a party political perspective or from an electoral perspective, there's a really necessary place we have to begin, and that is that we should not be simply forming a response to the current immigration regime and the current state of immigration discourse in Britain simply by looking at public opinion polls. And the reason I say this is that this is a very common strategy, unfortunately, even on the left, where you talk about immigration, the response that comes back to you is, well, people in Britain, you've got to understand where they're at. And I think, yes, we do have to pay attention to where some people in this country are in terms of their opinions and views on immigration, but you don't do that as a starting point for then trying to pander to those people. You do that as a starting point for then trying to change their minds in terms of where they are. But the other thing is that I think even if the public opinion polls, this is another thing I hear a lot at the moment, is that public opinion is shifted post-Brexit. We're not post-pandemic, but post-lockdowns, people are beginning to soften on immigration. They're no longer as hardline as they once were. But the policies haven't changed. The policies have gotten worse. It doesn't actually matter to a large degree where the public opinion is, because the Conservative Party are passing the legislation that they're passing, making it harder to claim asylum in Britain, and the Labour Party are sitting back, basically saying nothing other than we'll collaborate with the French better to stop people from crossing the Channel. I mean, it tells you that this idea that public opinion is the barrier to having a better immigration policy or to having a better immigration discourse simply isn't true. And the other thing that I think is really necessary when we're looking at the state of affairs in Britain around immigration is there's this belief that New Labour came in, created a fairly liberal immigration system. They did change the immigration system in all kinds of ways, opened different avenues up for people to come in to work in this country. But then you had an increase in anti-immigration sentiment because they let too many people into the country. And that tells you that it's a natural reaction to too much immigration that causes things like Brexit. We have to reject that idea, obviously, but we really have to engage with that argument that is anti-immigration sentiment is some kind of inherent or natural reaction to too much immigration. We know that that is an incredibly racialised argument, but we also know that unfortunately that is still a starting point for a lot of people in terms of their strategy to thinking about immigration in Britain, including on the left. And so the sort of final, or the two final things that I would say on this is, one is to reiterate something that Rafif said that I think is really, really crucial. Over the past 2 years, I've done a lot of work around this idea of the economic migrant. Who is the economic migrant? I could sort of explain to you all the different ways that this term is used, but the main takeaway from all the research that I've done looking at the way that this has been used in British political discourse is that it's an incredibly racialising term, which I suppose is no surprise to many of you, but it also comes with ideas of what is useful in terms of capital accumulation and what is not. So who is the economically useful migrant? The economic migrant that is seen as positive, which was really the case under the new Labour government, and the economic migrant who is seen as a threat. And what you can read through that is then how policy is structured. Who is going to be let into the country, who is needed for the economy, who is not. And we saw a really good example of the flaws of this kind of thinking for a left strategy during the height of one of the lockdowns. If you remember, there was a big campaign against the NHS immigration health surcharge. So for those of you who don't know, that is a surcharge that people who happen to be migrants have to pay on top of paying already for the NHS through their taxes, like people who happen to be citizens. There was a big campaign around that where people were quite angry that people who were doctors and nurses and carers, porters in the NHS were having to pay twice over for the service that they were staffing in this moment of sort of public outpouring around people who were key workers. And there was a successful campaign to end the surcharge for people who were health workers, albeit the government was sort of slow to implement. But that's where the campaign ended. And I thought that was a real moment of showing us, A, who is seen as valuable and who is not, and B, if our campaigning is structured around the contributions that migrants who are outside of British citizens make to Britain, that's where how your humanity gets determined. That tells us that is a bad basis. It can be maybe a starting line, depending on where you're kind of beginning, but that is a bad basis for campaigning and changing things in this country to make sure that everyone is treated equally. And so the final thing that I would probably say is there's a word that, I mean, I probably have used in the past few minutes, but that I do think we need to all kind of focus in on is like we always talk about immigration, we think about what can we do around immigration, around migrants, how can we make sure people are treated better, we talk in these terms. What we should be talking about is the border. Like, we shouldn't be talking about people who are migrants, people who happen to be born in another country and have moved here for whatever reason that may be, because ultimately there can be a less violent immigration system. We should work towards making it so that certain parts of our current immigration regime are changed. That could be done fairly easily in the short term, but there can be no progressive border. You are always going to be filtering people out on some kind of, whatever kind of criteria you come up with. And so we need to get more comfortable with talking about bordering and talking about the damage that the border does to people's lives, instead of allowing the conversation and the policy to be based around bordering as supposedly protecting people who are already here. And so we do need to get more comfortable with talking about dismantling the border. And I think that maybe is an uncomfortable place for some people, but it has to be a horizon for campaigning and for pushing for change. Otherwise, we end up reproducing the exact same politics that we claim to be wanting to resist. But I'll end it there. Thank you.
Okay, let's throw it open to questions and comments. Come in. Is there a mic about? Someone's liberated the microphones, never mind.
Yeah. Thanks, John. You started off by talking about praxis, and I think it's really important that we think about praxis, and that informs what we do, because this is a progressive policy platform conference, but for me, how change occurs is really important. So my name's Mark Harrison. I'm been involved in developing social action over the last 45 years, but also I'm part of the disability movement and I'm a member of DPAC. And if we take disabled people as an example, all the progressive policy changes that have come around disability have come from disabled people taking direct action to change the world. And that's what's being missed out here, because it's about, for me, it's about activating, not seeing people as objects of policy, but active subjects. How do we activate, whether it be young people facing racism, whether it be refugees and migrants, whether it be working class people on council estates, in the edge of nowhere. Because unless we see people as agents of change and we activate them, we're always looking upwards. We're always looking towards Parliament and the powerful. And that's the problem that I think we've got to a large extent. Nobody will fund disabled people to change the world for themselves. We have to do it. You know, the British government won't do it. None of the think tanks will. You know, this whole, just give an example, the whole debate around the National Care Service. Disabled people have been fighting for a national independent living service. We don't want social care. Social care is a 20th century response to 21st century problems. The social care system is rooted in the 19th century, in the workhouse, in the poor laws. It's a privatised system. Social care is being used by the government as a battering ram and as an example of how to privatise the NHS. Why would we want to fund social care, which 85% of it is delivered by the private sector? Disabled people have been fighting for, but we can't get any traction. You know, the think tanks, Neff, the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Fabians, the King's Fund, Joseph Rowntree, they're not interested. They're talking about varying different examples of, social care is broken beyond repair. They're talking about moving the deck chairs around on the train. There's nothing progressive about that. There's nothing radical. Now, so it's not just disabled people. If you look at the fight against racism, you know, what the two-tone movement, it came out of working class youth in Coventry, multiracial youth getting together, black, white youth, black, white, Asian youth. You know, all the examples of big social change in those areas have come out of those bottom-up movements. So as policymakers and as socialists and as trade unionists and people who want to change the world, we have to change the world. Not just talk about it, not just be obsessed looking upwards. We have to change the world from the bottom up and the inside out. And that's what social action is about. That is what community development, community organising, the work of Paulo Freire, the work of Saul Alinsky. We need to let that live. And we need to build that relationship between clever middle-class academics and people talking here, because those voices aren't here in the room. And what I'm making a plea for is policy conferences that live from the bottom up as well as the top down.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Really helpful. Right at the back. God, this is infectious. 2 hands went up at the same time. There we go. Thanks for that. That was great.
Hello.
Yep.
Thank you. Really interesting talks. My name is Michael. I'm head of sustainability for an architecture practice. I found what Dr. Rafif said really interesting regarding policing. And what I have to say goes back to something that Imogen Tyler mentioned about the children and their community being taken away from them. So essentially they ended up being exposed to drug dealing, etc. I think what we need to do is we need to bring back those communities, because essentially it's communities that allow us to police ourselves. So that's what we want to get rid of, as in the policing that we get from the current police. And when it comes to immigration and racism, let's not forget that we wouldn't be here today where we are. We wouldn't have achieved what we had done if it wasn't for the black communities, for the South Asian communities. So we really need to do something about recognizing that. Thank you.
Guy next to you. Guy next to you. And then this person here. Yes, on.
Hi. You touched on something quite important about grassroots activism and how it relates to policy making. And there's this contradiction where... there's this contradiction where once you put out a policy paper, whether it's progressive or not, that is something that's eventually going to have to get pushed back by grassroots activism. And how do you see these two things really?
Okay. There's a guy down here and there's a bloke up on the right. Well, I don't mean on the right, I mean up there somewhere. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. We'll come to you now. Okay. Sorry, I didn't see you.
I just want to mention, for my sins, and I've probably committed a lot of sins, I unfortunately went to an independent grammar school. I feel very, very guilty about it. And they taught me Latin. And what I learned from Latin was, for example, the word nationalism comes from the Latin deponent verb genascor, which means I am born. So nationalism comes from a word which means I am born. Guess what? You can be born anywhere in the world and you can't control where you are born. So that really critically attacks, in fact exposes, how nationalism is totally ridiculous. And on the point of economic migrant, the word economics comes from the Greek word oikos, which means a house. Shouldn't the world be a house for everyone? Doesn't that make sense? Doesn't that make an absolute idiocy of nationalism? If we are going to address these problems, the arbitrary choice of national borders, and I say that again, the arbitrary, and the arbitrary comes from the Latin word arbiter, which means judge. We are not supposed to be judges. We are supposed to actually allow freely all human beings to participate in the world. That's what we should be as human beings. And finally, a 6-line poem.
God.
A bird has wings. It knows not nations. No one has a right to clip our human wings. None of us deserves little leaky boats. Everyone deserves the world equally. All of it not fragmented by arbitrary borders. This is poetry. Poetry fuels the imagination. Do not lie down and accept it. Two peoples? No. No, we are one humanity. And we must not allow the entirety of creation, nature, to be ruined by greed.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. You learn stuff at these conferences, don't you?
Hi, my name's Sharon. I'm a dietitian. I also teach public health. So food and health is something that's really, sort of my bread and butter, if you like. And sort of one of these sort of key, and so I'm heavily involved with the Right to Food campaign, Ian Burns' Right to Food campaign, because of all that I do. But involved in that campaign is the issues around food banks and means testing and who goes to food banks and who has to, and questions of universality and how do we build unity in working class communities around our rights. And the right to food is something that you can use in order to build rights around, to put out a call for universal free school meals, for the ends and means testing around food banks. And in my own area, which is Lewisham, where you've got the anti-raid squad going on, then it's absolutely, and I was out this morning, I go out every day because we've got around our local football club where we have food drives. You also have now stickers going up with double H on it, so going around trying to take off the double H all the time. And so, as Glyn was saying, which is Heil Hitler, as Glyn was saying, there is sort of like an underbelly going on in communities because of the want that's there, because of the suffering that's there. And the key question is how do we bring communities together? And so for me, a lot of that is what we do on the ground. It is about the social action that we do, but it's also recognising how can we, within the movement, it's not waiting for whether we get a Keir Starmer government or not, it's here and now. And we need calls now, and we need Labour councils now who are going to address the questions of universality around questions like food. If we get it around food, we get it around other things. But it's an argument that you can win that says to people, this is for all of us. If we don't have universal rights, and who is let out, who is left off? If you've got more people going to food banks, and the biggest number of people going to food banks are migrants and low-paid workers, then at a certain point now, there's not enough food at the food banks as it is. So it's getting a bigger stretch, and people start blaming others. And so the problems are real on the ground now. And so, I suppose the question, this is building toward a question, but it's around what do we do on the left and as socialists in communities? What demands do we put out now that build unity? For me, I think the big call we have to give is around our universal rights, because that's what's been taken away. And food is one way that articulates that, because if you don't have your right to food, then in order to have your right to food, you need a right to live and income and so on and so forth. But it's something that is, that has to be there for everybody and brings together supporting the rights of migrants, low-paid workers with the rights of all of us. Because I think if we don't find something, I think we have to start giving a much greater voice to our universal rights as a way of pulling together our communities and making sure our communities stay together and support each other. But the problem we've got is that Labour councils are not going to give those universal rights, and that is a big problem, because on the ground we've then got to build a movement that will keep people together, organising for those universal rights. And so if that's what I wanted to say, so I just think I'd love to hear your views just on something is here and now, what should we be campaigning on that pulls our communities together?
You spoke earlier, so I'm just going to bring these last two in before the panel. Sharon's been working with Eileen O'Keefe over the recent years as well. It's worth Googling the work that they've done. The last two, and then I'll bring the panel in, and then you can have your right to lunch, okay? Be quick. No, if you can be quick.
I just want to say I work in the NHS at St George's Hospital in Tooting. The nurses have been on strike. I've been in picket lines Tuesday and Wednesday for the nurses, and on Thursday I was out for the physiotherapists. Just want to make the point, the NHS was built on immigration. If you look at the history of immigration controls, the first immigration controls in the United States were brought in against Chinese immigrants. The first immigration controls in Britain were brought in 1905 against Jewish immigrants. I'm an internationalist. I don't believe in borders.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to say very briefly, I think I agree with absolutely everything that's been said.
Good.
But I think we should talk about international imperialism. We should think about the arms sales. We should think about Ukraine and guns and what happens to our industry and our people and ourselves when this sort of thing is going on. I'm Jewish. I'm a pro-Palestinian Jew. I know what's happening with weapons and money using Israel to hold American position in the Middle East. And this is going on all over the world, and it's affecting how people live here and why they're coming in a state of terror and poverty and sadness. So I really think we should be thinking internationally. I'll shut up now.
Sorry for being awkwardly located. I'm a PCS rep, and in our branch, every year we do an equalities assessment of the casework we've had to do, and every year the same thing comes back, which is you're massively more likely to be discriminated against by your manager if you're not white. It's simple as that. But what we are trying to get our national union to do better is, and we're bringing a motion this year at a conference, is about looking at workplaces and actually saying, well, who aren't members? You know, how have we managed to embed being more white than our workplaces into our membership structure? And outsourcing is a huge, huge part of that. And we don't have right to access to speak to, for example, outsourced cleaners in our workplace. And more than anything, those are the kind of things that trying to get the big unions to put resources into, so that we were able to, you know, represent members better, and for those then members to become reps and actually make the union more representative as a whole, I think is a really, really important part of this as well.
Yeah, there's a woman here. Yeah, you. Yeah. Can you get the mic there? There's a woman there. Give PCS their due. I've been involved in their dispute at Bays on the outsourced workers and cleaners there, and they've had huge success. And it's one of the most vibrant campaigns I've been involved in.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
I was surprised to hear that there was no mention of the UBI proposal in this whole conference, and thank you for mentioning the right to a living income.
Yeah.
And John Courtnidge has got a cooperative socialism proposal. He calls it living income for everyone. He calls it life, but it's basically, I think, the same as the UBI. And all the thing about the psychological, the shaming, and of people who are claiming, and the resources being put in to assessing people. It's rubbish work. And those, if everyone has a certain amount of money, and more for people who need care, more for people who are disabled and need care, etc. What about all the mothers? What about all the people doing care for elderly relatives? In human nature, people who have security and a roof over their head, they don't sit around. They always find something useful to do. That is, you know, the positive human nature that we all have. And the tax system can easily take care of the costs, because if everybody gets it without this expensive assessment, then those who are earning more, it can be taken off in tax. It's not rocket science. So can we get this into the economic discussion, please, John?
Yep. It was in our last manifesto, believe it or not. Okay. Let me bring the thanks a lot for that. Let me bring the panel in for those, and then we'll have something to eat.
Thank you all. There were mostly things I agree with, and people were agreeing with me, so that's wonderful. But I think we're all asking a similar question around, we all feel a bit defeated at the moment. There was such euphoria with the last manifesto. I was one of the most excited people about it in the world, and I have to admit, I was speaking to a lot of anti-racist organizers, and they were very hesitant and reluctant. They saw the pages on policing, they saw the debates on migration, and they said, you know, look, we're always the ones they throw under the bus first. And I said, no, this is not going to happen this time. But you know, what happened, and the elections happened, and we're all a bit confused and unsure, and there's people leaving the Labour Party in droves. There's grassroots activists that are desperate and not sure what to do. And there seems a lot of the questions were around the issue of praxis and the issue of grassroots organizing versus policy, and at which level do we work. As I said in my talk, I think the conditions are so urgent for our communities that it's not simply about developing the best policies on paper. We can gather the greatest academic minds in this country and internationally, and there's lots of my colleagues doing this, and they are formulating brilliant policies, but unless we actually have the power to implement them, we will be in trouble. And I think one of the issues that happened last time is people who were amazing came into power and were like, oh my God, we have no infrastructure whatsoever to actually implement the things we're speaking about, and had to be making these policies on the go. So it's both a question of getting ready if such a moment happens, but also making sure that it happens again. And that takes organizing. It doesn't just take impressive sounding policies or numbers. It takes our local organizing. And I would follow this conference up with an organizing conference about specific strategies and how to build them in our communities to get the different sections together and get us speaking. As I said, I am not a policy wonk. I teach public policy, but I would like to see policy coming from the grassroots. And I think, as Mary pointed out early, the brilliant thing about that manifesto was it actually was grassroots-led. But I would say here, speaking to the communities that are most affected and letting them lead the policy discussion. Listen to communities who are suffering under policing and see what they have to say about making those communities better and developing policies that way, from the bottom up. If we're going to be for the many, then the many have to speak for themselves, not only be spoken to. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I will keep it short, because you can then all have your lunch. But I mean, if for anyone who is engaging at a grassroots level in any of these struggles will know that a lot of the answers to the immediate policy problems are there. People know what needs to change, but what's also in those spaces, which is why I sort of ended by talking about the border, is what's also in a lot of those spaces is a real understanding of like the longer term horizons that we mustn't lose sight of as well. So when there's immediate need, as there is now because of the country that we live in with the government that we do have to respond to that immediate need, and we do have to formulate policy responses to what an alternative would look like. But I think it would be, if I learned anything from the past 7 or 8 years, it's that we also have to have horizons that to some people might seem like they are never achievable, but we will never get there if we don't imagine it and we don't talk about it. And in those spaces, that is where those discussions are happening. And so that's why all the comments that were made about praxis, but also about thinking about the international, those discussions are happening, they're alive, those connections are alive. And I do think that Rafif is right, we have to learn from the things that are already going on and not imagine that we have answers that, you know, are already out there. And the one final thing that I would just say, that there was someone at the back thinking about racial inequality in the workplace, and one of the other things that I think we should be sort of mindful to and pay attention to is the past 3 or 4, 5 years longer of thinking about anti-racist protest in Britain, but globally, is one of the things that people should be learning and understanding, is that there is a whole school of thought out there that thinks and understands about how capitalism and racism work together. And what that work does is not just think about the worker in this very quite simplistic way of the wage labourer. We have to be thinking about people outside of that relationship all around the world who are resisting and being exploited, and centre that as well. And that's also the conversations that I think I've been party to at grassroots level. People understand that, and I think it is incumbent upon, like, you know, the middle class people in the room for us all to be engaging with that and working towards changing the world in the way that people in those spaces already know is possible. But yeah.
Okay, you've seen what we've done this morning. We've started off with the manifestos, and Mary took us through the elements of that as well. They're almost like archaeological documents now, to be honest. The whole point of this discussion is about how do we move on, where the gaps are, and also the point that Maya is making is being well in advance with our ideas, so we're developing a future. But it has to be linked, and that's the lesson of the last 8 years or so, it has to be linked with, exactly as has been said, the ideas are important, but the movement has to be developed as well, the infrastructure for that. So that's the next stage of some of the discussions. We're going to have lunch in the building next door now, where people can talk to each other, meet panellists, etc., and go through. We want to try, this is almost impossible, isn't it? We're going to try and be back by 2:30, and then we're going through Pettifer and Kai Hiran with the environment. We've then got a discussion of futures, public services. Jolien's here then with Tanzil on the Constitution and democracy. So come back as quickly as you can, about 2:30 if you can. Right, this session, kick off. This session is climate and the environment, and the themes are climate change, ecology, biodiversity, and the Green New Deal. Our first presenter is Anne Pettifer. You all know Anne Pettifer anyway. Anne Pettifer, British economist who advises governments and organisations, work focused on the global financial system, sovereign debt, restructuring, international finance, sustainable development. She's perhaps the best known for correctly predicting the financial crisis 2007-2008. She'll give you betting tips later. She was one of the leaders of Jubilee 2000 debt campaign. Most of you will remember it, how successful that was. Director of Policy and Research in Macroeconomics for Prime Network. It's a network of economists and a member of the Green New Deal group of economists, environmentalists and entrepreneurs. And as Mary and others will tell you, was really instrumental in advising us on the Green New Deal and our policies around the environment overall for the last couple of manifestos and since then in various campaigns. Over to you, Anne.
Thank you very much. So, first of all, thank you to John and to Madeline for organising this and bringing us all together. God, is it needed? And I can tell from the people here that we're all thirsty, hungry for getting together and talking about these things. Now, I managed to corrupt some of my my slides, but anyway, I'm going to start here. I want to start here, and I heard what Mary said this morning about how conditions are different now, and I want to stress, and I want to start here with Versailles, and just remind you how bad conditions were then. We just recovered, we just ended an imperialist war. People across Europe were starving because of blockades and because of the end of the war. There was riots and there were strikes all around. This is the Palace of Versailles where the negotiations were taking place, and on this day there was a massive strike of French workers. So the place was in total upheaval and had been, large swathes of Europe had been destroyed and had to be rebuilt. And here were these world leaders gathered in this posh place trying to solve the problem. And John Maynard Keynes was there as well. Now, I have to say, because I say this in every talk I give, that Keynes is wrongly defined as being the inventor, if you like, of tax and spend, of fiscal policy. To be anti-austerity is to be Keynesian. This is not what Keynes was about. Keynes was deeply uninterested in fiscal policy. He was passionately concerned with monetary and financial policy, and he regarded fiscal policy as a consequence of a stable or unstable or broken financial system. And so you had to focus on fixing the financial system if you wanted to fix the deficit. So, I just want to say this because both his enemies and his friends have dubbed him tax and spend, and we must get out of that. And I want to talk about what the proposal he made in 1919 for the rehabilitation of European credit and for financing relief and reconstruction. I'm South African born, and a good friend of his at this time was Jan Smuts. What's wrong with Jan Smuts? But Jan Smuts toured Europe and kept coming back to him and telling him how people were starving and how awful and degraded the European economy was. So he came up with a scheme for rehabilitating Europe. And that, I'm telling you this because that's where the Green New Deal originated, in 1919, not in 1933 or 45. So the key thing about his plan was that he was committed to redesigning the international financial architecture. He said we had to do that first and foremost. We had to depart from what was then called the gold standard, which was really government by Wall Street, government by the City of London or government by Wall Street. He said we had to end that and we had to move to government, if you like, by public authorities, democratically elected public authorities. We had to exercise public authority over the financial system, which at that time was governed by private authority. So he made this revolutionary plan, and I'm calling it revolutionary because if it had been implemented, we would not have had a Second World War. We would not have had the rise of fascism. We would not have had the catastrophe that was the 20s and the 30s. And, of course, I'll explain a bit more about it. So his plan was a simple one. Germany would issue a bond. I promised to pay, right? That bond would need to raise £1 billion, which in 1919 was quite a lot of money. That bond, the repayment of that bond by Germany, would have priority over the repayment of all other bonds. That means that that bond would have priority over Wall Street debt. Now, you need to remember that Wall Street had financed both sides of the First World War and had built up massive debts, had issued bonds on private bonds, and Keynes was saying, well, those bonds are going to be subordinated to this bond. And enemy nations, the only thing they would have to do is not to go around collecting savings or taxes or whatever to finance this. All they would have to do would be to guarantee the bond. In other words, if Germany defaulted, then France, Britain, and the United States would repay, right? That's all they had to do, just make the promise, the guarantee. the bonds would be acceptable, he argued, as payment between allied governments and as first-class collateral at central banks. So the French could use the bonds to pay debts to the British, because there was this problem of inter-allied debt as well. And his plan included provisions for other central powers and new nations to issue similar bonds, similarly secured by guarantees by the big, powerful economies. Unfortunately for Keynes, and he was rather naive politically, unfortunately for him, the advisor to President Wilson, the most powerful leader at the Versailles Conference, was this man called Thomas Lamont. And his nephew subsequently wrote a biography of him and called him the ambassador from Wall Street. And Thomas Lamont read Keynes's proposal and said, over our dead bodies, do public debts take precedence over Wall Street debts? And he persuades Wilson to blow this up, whereas the French and the British governments thought it was a very good idea. So the plan gets defeated, and Keynes goes home and he writes this vitriolic book, The Economic Consequences of the Peace, in which he personally, and in my view quite rudely, attacks all the leaders. And, you know, it's the best-selling economics book around. It's still in public. It's still being published. It's extraordinary. But he was so angry at the way his plan had been defeated. Now, that is the basis of the Green New Deal. And it becomes later the basis of the New Deal. So what's happening in England at this time? In England, under this time, we have Ramsay MacDonald in 1929-31, 10 years later, and Philip Snowden, rigid exponents of orthodox finance who would not permit investment and spending to stimulate the economy. With unemployment at 2 million after the 29 crash, they struggled to balance the budget to maintain sterling on the gold standard. So everything that the government, the Labour government at that time, 29-31, wanted to do was subject to the permission of Wall Street. Let's not mess around. The City of London was small beer compared to Wall Street. If Wall Street didn't like it, you couldn't do it. And so what they were trying to do was to implement policy that would be acceptable to Wall Street. And that meant austerity. And that's, in August 1931, Ramsay MacDonald formed the national government to carry out spending cuts to defend the gold standard. And of course, he destroys the Labour Party in the process, or the Labour Party's power in government. But then something happens. It's really quite interesting. How many people here have heard of the mutiny, the Invergordon mutiny? Ah, wonderful. It's an amazing thing. On the morning of Tuesday, the 15th of September, 1931, the Cromarty Firth rang to cheers from the Royal Navy ships lying off Invergordon. This wasn't an outbreak of patriotic fervour, but the sound of thousands of sailors coming out on strike. It's called a mutiny, but it's more accurate to call it an industrial dispute carried out by servicemen who were supposed to have left their civilian rights at the gangplank. Right. So this is when, you know, MacDonald announces cuts to pay, sailors' pay. And the sailors say, well, if you're going to cut our pay, we're not going to board the ship. They literally bring the whole of the British Navy to a halt. Right? They just simply defy their bosses and refuse to board ships into sail. This is a massive mutiny, which very few people know about, actually, where the whole of the Royal Navy is paralysed by this industrial dispute. This leads to a stock market panic, because the stock market, basically, the finance sector, thinks that MacDonald's not going to be able to implement austerity. There's then a run on the pound. International speculators think, oh, we're not going to stick here because we may find that public spending takes priority over private spending, in particular private repayment of debts to us. And so they have a run. Britain is forced off the gold standard. It was incredibly humiliating. Britain, which was the world's greatest advocate of the gold standard, was forced off it. Now, what I want to say, why I want to say this to you, is there's like a lightning strike between the sailors' pay cuts, the mutiny, the stock market panic, the run on the pound, and the collapse for Britain of its membership of this international financial framework. It's devastating. The Daily Herald, whose sales skyrocketed during this period, described the national government as a dictatorship of international finance. The price of saving the pound, it argued, is to be paid by the very poorest people of this country. And the reason I'm telling you this story is that I'm so concerned that the left, it focuses on austerity, which is bad, and all of that, but never really fully makes the connections between austerity, monetary system, and the international financial system, and the fact that it's governed by private authority, right? And if we don't make those connections, we're going to go on and on, digging the hole. The austerity hole will just get deeper and deeper, as it has done over decades. And we can see the history of the Labour Party, where the Labour Party in the 1929 and 1930s is devoted to this system which priorities private finance. And then in 1933, something happens. Franklin D. Roosevelt is elected president. And in his inaugural address, he says, the money changes. This is after 29, the crisis of that, the collapse effectively of Wall Street. The money changers have fled from their high seats in the temple of our civilization. We may now restore that temple to the ancient truths. The measure of the restoration lies in the extent to which we apply social values more noble than mere monetary profit. So he immediately, on that night, the night of his inauguration, he says to his staff, we are getting off the gold standard. I've been hearing what Keynes has said. I've read all of Keynes. He was, of course, he was governor of New York in 1929 when 5,000 banks went bust, right? He had been trained in economics. He said, we're getting off the gold standard, and I want you tonight to go to Wall Street and tell them, you know, to freeze gold. And they said, well, you can't do it tonight because tomorrow is a holy day, Sunday. You're going to have to wait till Monday. So on Monday, he closes the banks. But he doesn't close them to fix the banks. He closes them in order to take the gold out of the banks. And then he goes public and he says to the public, hand over your gold. And to his astonishment, the public hand over their gold, right? The gold gets shifted into the treasuries, to the vaults of the treasury, away from Wall Street, and he gets a grip finally on managing the currency. Not just managing the currency, managing interest rates. He appoints a progressive governor to the Federal Reserve, so they manage interest rates, so they manage the monetary system, they manage the currency, and then he can begin to spend. And he begins to spend. And I just want to say that that is a lesson we really just have to understand. That is the way we get transformation. Now, I have to say, you know, I've heard what was said this morning about grassroots activity, and now I'm there. You know, I was part of a mobilization of millions of people worldwide to get the debts of 35 of the world's poorest countries cancelled by the year 2000. And we've got about $100 billion of debt written off in nominal terms. And so I know about mobilization and grassroots mobilization, right? And I know how transformative it could be. But first of all, and the key thing about Jubilee 2000 was that we explained to people how the system worked, how the system of international creditors and sovereign debtors worked, where the power lay, what the resolution process was or wasn't, right? And people said, when I started working on that, I remember Oxfam saying, you can't do this. It's much too complicated. You can't explain it to the people in the street because, you know, it's the international financial system. And I said, that's bullshit, right? It's not rocket science. And sure enough, people got it, and we brought about huge change. So by dismantling the gold standard, Roosevelt placed a democratic government, not Wall Street, in the driving seat of the economy. I wanted to get an image of him driving, but of course he was disabled, so he couldn't drive. But this is an image of him sitting in a car, at least. It enabled the Roosevelt administration to manage the value of the currency, the dollar as well as cross-border capital flows, interest rates and fiscal policy. In July 1933, Mr. Ramsay MacDonald was part of a conference held here in London called the World Economic Conference, called by the League of Nations. The purpose of that in 1933, July, after Roosevelt had been elected, was to restore the gold standard. And Ramsay MacDonald was at the helm of this thing. He wanted to see the gold standard restored because his administration had been humiliated by having to be kicked out of it by a bunch of sailors. So Roosevelt writes a letter to them. It's called the Bombshell Letter. And in it he says, the old fetishes of so-called international bankers are old and we must abandon them. And we must have the power to manage our own currencies, right, and so on. It's called a bombshell. It closes down the conference. This is a conference of world bankers who want to restore the system of private authority over the financial system. And he blows it up just by refusing to attend as president of the most powerful nation. So he begins to spend. He sets up the Works Progress Administration. When I say he, his administration begins to spend. It's an amazingly progressive period, you know. They had societies for women painters. They promoted the arts. John Steinbeck's famous book, The Grapes of Wrath, was financed by Roosevelt's program of financially supporting artists, right? Music, culture, all of that was incredibly important. They set up works projects all over the place. They introduced security for the family, social security. But most importantly, from our perspective, is they invested in transforming the Dust Bowl, the ecological crisis of 1933, by planting at least 4 billion trees. And that was extraordinary. They had to do this because whole swathes of the United States had been degraded by over-farming and over-exploitation of the land. Now, I want to say this. Roosevelt was no angel. His policies were racist in many respects. He was married to a feminist, but he refused to have women as part of his civic organizations that planted the trees. Women had to look after their place in the home, etc., etc. So the man is no angel. And I'm not here to defend all of the things that were done wrong to satisfy the Southern Democrats, who are all racists, of course. But I'm here to say that what he did here, is something that we must learn from. And it's the basis. It was the reason why I joined the Green New Deal group, made up of environmentalists, ecologists who knew much more about the environment than I did. But I was very clear that what we had to do was to spend a whole lot of money transforming our economy away from its addiction to fossil fuels. Where were we going to get the money from? And that's why I thought we couldn't talk about a New Deal, a Green New Deal, without talking about the financing. How to manage the spigot that drives the hyper-globalization juggernaut by shifting power over the system from private to public authority. It needs to be a globally coordinated strategy, a reflation strategy worldwide. I'm very clear about that. I'm an African. I'm very clear about how Africa is carved out of all these things and how desperately they need to have their economies transformed as do the rest of the world. And the Trade and Development Report have shown us on how to undertake this structural transformation and this development-based recovery. But the most important thing for me is this. We've got to begin to manage public capital mobility. The power that Wall Street has, the City of London has, that private equity firms have, that asset managers have, they derive entirely from their ability to just move money where they fancy. And the impact of this on people is catastrophic, right? We just must not underestimate it. And I want to tell you the story of why it's catastrophic now. Because our energy prices and food prices are going through the roof. not because of the simplistic notion of supply and demand, not because the Russians have cut off supplies, because actually when it comes down to it, as we have learned from Germany, we don't need to depend on Russia's supply of oil, right? Mainly because the Americans have upped their supply. That's not a good thing. But the fact of the matter is we can get by. We've got enough. Supply and demand is not fixing these prices. What's forced prices to go through the roof is speculation, commodity speculation. And I tell the story in this way. Elon Musk, who's a bad guy, another white South African, Elon Musk can fix the price of Tesla cars anywhere in the world, in New York, in London, and in China. He determines the price. President Putin does not fix the price of oil. The Saudis do not fix the price of oil. Big, bad BP, Exxon, Mobil, you name them, they do not fix the price of oil. They are all victims of the commodity markets, which are speculative markets, based in Chicago in particular, at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, right? You have to feel sorry for BP. This year they made profits of how many? 90 billion? But in 2020, they lost $79 billion of losses. Yeah, shed a tear. But the fact of the matter is, and of course they're not entirely passive. They have groups inside their businesses who are also playing the market, the commodity market. So they're not entirely crippled by this. But they can't control that market. Who controls that market? The invisible hand. And why is it so effective in forcing up prices? Well, because as soon as there's the smell of war, as soon as there's the tiniest indicator that there might be some disruption, hundreds of billions of dollars flood towards Chicago, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, and gamble on whether the price is going to go up or whether it's going to go down, and when it's going to go up and when it's going to go down. They're gambling right now on the direction into which it will travel. And you know what? We have absolutely no control over that market. So our Bank of England governor says we've got inflation. Why? Because massive demand. Because people have got high wages and they're spending that money. And they're going out there and there's massive demand, as Osman was telling us, huge demand, and that's causing inflation. So what do? We raise interest rates and we kill demand back home. And the speculators think, well, that's nice, I'm sitting out here, nobody comes near me. Nobody comes near those billions of dollars. Of course, the Fed is doing the same, the ECB is doing the same. It's catastrophic. It's really damaging. And they're all hoping that it doesn't turn into a great financial crisis, but I can tell you that is wishful thinking. So we need to manage, and I don't like to use the word capital controls. I like to think of myself as Ed Cook, the boss of Apple. Would you just let your company be run by the invisible hand? No. So if you're the Prime Minister or whatever, you want to be able to manage things in your domain, and that requires managing capital mobility. So it's very important governments must manage capital mobility in order to manage interest rates. If I can borrow money over there in Brazil or in South Africa for 8%, but in London it's only 1%, my money is going to go to Brazil. And then if Brazil has a crisis or lowers their rates, my money will flow out and go somewhere else. So Brazil can't fix interest rates, and Britain can't fix interest rates because when capital is mobile, because the capital will just go. So when you're trying to keep interest rates low here to pay for investment, private and public, then the money will just escape and go to Brazil or wherever. And so we've got to be able to manage interest rates to manage capital mobility. And we've got to manage access to central bank resources. Now, Gordon Brown and Ed Balls would like us to believe that the Bank of England is independent. And nothing could be further from the truth. Right? Andrew Bailey is a political appointment. He got an appointed because he's a Brexiteer. Let's not beat about the bush, right? And I'm not objecting to political appointments. That's the right of a democratic government. But don't tell me he's independent, because that's rubbish, right? But it's also not true that he's independent in the sense of caring about Britain as a whole. He looks after the 1%. And the 1% want nothing more than to have access to quantitative easing. They want nothing more than to be able to buy the safe asset that is British government debt, to use as collateral so they can have that collateral and then leverage additional borrowing against it on the sense they have got the safe collateral. They don't want to be invested in BP because BP could go bust. They don't want Mr. Adani in India because he can be fraudulent and, you know, his business could go to hell tomorrow. No, they want British government debt. Now, we should be able to say, as a democratic government, well, you can have access to British government debt. You can use it as collateral for your asset management fund, but these are the terms and conditions. Thou shalt pay thy taxes. Thou shalt keep thy money here. Thou shalt invest in Britain. If you don't want to do that, honey, you can't have access to these resources. I think we just got to learn to say that. We don't even know that we have to say that. We don't even know we have the potential power to do it. We think it's an independent private body, the Bank of England. So we wanted particularly to manage access to public safe assets. And we wanted the central bank to green collateral frameworks, which is what people like Daniela Gabor and so on are working on now, saying, if you're a fossil fuel company, you can't be messing with our you can't have British safe assets, right? So, you know, there are ways in which we can bring about change. We could really make it, give the big oil companies a hard time by demanding that they change their collateral frameworks. So I want to end, because before I've gone on for too long already, by saying, how do we pay for the Green New Deal? And I'm not going to be able to go into great detail, but because I want to think about it conceptually, and I want us all to think about it conceptually. There's only two sources of income. The first source is credit, and the second source is savings. And what I want to explain, because I really don't think it's properly understood, I heard this morning, and I won't say who said it, that actually we have to raise taxes in order to pay for public services. And that is bullshit. It really is, right? We don't have to raise... Taxes are a consequence of investment in economic activity. They happen after we've spent the money. And it's like, you know, if you think about in your own job, you start a new job, you go to work, you work hard all month. At the end of the month, you get paid. And then you get taxed. So your tax is a consequence of your employment. And I don't know who paid for you to get the job, but they would probably have borrowed money for that purpose in the first place, right? But the tax is a consequence of income. If you don't have income, tax revenues fall. If you don't have private income or public income, tax revenues fall and your budget gets out of balance. If you want to balance your budget, raise incomes everywhere, and then balance, and that will bring in tax revenues and budgets will balance. So they're the consequence of credit, finance, public and private investment, in particular in employment. So, you know, you could spend money on interest rate, paying off interest, and that's not productive. But if you spend money creating jobs, and this is why it's so important to the labour movement, because a green economy has to be a labour-intensive economy where we use human labour and not fossil fuel energy, right? We've got to ride our own bicycles. We've got to walk. We've got to grow our own vegetables. There's going to be a lot more that we're going to have to do with manual labour. That's going to make it a full employment, labour-intensive economy. And the thing about the labour-intensive economy is that people who are employed, people who are paid decent wages, high wages, people who are skilled, generate the tax revenues that are needed to balance the budget. It doesn't work in a different, it doesn't, you know, you don't first get the tax revenue and then employ people. It works the other way round. In a monetary economy, all savings originate as credit. If you lived in a country with a barter economy, or if you worked in a country in Africa, where their monetary system is, if not, is probably not operational or doesn't have credibility, then you have to go abroad for savings. You have to ask the Americans for dollars, or the Japanese for yen, or the Brits for sterling, because you can't do it. But in a monetary economy, in a developed monetary economy, all saving originates as credit. With the development of monetary systems, society is no longer dependent on those with savings or surpluses for finance or credit. And that's the wonder of it. You know, in the old days, before we had, for example, before 1694, and we had a central bank, if you wanted to invest in your plot of land, if you wanted to grow an extra harvest or some such, harvest an extra piece of land, you'd have to go to the baron, the big bad baron, ask him if he could have some of his profit surpluses savings. And he would say, yeah, well, these are my terms and conditions. Very high rates of interest. You've got to repay me with your harvest for the next 15 years or whatever. And by the way, I see you've got a beautiful daughter. Bring her up to the castle. So, you know, in those days, that's what you were dependent on. And then we developed a monetary system, a central bank and a banking system. And you just went to the bank manager and you said, look, if I grow an extra harvest, I have extra income and I'll be able to repay this loan. And you get the mortgage, right? So we do have to appreciate we work within a monetary system. Those with accumulated capital are no longer sole providers of finance. We don't have to rely on capitalists to tackle the climate crisis and ecosystem breakdown. In a monetary economy, savings are not needed for investment. The central bank provides credit at the macro level, if you like, to banks and other institutions, and private banks provide credit at the micro level of the economy. At the individual level, credit is something we fund expenditure by paying from future income. And at the level of the state, it is financing current spending investment from the state's future income, repaying ourselves. And we can see how much money there is, right? And when people say to you, there isn't any money, please, you know, just remind them of the trillions of dollars. There's $900 billion on the Bank of England's asset sheet alone, balance sheet alone, of assets. For all the central banks, it's in the region of $30 trillion, right? That's the credit that's available. That's the ability to create credit. They're called assets because they've issued loans, credit, and they're going to expect to get income from it in the future. That's why they're called assets. And they've issued $30 trillion worth of those. Now, the question is whether they will be repaid, but that's another story. But then we come to the question of pensions. Are there savings? I mean, the question of savings. Is there enough savings in the world? Yes, there are. We know, according to the OECD, that there's $60 trillion of savings in pension funds, right? Where's that money going? Well, quite a lot of it's going to Chicago. And you think about your pensions when you think about your pension fund investing in commodity speculation. You need to worry, right? What it should be doing is going into productive employment-generating activity at home, which generates income and tax revenues and keeps the system, not just the financial system, but also the public financial system, in balance. So, you know, we know we've got $60 trillion out there, which is looking for safe investment. So, to conclude, there's no shortage of finance for the Green New Deal. But the real shortage is of projects and plans for employment that will generate income, including tax revenues, to balance budgets and transform the economy and the ecosystem. And I'll end on that note. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Dr. Kai Heron. He joined Birkbeck's Department of Politics in November 2021. He writes, teaches and researches at the intersection of contemporary political theory, global political economy and critical geography, with a focus on land struggles, climate struggles, and ecologically regenerative futures. He's an associate of the progressive think tank Commonwealth, which most of you will be aware of, and associate editor at Contention Journal. Kai.
Thank you. I don't have slides, so I'm going to leave this up as a promotional material for Anne's work. Okay, so thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for the conversations we've had so far. They've been really enlightening. I've been here since this morning listening along. And thank you obviously to John McDonnell and the rest of the organisers for setting up this event. It's a really important thing to be doing. Okay, so my name's Kai Heron. As John mentioned, I'm at Birkbeck at the moment. I'll shortly be moving over to Lancaster, and I'm also an associate at Commonwealth, where I work on questions of ecology, commons, democratisation, and green transitions generally defined. And when I was invited, I kind of had a quandary. I think about these issues in two ways. One is very macro, it's global. So I think about the threat of something like green imperialism or an extractivist regime for green transitions in the global north that will exploit the lands and labour of the global south. And I'm very attuned to that and aware and conscious that that's a real threat. A previous UN Special Rapporteur for Inequality said that we're heading towards a climate apartheid scenario. I think that's very true. So I could have pitched things at that level, but in the interest of doing policy, I've pitched it at a slightly different level. I'm going to go quite modest and talk about on-the-ground kind of policy-making, organising work that I've been doing for the last couple of years with colleagues. So I'm going to introduce something called a public common partnership that we've written a couple of reports about, and I'll explain what that is and why it might be useful in thinking about green transitions in the UK and hopefully beyond. Okay, so I'm going to begin by explaining in abstract terms what a PCP, as I'm going to call it, a public common partnership is, and why they might offer an important alternative to either private or state ownership in our thinking about green transitions. And then I'm going to describe how PCPs might be used as a means of revitalising council farms, which some of you might have heard of, but if not, I'll introduce you to what they are, as a pathway towards commoning agricultural systems in the UK, to ease access to land for new entrants, to restore damaged ecosystems, and to assist in a green transition. Okay. So if I'm going to get through all of that in the 15 minutes that we have allotted each, it's a lot to get through, so I'm going to take a couple of things for granted, things that I think the first two at least everyone's going to agree with. The first, ecological crisis is here, it's now, and it's completely irreversible. Someone said earlier we're heading towards an irreversible situation. We're already there. It is irreversible. The 1.5 people say is on life support. Depends where you sit on that scenario. We're in that. Arguably is gone. That doesn't mean we don't act. It means we're more obligated to act than ever before, right? So it's both too late and we have to act now. I think we all pretty much agree on this point, right? In 2018, a special report from the IPCC said that we need rapid, far-reaching and unprecedented changes in land, energy, industry, buildings, transport and cities. And that urgency has only escalated since that report came out. So that's the first assumption. Climate change is real, it's happening, and it's irreversible. The second is that a transformation of the scale that we need to have delivered will not be delivered by the private sector, which, as the slogan goes, and as somebody said earlier as well, puts profits before people and planet. So we can't rely on the private sector to fix this issue. Then the third assumption, neither is it reasonable to expect a transition to be delivered in a top-down manner by the state. So someone was talking about social movements and social organising. I'm going to try and thread a needle between social movements and policy, if I can, in the time that I have. So nationalisation is great of key industries, but it's not enough. A large-scale, rapid transition of the kind that we need requires the consent, mobilisation, and empowerment of communities across the country. This isn't a new insight of mine. I'm not coming out of this revolutionary new idea. In 2017, under Corbyn's leadership, the Labour Party published a report, I believe it was commissioned by John and Rebecca Long-Bailey, called Alternative Forms of Ownership, which proposed that neither private nor state ownership could deliver social, economic, and ecological justice. The report basically argued that alternative forms of ownership were needed, in which the state would work with communities to develop new democratic systems of ownership, self-management, and of economic planning. And then this idea, again, is not new from 2017. It goes even further back. So I'm going to reference one of my favorite thinkers on these issues, Stuart Hall. He had an essay in 1984 called The State, Socialism's Old Caretaker, in which he said that he makes a plea for passing power from the state to society at large. So he says, we can envisage a partnership between the state and society so long as the initiative is always passing to society, so long as the monopoly over the management of social life does not come to a dead halt with the state elite, so long as the state itself is rooted in, constantly draws energy from, and is pushed actively by popular forces. So the public common partnerships I want to discuss are guided by that intuition that common ownership is not just state ownership, that democratization is not just a political goal, but a social and economic goal, and that power over the most urgent socio-ecological questions of our day and over the reproduction of society at large should be passed from the state to popular forces of all kinds. Crucially, that agenda isn't just a politically motivated wish, something it would be nice to have. It's a socio-ecological necessity. So again, to have a green transition of any kind, we need the consent and mobilization and empowerment of communities. And so the PCP model is trying to do that. Okay, so the goal that in the time that I have left is to, as I said, thread that needle between Stuart Hall's words and this report on forms of alternative ownership. And I'm going to focus on agriculture, which we haven't, it's briefly been discussed, but it's not been discussed enough, I think, in this space so far. So the sector occupies 70% of UK land. We are largely an agricultural territory, though we may not think like that. And while it's only responsible for 10% of emissions, at least at the point of production in agriculture, agriculture is responsible for 69% of nitrous oxide emissions and 48% of methane emissions, which is a highly potent carbon gas. Okay, it's also responsible it uses fossil fuel-derived inputs such as fertilizers and pesticides. It's responsible largely for the disappearance of half of the UK's biodiversity since the 1970s, for soil erosion, and for the pollution of our waterways. And we have some of the most polluted waterways in Europe. So with all of that set up, I'm going to get properly into the kind of policy wonk material of what a PCP is. Please bear with me. It's not my natural territory, but I think it's worth going there. So public common partnerships, rather, are an institutional form to democratize the management and ownership of an asset or a resource. It can be anything from a farm, which I'll be focusing on, to a woodland, to an energy company, to a high street, or to a hospital. PCPs, as our reports for Commonwealth have shown, and our ongoing work with communities is showing, are a viable alternative to private ownership as a means of empowering communities to decide and act democratically on economic, social, and ecological issues. So as the name suggests, PCPs are a subversion of the failed model of public-private partnerships that were pursued by successive British governments, and in which public money, land, or assets were given to private for-profit corporations to provide public goods and services. So you might want to think, for example, of the kind of back-end privatization of the NHS, which if you take a broad notion of a PPP, I think this applies. The 2018 Carillion fiasco, if people can go back pre-COVID, that was a public-private partnership as well. So over the years, they've been incredibly successful at redistributing wealth and resources from the state to private capital. Capital benefits massively from this investment, and the risk is taken by the state. That's largely what's in it for private capital, is a kind of de-risking of their financialization, expansion, and accumulation of wealth. So PCPs, public common partnerships, propose that rather than partnering with private capital, councils and other public bodies can and should work with communities to design, manage, and expand the commons. So rather than using public money to support private capital accumulation, we propose that public funds and resources are used to empower communities, giving them collective democratic control over assets and resources. So what does that look like in practice? PCPs entails the co-ownership and co-management of an asset or an industry or a service by three distinct and mutually supporting groups. So the first is a relevant state authority, such as a council or another land-owning public body, and that's the public part of a public common partnership. The second is a grouping that we've taken to calling a commons association, which is comprised of community members, residents, local business owners, it might be unions, workers, consumers. This is part of the commons. And then the third is project-specific stakeholders or specialists. Again, that might include union representatives, it might involve conservation ecologists, landscape architects, and so on. And this is also part of the commons because it entails the free exchange of knowledge and expertise to get these things off the ground. So from the perspective of public authorities, this governance model helps to mitigate political risk. This is why you might want to get involved in this, while addressing democratic deficits and reducing economic costs by enabling mutually supportive exchanges of finance, knowledge, and practice between various PCP members. So it's much less politically dangerous, for instance, to pursue a conservation project or an urban development plan or renewable energy project, for that matter, with the support of the community than against it. And a PCP can help help that work. From the perspective of the Commons Association, so the communities, the model gives them access to finance and it facilitates collective ownership and control. So I'm almost done with the kind of technical details of this. I promise we'll get through this. So the novelty of PCPs, why PCPs matter, is that they can set in motion what we call a self-expanding circuit of the commons to contest the self-expanding circuits of private capital accumulation. So revenue and practical knowledge that's accrued from one PCP can be used to seed new PCPs elsewhere in a virtuous circle of commoning and democratic governance. So profits from a community-owned farm, for example, could be used to support the establishment of another community farm elsewhere, or the funds could be used to establish a community-owned renewable energy company, which could in turn reduce energy costs for the farm and surrounding communities. So by serving as conduits for commoning, as I'm going to put it, PCPs can do two things. First, they help public bodies and communities to bypass the disciplinary effects of private finance, which often just won't invest in public, community-led initiatives. And that can hinder democratic and sustainable visions of the future. And then second, their very existence kind of gives the lie to the idea that only private investors and state bodies have the skills, power, or knowledge to develop rural landscapes or urban environments. So PCPs show that communities working through common institutions can and should be the ones leading the drive to decarbonisation and regenerative food production. All right, so I'm going to show what it looks like in practice. So far, my colleagues and I have been working on with urban communities to develop PCPs that give them kind of control over their high street development and planning. So we've been working with a diaspora Latin American community in Haringey, in London, of course, to resist private urban development projects that would see to the closure of an important market and community hub in the area. In a new cycle of work, though, we're turning to questions of rural land and agriculture and the environment. So we're working, for example, with communities and an organisation called Climavore on the Isle of Skye to design a PCP around commonly owned aqua-ecological food systems on the foreshore. The idea there is to create jobs for the area and to restore damaged ecosystems in a way that can challenge the dominance of industrialised salmon farming, which is a primary employer on the Isle of Skye. So, and in a report I'm working on for Commonwealth at the moment, I propose that public common partnerships could make a modest contribution, and it is a modest contribution, to transformations of ownership and growing systems in England, with a view to achieving food sovereignty, land justice, and a genuine green transition through agroecological farming. So to make that argument, we turned to our work in Scotland and to the potential of council farms in England as an agroecological space of transition for our food systems. So some of you may be aware of council farms, but if not, I'm just going to quickly establish what they are. They're small to medium-sized farm holdings owned by local authorities. They were established in the late 1800s with the aim of easing access to land for young and first-time farmers. Councils lease the land, usually below market rates, with the expectation that tenants will acquire the skills and capital to move on to private farms in the future. In principle, they should be a vital first step to help people get into farming, and they could help address unequal land access among traditionally excluded groups, the working class, racialized communities, women, and so on. But in recent years, local authorities have taken to selling off council farms to plug spending deficits or support struggling social services. So as land prices have increased, council budgets have declined, which makes it increasingly tempting to sell off your land assets as fast as you can to plug those deficits. Right, so as a result of that, between 1977 and 2017, 50% of council farms across England were just sold off to try and plug these deficits. Yeah. So not only does this make farming less accessible, obviously, as a profession for the majority, but it also shuts down opportunities to experiment with different systems of farming and producing our food, such as agroecology. This is essential because, again, as many of you will know, a third of all greenhouse emissions globally originate in food. And as I mentioned previously, conventional farming operations are a primary mechanism for the degradation of the natural world in the UK. Recently, some of you may be following this, but there's a new policy report, a new kind of subsidy system that's just been launched by the Conservative government called Environment Land Management Schemes, or ELMS. And while it's welcome, it's trying to kind of address these problems of conventional farming, it doesn't go far enough in reimagining who produces our food and where that food is produced. So 70% of the UK is agricultural land, but we import around half of our food, and much of what we eat is tended, picked, packaged, or transported by super-exploited seasonal labour, both in the UK, you'll remember shipping in Bulgarians to pick our food during the pandemic, but also in these highly intensive industrialised spaces in Spain, the Netherlands, and increasingly post-Brexit in Morocco, where labour conditions are simply abysmal. So this doesn't go far enough to address that, and it doesn't go far enough, this ELMS scheme, to kind of think about the potential for farming and land management systems to contribute to boosting biodiversity, restoring degraded ecosystems, and addressing the climate crisis. In contrast, agroecology as a farming system is climate resilient, which we're going to need increasingly in a warming world. It increases biodiversity, it sequesters carbon, and in numerous studies it's been shown to match conventional agricultural yields. What agroecology cannot match are the private profits that the current existing conventional farming system makes through proprietary seeds and off-farm inputs such as feed, fertilizer, pesticides, antibiotics, and fuel. Okay, so county farms and other public landholdings hold considerable promise to reverse these socially and ecologically damaging practices if managed as an agroecological PCP. So here, the idea is, rather than selling the land for a quick financial boost, councils could consider pursuing a PCP with interested groups and collectives, turning these council farms into spaces of best practice for future agroecological farming systems. And this would have 4 primary benefits, and then I'll give you some conclusions. So the 4 benefits. It would ease access to land for traditionally excluded communities by letting them lease land at rates below market value, which is important, but land values are just going through the roof in the UK at the moment. 2, it could support experimentation with more labour-intensive, to refer to Anne's point, low off-farm input farming systems such as agroecology. This could bring more production onshore, it alleviates pressure on the lands and labour of the global south, and it provides secure employment in the UK, all while addressing the climate crisis. And then 3rd, it could provide a reliable revenue stream for struggling local authorities instead of the short-term fix of selling off their land. And then finally, council farm PCPs can share knowledge and surpluses to seed and support new PCPs. It doesn't just have to be farms. As I said, you can use that to seed capital, for example, for a renewable energy company. Okay, so to wrap up, it's important to say PCPs are an extremely modest intervention into something. We need a dramatic transformation of society. But it is a modest contribution. I think it's something worth considering in these spaces. But they're also not a quick fix for those who pursue them. They're not a kind of abstract model that we just go to a community and apply. I've been working for years with the communities I work with to develop these on the basis of, who's in the council, who in the council will sympathise and help us do this, who maybe sits in the council who's sceptical that communities can develop for themselves. You really have to get to know the terrain of struggle that you're working with if you want to develop a PCP. So when they work best, it's because people come to us having kind of understood that, or they're interested in this model, knowing that it's going to help them fit budgetary deficits, for example, or empower the community to develop against private development projects. Okay, so in any case, I hope the forthcoming report can contribute in some kind of small way to this space on green transitions, and I look forward to talking more about it with the rest of you. Thank you.
Matthew, I was going to bring you in on this because I know on the public services you've got to actually train them, yeah? Because this relates to the role of local authorities and community wealth building, same principle. Do you want to comment on that?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Matthew Brown. I'm leader of Preston City Council. I work for the Democracy Collaborative. Good to see everyone. I'm a bit short-sighted at the moment. I've got a bit of post-COVID stuff, so everyone's a bit blurry, but I can still speak, thankfully. No, brilliant presentation, brilliant day, John. Amazing work. I just think this fits in very much with the community wealth building movement, which did, obviously, in this country begin in Preston, but also it came from the alternative economies of Spain and spread to America. And I think in terms of climate justice, looking at ownership models and community-based models, that's got to be the way forward, really, how we actually do it. And, you know, we've really got to get into communities. And I'd be quite interested in the panel's thoughts about how we actually wake people up to the fact there are alternatives out there. They have done in Emilia-Romagna, they've done it in Mondragon. There are economic alternatives. We're seeing bits of it with community energy, community land trusts, other forms of democratic ownership like employee and worker ownership. Unions are getting behind community wealth building now. But this is really pressing. I'm just wondering, in a reality where we've got the most centralised government in the former European Union, obviously we've got a very neoliberal mindset and have had for 40 years, how we actually do that and to actually tackle this agenda, really. So that's it for me. Cheers.
Thanks so much.
I can speak as a
It's coming. It's coming.
large room.
Just reiterate, if you can keep it to 2 minutes, that's great.
Thank you. Just before I tell you who I am, I'd like to greet you in a few words. Nandri, Namaste, and Inui Putanda. And before I tell you who I am, there are 3 people who are not in the room today, and I honour their contributions. They are Schlacker. Does anybody here know Schlacker? From Cinema Action. Elena Rushbrook, who was a member of the Cooperative Party in Bromley when I was the chair of the Cooperative Party in Bromley. And finally, these deaths have happened in the last month. My fellow Quaker, Paul Rainey. So I'm John Courtnidge, Dr. John Courtnidge. My PhD is in chemistry from UCL, so the mention of various aspects of this are something that I can not only talk about, but I demonstrate on Facebook. So my question is, would the members of the panel like a copy of the postcard that we hand out in the Bromley and Chislehurst constituency? Equally, in the sense of equality, I turn to my fellow conferees and ask them if they would like one of these. Mary Fee has some there, and if Victor Logan is in the room yet, he was at other events, he has them too. Because we propose the abolition of ownership. There's been a lot of talk about ownership, and we propose that it should be replaced by the concept of cooperative careship. So when the last speaker spoke about selling off county farms, and I've owned a small holding, it was our cooperative society in Manchester that sold our farms first. And I tell you, as a South East London boy, I could use some words that would have me slung out of the room straight away. So that would abolish rent, it would abolish interest, it would abolish profits to shareholders. And my final question to my beloved friend John McDonnell is, which member of the House of Lords does he think could sponsor our plan to make sure that no one has too little and no one has too much. Because that's our process. Our process is democratic and cooperative socialism. So there are the two questions. If you want one of these, Mary, me,
Thanks.
or Ava, and then a specific question to John if he has any ideas about who in that other place is a reliable person to contact.
Thanks, John. Pick up your postcards with him. Come in.
Sure.
Thanks. Is this on?
Yep.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I'm Jerome from Debt Justice, formerly Jubilee Debt Company.
Can you help him with it?
Thanks, Joe. My colleague Joe sorting me out as usual. Jerome from Debt Justice, formerly Jubilee Debt Campaign, the successor organisation to the Jubilee 2000 campaign that Anne played such a leading role in 2 decades ago. The debt crisis in the Global South is now reaching comparable levels of payments owed to before that achievement. The one difference is that it's now inseparable from the climate crisis. So the floods in Pakistan, for example, Pakistan taking on costs of tens of billions of dollars to pay for the climate emissions of us and the rich countries, and having austerity policies imposed by the IMF. So. And I think the other difference to 2 decades ago being the role of private creditors, very constantly with your discussion, that now 40% of the debts are owed to banks, hedge funds, bond traders who are making large profits from this. G20 response has been designed around not coercing the private creditors to take hits. There's a huge need to force the profiteers to come to the table, cancel debts. We're looking at proposals for legislation in the UK where many of the bond contracts are held. So I wondered if Anne's thoughts on what steps we can be taking to bring private creditors to the table to cancel debts. Thank you.
Okay. Can I bring the panel in now? There's a couple of people indicated. I'll try them bring in later on in the next session. Yeah. Kai?
Yep. Is that? Yeah. Okay. Good. Great to hear from the Preston model. It's a really inspiring model that people should pay attention to if they haven't already. And I guess that begins to answer the question. My glib answer to how do we spread the word about these things is having events like this and talking about them. I think this is a start, but this comes out of movements, isn't it? It comes out of people having these conversations on the ground. People who are learning, I think, or relearning maybe. We've spoken about this post-2019 moment where we're trying to rebuild our confidence and our power on the left. But I think people are learning that they do have power, they can make change on the ground, right? And that, I mean, I really like this phrase from C.L.R. James, that every cook can govern. It's the idea that anybody can be a governor, a democratic control as possible. But we have to relearn that, right? Democracy is not ticking a box in an electoral booth. It's a practice every day. You practice democracy. We have to learn that we can do that and we can establish those spaces, and that's one thing that PCP's tried to do, but I think community wealth building is part of that conversation, the same conversation about how we do that. So yeah, let's keep having that conversation. That'd be good.
Yeah, 2 things. One, I'm being appointed by the SNP to the Scottish Just Transition Commission. They're the first government to actually appoint a Just Transition Commission, and that's wonderful. So as part of that, we went to the Outer Hebrides, where there's a community wind farm. And I'm just telling you the story in order to just bolster my point, really, which is that, and this community wind farm generates wind and gets paid the going price for that energy. And because that's linked to the gas price, over the last year, the going price has been huge, and they made massive profits, really. But down on the ground, surrounding them, there's a great deal of unease and dissatisfaction with the community wind farm, because ordinary people on the Isle of Lewis are paying global prices for their energy, and they're living in the shadow of free energy. And so, this just my point about this community thing has to be, the global thing has to be tied in as well as the community thing. But I just want to say how much I enjoyed Kai's presentation and how right he is. On this question of the debt, I mean, here we go again, really. And one of the things we tried to do at the Jubilee 2000 was to form a cabal of debtors. And really, that's what we have to do. We have to get the South to gang up together in the way that the creditors of the North have a cartel. You know, we need a Southern cartel. Now, that was very hard to do back in the 80s and the 90s because Peru, for example, had defaulted and was massively punished for that default. And debtor countries were terrified of that. But, I mean, it comes back to the old story. And the reason we got bankruptcy law was because debtors, mainly rich debtors, came together to say to the creditors, if you don't release us from this debt, then you're going to be in deep trouble. And we developed an insolvency framework. We don't have that. And I would really urge campaigners to go back to arguing for a framework of justice for resolving crises between creditors and debtors. But I don't have an easy answer. I was learning about Pakistan the other day, and the huge tragedy is that people are starving. There's not enough food. They have stopped, building storage facilities for grain because, after all, there's a global market, and the invisible hand is going to deliver this stuff. But secondly, there was grain. There were shiploads of grain in the ports of Pakistan, and because Pakistan didn't have dollar bills, they couldn't empty the ships of grain, and God knows what was going to happen to that grain. So, the old international financial system comes and clobbers us wherever they can. But I wish you all the best with your work. It's so important.
Thanks. On John's question, the person in the House of Lords, well, we've got a red cell in the House of Lords at the moment. One of them is sitting in front of you, Bryn Davis, but the person who is really leading on the elements around public ownership and cooperation and public finance is Prem Seeker. He was here early, but he's had to go off to a family and we'll connect with Prem. These poor people, we persuaded them to go in the House of Lords because a Labour government was coming that would eventually abolish the House of Lords. But they've formed a red cell and much more effective than any other form of opposition outside the Houses of Parliament at the moment, as far as I can see. Can I thank you? Thank you, Anne and Kai. Thank you ever so much. Our next session is on the future of public services. And I'd like to invite up Alfredo and Jenny to come along. And this is the future of public services. It's about considering the policy challenges across public services, including outsourcing, privatisation, underfunding, access and quality. Our first presenter is Alfredo Sard. Is it Philo or Philo? Alfredo, I never really know. Philo. Alfredo is the Professor of Political Economy and International Development, UCL, previously Professor of Political Economy at SOAS, a Senior Economic Affairs Officer at the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. His work is published, you'll know his work is published in 15 languages, research currently on political economy development, industrial policy, neoliberalism, democracy, and alternative economic policies, Latin American political and economic development, obviously, and inflation and stabilization, and the labour theory of value and its applications. Alfredo covers his work is quite extensive and comprehensive. Alfredo.
Thank you, John, and thanks. Thanks, John and Madeleine, for the invitation. It's a real privilege to be with you today. What I'm going to do is look at the role of public policy and public services in a world of converging crises in the economy, as was highlighted earlier today, an indefinitely long stagnation in the West, punctuated by a catastrophic finance-driven crisis, a crisis in politics marked by the erosion of democracy and the rise of new forms of fascism, a crisis in health expressed by the disasters of the COVID-19 pandemic, and of course a crisis of the environment, with implications for employment, for trade, for production, for food supplies, for water supplies, and so on, implications for life as we know it. If we cannot address these crises, we risk submerging into a systemic crisis of social reproduction with very severe implications for the poor and for the poor countries. But for context, let me start by taking a few steps back. The rise of neoliberal financialization since the 1970s led to the transfer of state capacity to allocate resources away from Keynesian states in the global north, developmental states in the global south, and into a globally integrated financial system. And this is what allowed finance to control the main sources of capital and to control the most important levers of economic policy in most countries in the world. And this had a very strong impact on public service provision, because while neoliberal policymakers always claim to be reducing the size of the state to leave more space for the market, and the market is efficient and the state is not, what they're actually doing is to rebuild the state, to intervene on a discretionary basis to promote a globalizing and financialized capitalism. And as they do this, they instrumentalize public policy to destroy collectivity deliberately through privatizations, through means testing, through the erosion of the rights of citizenship, destroying deliberately the notion of the social and the collective. Under neoliberalism, every problem is an individual problem, or it should become an individual problem. There are no social problems, or there shouldn't be any. Financialization also restructured provision as part of a process of creating new financial instruments and new asset classes, supporting the capitalization of value streams embedded in the production of public goods and public services, with profitability guaranteed by the state. We see this in the UK in public service areas that have been privatized, and at the same time provision becomes increasingly erratic for the most vulnerable in society. So while policymakers talk about competition and efficiency and that as the measure of the success of public policy, they also downgrade the alternative goals of universal provision, social equity, environmental sustainability. This type of restructuring of public services also reinforced systemic tendencies towards short-termism, towards speculation, towards extraction of value under neoliberalism, and that changed the character of the neoliberal state, and it also increased economic volatility under which we live right now. So it's not a surprise that instead of economic advancement, progress, wealth creation, what we have seen, particularly in the core countries in the West, is an economic slowdown that has lasted for decades already. And between 2007 and 2020, the West suffered the longest economic calamity and the weakest and the most regressive economic recovery on record, that affected the UK especially badly, as my colleagues have shown earlier today. And then we had the pandemic and the current economic crisis after the pandemic. Now, this is on the economic side. But in addition to the economic side, in parallel to the economic side, to the economic crisis of neoliberalism, we have the degradation, the political degradation of neoliberal democracies. Democracies that were already circumscribed and limited by an institutional apparatus that was designed to lock in neoliberalism, designed to insulate economic policy from any form of democratic accountability and any form of interference by the majority of the population. This is about independent central banks. This is about inflation targeting regimes. This is about maximum fiscal deficits and privatizations and public-private partnerships. That is all political. It has nothing to do with economic efficiency, quite the contrary. Now, this institutional setup reduced enormously the policy space available even to democratic states, even to nominally democratic states. The structures of our political representation became increasingly unresponsive, and public policy became increasingly indifferent to the majority. So the people who lost out economically the most under neoliberalism were also being ignored systematically by the institutions of neoliberalism. And once economic policy became out of bounds, then the political space tended to be occupied by corrosive and socially destructive conflicts around culture, around religion, around nationalism, and around racism. And this is what I believe opened the space for the spread of anti-systemic forces, with the left having been destroyed in the previous stage. Anti-systemic forces polarized by the political right and polarized and dominated by what I call spectacular authoritarian leaders, people who thrive in politics by cultivating a politics of resentment, and people who try to reconstitute a divisive and exclusionary form of collectivity through appeals to nationalism and racism. And this was a situation we had until early 2020 when the pandemic came. And what the pandemic did was not to create new problems. The pandemic intensified those tensions that we had already experienced before. Economies collapsed one after the other. And particularly in authoritarian neoliberal political system, public policies became often catastrophically perverse and imposed health policies that ended up killing millions of people unnecessarily, and that entrenched COVID-19 so it can never again be eliminated from the world. And this was the worst policy failure in the age of neoliberalism, and my God, there were many of those. And the experience in the United States, in the UK, in India, in Brazil, in other countries, contrasts very sharply with the successes in other countries that focused on the protection of life instead of the protection of short-term profits, showing that what happened in this country and in other countries was a political decision. And those outcomes, there has to be accountability for those outcomes. Now, the differentiated impact of the pandemic within countries and between countries, that showed the importance of health, of housing, the importance of public good and service provision, and the mutually reinforcing effects of provision of public goods and services. And it also showed the impact of low wages, poor working conditions, poor housing in neoliberal societies, with the effect being felt particularly by minorities and by the least healthy. At the same time, we see our political systems being slowly but relentlessly overwhelmed by the environmental crisis and by climate change. And that relates fundamentally to the contradiction between the infinite search for profits under capitalism and the limited carrying capacity of the earth to support a climate that is compatible with the continuation of life as we know it. And public policies to address climate change in this country and around the world have been limited by tensions between the accumulated emissions by the leading Western economies, the countries that got rich first, and the rising emissions in developing countries that claim the right to development right now and find obstacles in the structure of a global economy where many countries are heavily invested in the production of fossil fuels, even though everyone knows that that is unsustainable, but those countries refuse to exit. Now, all those tensions, they have been intensified by financialization, because financialization tends to raise emissions and block mitigation because it feeds behaviors that reinforce the existing economic structures, that increase volatility, that concentrate income, concentrate wealth, concentrate power. and this is incompatible with public policies focusing on climate adaptation, strategic industrial policy, or redistribution. So what we have is a situation where leaving oil in the ground, diversifying energy supplies, securing macroeconomic stability and sustainability, redistribution, these challenges have to be addressed together. And they have to be addressed together, moving away from neoliberalism for reasons of political legitimacy of the strategy, for reasons of practicality of policy implementations, for reasons of effectiveness. There will be costs and there will be sacrifices addressing climate change. And those costs and sacrifices will get public support only if they are connected to a reversal of the excluding logic of neoliberalism. And for this, we need a democratic economic strategy that focuses on the reconstitution and the expansion of political democracy, focuses on the restoration of a collective sphere of citizenship and the expansion of rights, that focuses on the distribution of income and wealth and power, that focuses on the decommodification and definancialization of social reproduction, starting with universal public services, and that focuses on a green transition in energy and the economy. Now, in a democratic economic strategy, we'll need public services, and we'll need efficient delivery of public services and public goods. And for that, we'll need, I think, two conditions. First, they have to respond to the imperative of universal provision. Everyone is a citizen of the same world, of the same society. And we'll need those public services to operate with slack. What we have seen in this country in particular is called pursuit, well, they call it pursuit of efficiency, is to cut to the bone public services and then expect them to function well. Public services do not function well under those circumstances, because public goods and public services are fundamentally different from private goods, where the market operates better when companies are close to 100% capacities. If you take Apple's provision in the marketplace can be rationed by price, it can be rationed by quantity. If you're rationed out, you can, in an efficient market, you can buy bananas or you can buy pears instead. It's not the same with public goods and services. If there are no school places, no hospital, no buses near you, you cannot substitute. You either go private or you go without. And those policies have those alternatives, they have very severe implications for those people who will be unable to provide for themselves regardless of need. And this implies a violation of citizenship and sometimes a risk to life. It's completely different from not having bananas. And this is why the provision of public services and public goods has to be premised on universal rights. Public goods and public services also tend to be, as we're discovering now, also tend to be intensive in skilled labor. And that skilled labor has to be paid well and not squeezed, because there is a duality between lack of alternative services and lack of alternative employment opportunities for the staff. And lack of alternative skills in the labor market. If the staff leaves, that's a loss forever. So with profuse apologies, nurses and ambulance drivers and train drivers are not the same thing as accountants and HR staff, and doctors are not the same thing as general managers. These are different qualities of work. So let me wrap up. Progressive policies have to be critical, particularly in times of crises. Otherwise, we become just apologists for the status quo, apologists for exploitation, apologists for the reproduction of inequality within nations and between nations, apologists for the destruction of the conditions of life on Earth. What we're facing here today is a neoliberal modality of capitalism that prospers through despoliation, prospers through extraction, prospers through fraud, and that is sliding into a permanent state of economic crisis, sliding into fascism, sliding into environmental collapse. It is urgent to advance a transformative agenda centered on public services. Now, the difficulty is that to think of these alternative policies and agendas, we need to have a social base for them. We need new social movements. We need new structures of representation. We need political parties that are active. We need trade unions that are active. We need community associations. We need them to correspond to the mode of existence of the society in which we live, a society that has been extensively decomposed domestically, that has been imperfectly integrated at a global level, society that has very different cultures, but that is very heavily connected through internet-based tools, a society that has very important demands and expectations around public services, but has no space for this agenda to play out or even to be discussed. We can see successes, though. We can see important successes, for example, under Corbyn and John. We're not there yet, as we know. I think there's nothing more important right now than to build those movements and to support that agenda and change our modes of living. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Dr. Jenny Nguyen. She's a research fellow in mission-oriented innovation policy at the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose at UCL. She's currently investigating industrial policies and the role of the state in public services and agencies, published a series of report for Public Services International on COVID-19's impact on public systems and on energy outlooks in Europe, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. She's currently leading research on narratives in public spending in low and middle-income countries, focusing on understanding global, regional and national narratives around public service budgets and provision. Jenny, thanks.
Thank you, everyone, first of all, for staying here this time. It has been a really long day, but and I actually, especially for me, because actually I woke up about 3 a.m. this morning. I still can stand because of lots of coffee, but actually more than that, more importantly, because of the exciting talks that I have heard today. And of course, thank John and the organizers for inviting me today to talk to you. Just to say, I do not complain about the 3 a.m. morning wake up. I just want to say maybe I will be quite incoherent sometimes, so please bear with me. When I was invited to talk about the future of public services, I thought really long and hard about how can I be earnestly and honestly optimistic about the future of public services, given what is going on in the political scenes and also the persistent dominance of mainstream economics. But I wish to attempt, and hopefully after my sharing today, I and also you could also feel a little bit more optimistic. So my talk would have 3 main parts. So the first part, I want to reiterate the problem of mainstream economics when it comes to understanding the public economy and its myopic view of public services. The second part, I would like to draw your attention to a distant past of 6000 BC when economics was not existent, to investigate how the very first organized governments made promises to the public by delivering essential public services. Hopefully. I would then end with a couple of key findings from a recent conference organized by a global diverse partnerships of universities, trade union confederations, and social movements at UCL that I led last year, which actually aims to shift the current narratives. And we're still trying, but we hope to give you a bit of the findings here so that we can together move on. So the first part is about the crisis of mainstream economics. I think the public sector has long been facing a crisis which is inherent from the way economics is primarily understood. From the very first economics lesson, We assume that there are limited resources and finite resources, and humans have unlimited ones. We all face the problem of scarcity. Then it naturally leads to the argument for competition. And from here, whenever there is a dissatisfaction with the quality of public services provided by the public sector, neoclassical economists would point to the problem of the lack of competitiveness and inefficiency of public service as public sector. And the prescription that they give includes a combination of privatization, corporatizations, and liberalization of public services. And the prescription did not go very far in customization and became a worldwide trend in the late 1980s and towards the 1990s, and is still going on. And until now, there are more than 90 countries around the world that have partially or fully implemented the economic policy, the economic policy influenced by neoclassical economics, with the hope for a better quality, affordable prices, and private investment in public services. However, global empirical evidences does not show this, and even in the UK, where it all started in the late 1980s. In order to include private participation, there are costs, right, including cost of opening and monitoring markets, cost of policy implementations, cost of incentives given to the private sector. These overheads are often not mentioned, and in my own research, I can give you an example in the Southeast Asia. In the electricity sector alone, a third of government guarantee loans from the World Bank and the ADB, Asian Development Banks, were for policy reforms, which otherwise could be spent on infrastructure. And the IMF, the IFIs, International Financial Institutions, including IMF, World Bank Group, and other multilateral development banks, have a plethora of tools, and majority of their current tools, to influence and impose the narratives, including conditionalities, policy advice, research and report output, and training. However, private investors would not simply come in when a door to the market opens. They demand purchase agreement, guarantees, tax reduction, tariffs, and other financial incentives. Yet what has come is very minimal. Also in the same region, only about 1 to 3% of investment into electricity generation in Southeast Asia comes from truly private investors. What I mean by truly is that after I do a lot of research and data collection, many of those that actually say, private companies are not really private companies. They are actually hidden identities for government and public companies. Now, in the end, what we want for public services is affordability, accessibility, and sustainability, but we haven't found it in countries that have pursued liberalizations, marketizations, and privatizations for the last 20 to 30 years. So what we have seen is how this presumption of scarcity and also how privatization and liberalization works has failed the public services. Therefore, we need an alternative to what the mainstream economics actually now offering us. So I would come to the second part, was when I really struggle with trying to find out what theories I can resort to explain how public services could be constructed, could be efficient, but I haven't found anything in the current economics teaching. So what I did was actually, I think, well, maybe I should go to a time when economics did not exist. Is that just a few centuries ago, right? If we actually date back to, Adam Smith or further than that. And then the further I go, I just realize that infrastructures like roads and water services actually existed long time, even before we have economics as a discipline. So I have a questions to the audience here, because I know that all of you are actually very knowledgeable. But I have a question. Do you know when was the first public service when did the first public service come to existence? Sorry? China? All over the place. Exactly. So all over the place. So that's where, but when? Do you have the questions to when? The time? Can we give a bit of like a time frame? 700? Sorry, 1700? Sorry.
15,000 years ago was the imposition of private property. In armies to defend the thieves. That was the first so-called public service. If you consider that the thieves are part of the public.
A part of the public. So I think I gave you a bit of a hint in the beginning, right? About 6,000 years ago. But I think it could have existed a little bit before that. So the word public comes from populus, a Latin word meaning the people, and the word publicus, a Latin word meaning of the people. So the ancient Roman public contractors were recorded to be publicanus, sorry, I'm very bad at Latins, meaning in the public sector. So you're thinking, wait, are you talking that the Romans invented public services? Well, I mean, I try and look for the very first ever Roman aqueduct was built for the city of Rome back in 312 BC by Appius Claudius Caesar. And this service of channeling water to the city via the aqueducts for the use of the general public is actually quite equivalent to the water services today. However, if we looked at the very first cities, and I mean cities, I'm not talking about towns and things at the time where we actually didn't have anything, that seems to be an organized government. So the very first ancient cities in the world, it's very interesting that they existed, ranging from like 6,000 years ago to a few about 4,000, 3,000 BC. Without any direct contact with each other, they all have something in common. They all provided similar public services. And what I learned from artifacts and writings, manuscript, is that they all developed a complex system of water and waste management services for irrigation and household use, religious services like temples and other worshipping services, and communal spaces. And these public services corresponding to humans' basic needs constructed the legitimacy of the very first cities, but also later, when they're gone and the provision of these public services were not maintained by the government, the loss of the governments at that time. So I just give you a name. They are the ancient city of Uruk, 4,000 to 3,000 BC, now in Iraq, ancient Liangzhu, city-state, 5,700 to 4,300 BC, now in China, so you're right as well. Mohenjo-Daro, 2,600 to 1,900 BC, and now in Pakistan. So these are the three cities that I have investigated. Now, the economies of the cities were mainly reliant on water supply and rainfall, and their products were grains, crafts, pottery, jetware. Their societies were stratified with kings or priest-kings and the ruling class. Not simply extracting the resources, the ruling noblemen built a city with proper conditions, not only for them, but for the economic activities and for the people as well. And I'll tell you why it is for the people as well, because many of you were thinking, well, what they do is to actually extract. Is that it was recorded a complex hydraulic engineering projects requiring thousands of people were built for the benefit of the city. So it was written that time. Benefit of the city's own inhabitants, and it required advanced planning, design and logistics in construction, operation, and continual maintenance. So that's the very first public service. The second confirmed public service is the community religious practices, which not only, when you think about it, is not just temples for the kings, but also the common place for the general public to sit down, watch performances, and pray together. And rituals were performed usually in the central area of the cities, open to all, no tickets required. Now, the third public service is urban planning of the cities, involved major constructions of streets, communal buildings, fortresses, temples, and most notably, public buildings and individual houses. Records of city-wide plans and standardized mud bricks were found across the city. So there's a lot of efforts that were done by these ancient people, ancient societies, ancient governments, which actually, I don't know, do we have that at this time? That much of public service at this time, this day and age. And many, many times I go to British museums and I look at these artifacts of thousands of years ago and I think, have we moved forward? Well, so as a reminder, we just looked at the very first cities. Why the very first cities? Because that's the time where people could choose to live there or choose to move. We don't have that kind of freedom right now. We are tied by certain social contracts if we're born a citizen of a certain country. But it also proved to you that public services existed since the very first formation of organized societies, and they actually arose from practical needs of the citizens and also the political agenda of the rulers. And they give reasons for people to form and stay in the societies. So so we actually looked at a bit of theoretical economics, and we looked at the past a little bit. So I want to talk to you about something that just happened last year, to give you a bit of hope. So last year, in about June 2022, the conference name was Shifting Narratives, the Political Economy of Public Spending, Services and Production. Now, in short, I call it Shifting Narratives. It was organized with over 100 speakers, 66% from Global South, 58% of women. It actually was a forum to bring people, bring together experience and insights and tools of academics, young socials with the social movement, activists, trade unions, media, NGO in creating narrative shifts. And you're actually asking questions. Why do you need these kind of conference where normally academics will meet with academics, activists meet with activists? But actually, when myself and other academics met with a number of confederations like PSI, Public Services International, TNI, Oxfam, we will realize the fact that we don't want to be living in silos. We need to act collectively, and we need to think before act, but think collectively, understand the collective knowledge about narratives, about public services before we can actually act, right? And when we act, we're going to act wisely. So, and actually, what we achieved in the 4 days of conference were the understanding that narratives have been quite similar so far across the world when it comes to public services. So we realized that hostile narratives around public services and public sector spending as unaffordable and inefficient have become dominant through a political process of promotion by corporations, IFIs, consultants, politicians, and mainstream academics. However, we start to realize also at the time, and quite recently, positively, there exists case of positive narratives driving, for example, education, public education in Ghana, rapid development of public services in New Delhi, or even economic planning for public goods and workers' welfare embedded in Bidenomics and Americans' job plan. So we realized that even though in 2022, it was reported that public expenditure, austerity cuts are expected in 159 countries, targeting social protection, cuts, caps, public wage bills, and casualizations of public employment, PPPs, and privatization. They are faced with widespread public resistance in forms of academic research, collaboration of community groups, and social campaigns. So there's a bit of hope to the end of the tunnel, well, hopefully it's not the end, but I was thinking that if public finance accompanied with dynamic evaluation, risk-reward sharing mechanism, directional conditionalities, we could actually change, we could rewind a bit, if hopefully climate change, and we can improve workers' welfare. Now, I'm sorry to take your time too much, so I would like to wrap all of the three parts by saying that it is really crucial for us to remind ourselves that public services are inputs for the use of something else. Even though we pay for utility bills, hospital bills, and tuition fees, what we pay is the end purpose of the services, the abilities to use devices, to have hot food, and the capability for future work and to live healthily. So the fact that the possible use of services is endless, however, the mainstream economics don't frame it like that. That's why they actually just look at a public service like water or electricity as a commodity. They don't really see the plethora of uses of the services that it will provide. So the inefficiency, that is one reason. Now, inefficiency in public sector should be corrected by the government itself rather than labeled as government failures and becoming the argument for private participation. Outsourcing and tendering actually reduce the efficiency of the current system further and are even more costly more costly than corrective actions by the government itself. The tenacity in delivering what the private sector wants. In a politically democratic country, listening to the people is a virtue, but satisfying private greed is not compulsory. And the public sector should be rediscovering its role when realizing that their serving the public is the ultimate goal, and in order to do so, political will is vital. Thank you.
Right, questions, comments, come in. Yeah. Yeah. Is there a mic? Thanks. No, actually, Richard, it wasn't you, it was the gentleman here. Here, just in front.
Oh, sorry.
Wave your hands, that's it.
Okay. Mike Cushman, I suppose, Jewish Voice for Labour and many other dubious organisations. What I want to talk about is how public services are rotted from within by the ideological domination of market conceptions. Processes which we call isomorphism produce public sector managers who act like private sector managers. And it's how domination is maintained through things like key performance indicators, top-down targets, which means managers become responsive to remote governance and not to their constituency and to their users of their services. This, in turn, produces a huge bureaucracy of quality assurance and performance management. And we see the domination of these administrative functions over the teaching or healing or firefighting services that the organisations are meant to deliver. Public and voluntary organisations become providers of performance data, not deliverers of services, which leads to competition through league tables, and each school, each hospital is in competition with its neighbours, rather than in a joint enterprise between schools and hospitals, which means when an organisation develops knowledge, it becomes a marketable and organisational asset to maintain league table position and not a public good, which is what it should be. And that produces a death of innovation and a alienation, both actually in the end of the managers and of the people they manage.
Hi, hello. Mine's going to be really short. I've been sitting here learning so much. I'm Naomi Wimborne-Idrisi from Chingford and Woodford Green and other places. Oh, thank you. God. I need to understand growth. You can't hear a bulletin or read a mainstream article or hear a journalist discussing the economy without saying we've got to drive for growth. And we know that means it's complete unsustainability and all the extraction and the ruin. But can somebody who knows about these things tell me how on earth do we turn that back? I read one really good article in the London Review of Books a couple of months ago all about degrowth, and it was reviewing 3 really interesting sounding articles, but I'm an ignoramus. I need somebody to tell me, how do we stop this? It's madness. It's destroying the human race and the planet.
Can I just bring in people who haven't spoken so far? And actually, it wasn't you, but never mind.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. The guy in front of you as well.
Thank you, John. This is not going to be very popular, so I'll try and make it fast. My name's Joe Vosper. First of all, I want to say thanks, Alfredo. That was a really impassioned speech. And I would love to live in the world that you're talking about. Unfortunately, most of the friends that I've made over the past 3 years wouldn't. But you have a common enemy. I'm part of, I advertise about 350 different movements around the world that are trying to curtail government overreach, trying to get justice, trying to start this march towards digital identification, CBDCs, and a whole load of other abuses, and everybody's very scared of the way the future's going. And I've listened to you all today. There's some great ideas. And they suit about half the population, but the other half feel a different way. Wouldn't it be time to go a different way? I've just published this book. It's called 10 Billion States, and it's a completely new philosophy of politics, if you like. It's about universal self-autocracy, a digital system whereby we use the available data to write a constitution, a unique constitution for everybody alive. And through this, we could abolish national governments, we could abolish representative democracy and form treaties based on our own constitution with the people we can ally with and build a completely brand new society. Now, this is a third way, this is a brand new way, and I want you all to give it some consideration. Thanks very much for the invite. I'll be outside handing these leaflets out afterwards. Cheers.
That's all right. Anyone else who's got a book to emphasise, let us know. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm James Whiting, Secretary of the Socialist Education Association. I just wanted to say a little bit about the way things are going on in schools at the moment, because I think we've got a situation through our providers of semi-privatisation, totally unaccountable privatisation, which is delivering actually the Tory agenda, the Tory education agenda, which is something that other public services are not doing. So what we're seeing is a kind of arm's length, pretend it's nothing to do with us, but at the same time delivering a very narrow curriculum, a very cruel almost assessment process at various points in people's life, a total lack of inclusion, a failure on tackling climate change in education, a failure to tackle decolonisation. And in fact, it's not talked about, particularly by the Labour front bench, that the education system is in crisis, but it is. And one of the qualities that I was hoping that somebody would say, and I think you mentioned 3 about public services, but one of them must be, in my view, because it's been taken away from education, is democratisation. The voice of parents, of pupils, of learners, of teachers has been effectively removed from most schools now. And we're seeing similar things happening in higher education too. So the importance of democracy, I just wonder what the panel thought about the importance of democracy in the delivery of public services as opposed to just efficiency and other measures.
Thanks. In the middle there, if you can. If we're brief, we can get.
Thank you.
2 people.
Hi, my name is James Collister. I work for a council in Essex, and I head their economic policy and strategy.
I've just got a couple of points to say in response to what's been discussed today. I can confirm that there is increasingly a culture of consultant knows best. Yeah. So whenever we need anything done, especially when it comes to senior leadership, it's pretty much hand it over to consultants, usually part of a big conglomerate of some kind, which is a massive problem because personally I think their work is shoddy and of a poor quality, copy and paste, etc., etc. My second point that I wanted to make was that there's also an issue in terms, I see great potential in work like the public sector, local government working closely with academia and organisations such as the Institute of Innovation and Public Purpose as well. But there's also a culture of distrust between certain council leadership members and working with academia, and again, rather giving it to consultants. So I think it's a challenge, just putting it out there that that culture really exists and it really needs to change. And yeah, I'm hoping it can in the future, because I'd rather work with really good organisations like the IAPP rather than WSP. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, I agree. Just behind you, yeah? Just behind you.
Hi, my name's Dave Hall. I just want to say something on behalf of We Own It, which is a hands-on campaigning organisation, which I hope you're all aware of, been going for 10 years. And just draw your attention to a couple of things that We Own It's doing now, which relate quite strongly to many of the things being said today, including what Danny Dorling was saying about the mood is changing, things are shifting, and have been for some years in relation to public services, so that the latest polling shows that there's now substantial 3-to-1 majorities right across the British public for public ownership in not only health and education, but also water, energy, transport, really powerful public support. So in a sense, the political question for us now is not how to win and mobilise support for these policies, it's how do we get the political action to transform. Two areas that we're running campaigns on in the near future relevant to this. One, 25th of February on the NHS in Parliament Square, big demonstration with 557 people bearing placards. Why 557? Because research has just estimated that it's that number of lives have been cost by outsourcing. We want to refocus the public debate away from is the NHS broken to what has been happening to the NHS has been it's been destroyed by outsourcing policies, and we want to stop that. We want a totally public NHS. Secondly, Great British Energy, which Mary Robertson described this morning as a Pyrrhic victory. We want to make something positive out of that. Next month, We Own It's going to be producing a report saying we need to make that a reality, and that reality should include a public supply company as well as public renewable generation. And we'll probably be proposing that Centrica has done so many rubbish things in the last month in terms of making profits, sending bailiffs into the poor, and refusing to provide enough gas storage, that it's a prime candidate for public ownership. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Dave. For those who are interested in the issue around public ownership, public service, have a word at Dave. And it's done a tremendous amount of work over the years on advising us, but also the We Own It campaign that started from nothing, got just a group of passengers down in Bristol, has now been the most, I think, most significant campaigning organisation with regard to public ownership, and has sophisticatedly developed ideas around that thanks to the work that Dave has done. Thanks a lot. Can we just bring you both into final comments on the questions? Is that all right?
Thank you all for your questions and also comments. So I just want to provide very short answers. The first question is public managers to behave similarly to private managers. I don't think they should. Honestly, I think because they work for the public sector, they should have a different different performance scorecard, and we should actually think of the people and the outcome of their work as not only a standalone measurement, but also actually as a portfolio of what actually the hospital, not just a single hospital and also a single ward, if we're talking about health services, but actually we think about the sector as a whole, what we actually can do. The second question is about growth. I think I agree with you about the obsessions with growth. And we actually hear a lot about GDP growth, this and that. I was born in developing countries, and I know the obsession is still going on. However, I think it's a very myopic view of what the economy is. And I think, number one, the economy is not the market, and the market is not the whole economy. So we need to actually differentiate these two. And GDP as an indicator is actually an imperfect one to measure the economy, the size of the economy, because a really major size of the economy is the public economy, as a non-productive part of the economy, which actually equally or even more important. And we should think of that part of the economy, the public economy, as a fundamental where actually we can build the public part of the economy on top of it. Because without streets, without electricity, without water, without lightings, anything like that, we basically have no companies functioning, right? So I think that's a different way to think about the economic activities. Now, the third question is about abolish governments. It's very interesting. I don't really have any deep thoughts about it, but I have to say that looking at the very ancient cities, I actually realized that having a government is not a bad thing, it's not a negative thing, but how these governments function would be more important, because I think naturally humans act as is actually like a creatures that live in communities, and we actually would need a bit of a leadership. I'm not talking that, about a wise leader or anything like that. Leadership here would not just be one person, would not be just a group of person, but how the opinions are taken into account, and then there must be someone or some group of people would do a different dedicated jobs to, in that ideas, to turn ideas into reality. Fourth questions about democracy in delivering public services. I totally agree with you. And maybe I would just offer you one thing, that we realize that the curriculum of economics being taught in a lot of UK, US, and many other countries' universities are actually really flawed. So we realize that what we have taught students were basically one or two textbooks from like Paul Krugman or other neoclassical economists that actually have not moved on for the last 20 years. So there has been movement from the students, the lecturers as well, to change the curriculum. And I think, SOAS is part of that. UCL, KCLs are really moving forward with progressive curriculum to teach economics. So that's just one example of, actually taking people's opinions in changing the curriculum. And I think when we talk about the culture of consultants know best, I would like to draw your attention to one of the books that's going to be out. I mean, it's not my book, just to say, but it's written by my boss, Mariana Mazzucato. She's actually writing about the big con. Con stands for consultant, but she's talking about how consultancies actually warps the capacity of the government. I think it's a really interesting book, but it also says a lot about how much we rely on what we call experts, right? Not really always experts knows best, because sometimes that's why we need democracy. And again, if I draw your attention to developing countries, that's even worse, that we actually hear a lot about why the developing countries, so many of them, right, 90 countries around the world, follow liberalization model that were implemented started from the UK and Europe, is because we think that the experts in the UK and all of these developed countries know more about their own country. So I can tell you kind of positively, there have been some movements from the regional and local experts to realize that they need a cooperation of what we call local insights and international case studies, the people who knows about international case studies, to work together instead of just relying on an external consultant. Very expensive one, obviously. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Alfredo.
Thanks. My colleague at the back, I am very worried about the future, of course. It's certainly at two levels, and possibly more. One, neoliberalism has led to a destruction of sociability, collectivity, and any sense of togetherness that is deeply destabilizing for human existence and for human societies. That is extremely worrying. And then on top of that, the construction of inequality on the back of this destruction of collectivity. That is deeply unsettling. The other side is climate change. We are on course for breaking the Paris Agreement commitments this year or next year, and on course for global warming of 4 to 7 degrees centigrade by the end of this century. Now that is completely destructive for forms of life, all forms of life, ours included, for people who are already around today, the babies that you see around. They will be alive, hopefully, at the end of this century, and they will suffer, and they will experience a world that would be unrecognizable to us. And that is the fault of capitalism. It is the fault of neoliberalism. And these obstacles have to be addressed. Growth and degrowth. I think that is, it's very different to talk about degrowth in a rich country and to talk about degrowth in a poor country. It is perfectly possible to make the argument that in a society like ours here in the UK, we have more than enough. It's perfectly possible to resolve problems through redistribution, and the carbon consumption in advanced economies per capita is more than sufficient. It is very high, and of the top 1% is extraordinarily wasteful. You can't say this in a poor country, because there would be no political legitimacy to do that. You would not get any traction, and in fact, the problem to be addressed there is a problem of poverty. Now, that is resolved through technology. It is resolved through transfers from the advanced economies. There is no way to escape from the fact that the rich countries have to pay for the climate transition and for the shift in the energy matrix. They have to pay. They have to pay through financial transfers. They have to pay through transfers of technology as well. The next issue of public services, colleagues here have already mentioned the financialization of public services in the UK is especially corrosive across the health service, and privatization and financialization going together. The hedge funds buying parts of the health service or water provision or other areas of public service. We've seen the PPE scandal during the COVID pandemic. It was absolutely hairy. I'm from Brazil, okay? I've seen corruption. What happened here? I mean, wow. That was incredible. And that is across the board. That is the transformation of schools, the decomposition of the state school system into forced academization, water, transport, electricity, and so on. And behind this appearance of just privatization, you have the financialization of provision, and then provision being conditional not on rights of existence, because you're a human being, you have the right to health, you have the right to education. No, it's conditional on financial profit making, and that is absolutely unacceptable. And this has to be addressed politically, and it will be through political struggle that we're going to reverse that. Neoliberalism has degraded public service provision across the board. Colleagues have mentioned the examples of the number of managers, the evaluations, KPIs, consultants, etc., etc. That is all true, with the fiction that the private sector is efficient and therefore the public sector must emulate, must copy those parameters of supposed efficiency, when the nature of the service is completely different. It is not the same thing. And so provision has to be organized in a different way. And then what the government has been trying to do in this country and in other countries too is prime for abolition, prime public services for abolition, either through direct privatization or through decomposition of the service, as we see in the case of the NHS, or through outright elimination of the service itself, and with it the right of people to be serviced in that particular way. And this is, again, especially scandalous. And it is very, very good, very reassuring to see that there seems to be a shifting of the tide in this country. And this country has influence around the world. And things that happen here do have an impact elsewhere. So the responsibility of everyone here to struggle very, very firmly for the reversal of that trend and for the recomposition of public services in the UK and the establishment of rights to public goods and services, that is important not just in the UK but around the world. So that is another incentive for us to continue to struggle. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Alfredo, Jenny. Thank you. Our final session is on the Constitution and democracy, and the themes around Johnson's attacks on Parliament, the judiciary, constitutional reform, strengthening and reforming democratic institutions. And with us we've got Jolyon Morn, Casey, the Good Law Project, and Dr. Tanzil Chowdhury, if they can join us. Okay, we're going to issue a medal at the end of this to all people who stayed the whole day, okay? Okay, Tanzil, come and join us. Okay, Jolyon's going to be the first presenter. Let me just give you a quick biopic of Jolyon. He's a British barrister, founder and director of the Good Law Project, not-for-profit membership organisation that uses the law to protect the interests of the public. You'll have read the various victories that he's had through that against the government. They're fighting the case that defend, define or change the law. And the Good Law Project have challenged the culture of cronyism, the highly secretive use of billions of pounds of public funds. He's also honorary professor at the University of Durham, advised the government and the official opposition on tax policy, described by the Times as one of the country's leading barristers, actually by others as Her Majesty's loyal opposition, but there you go.
A more flattering introduction by far than I deserve. Thanks, John, for that, and also for the invitation, and to Madeline for keeping the show on the road. I'm going to take John at face value. His initial comments talked about practice as well as theory. I am a KC, but what I'm doing now really is all about the practice and not really any longer about the theory of the law. Good Law Project, which I launched in 2017, uses the law in quite an interesting way for political campaigning, essentially. We believe that in a country that doesn't have a higher law, so in the UK, almost uniquely in the world, there is no higher law against which to assess the things that Parliament does. What you can achieve by the law is pretty limited in strict legal terms. So, you know, we fight a case on those occasions where we win. What really changes in consequence of that win answer? Often not a great deal, but the process of fighting the case can be really, really transformational. So there was a moment in late 2021 where we were arguing at great length with government and the public domain about corruption in pandemic procurement. We didn't yet have a judgment about the VIP lane. We did have judgment in another case. The other case was about the award by Dominic Cummings of a contract to his friends, as he described them, at Public First. We had a judgment at that stage. The judgment was that we had succeeded. Nobody cared about the judgment in Public First. but they cared a great deal about the case in which we had not yet had judgment about the unlawful VIP loan. So law is a very, very effective tool through which to campaign, even if, slightly weirdly, the outcome itself is not that consequential. Causality, of course, is always very difficult to unpick if you're a campaigner. I mean, you can know whether you're in the room, but you can't really know whether you made it happen. So we do try to be thoughtful, I suppose, about the impact, the real impact that we have. One metric that I do quite like, that I do attach weight to, is how much the government hates us. It's quite a good metric, actually, right? Because they really hate to breathe into your lungs the air of saliency. They do not like to do it because they know that it makes you relevant. They know that they're a centre of power, and by hating you, they are drawing attention to you and drawing support to the work that you do. And we've had some pretty enthusiastic attacks on us. So over the summer, Rishi Sunak sent out a press release in which I was named a very flattering 10 times in a single press release. Just, you know, me with my phone. And the Daily Express badged me public enemy #1, which is also quite flattering. Well, there's a lot of competition, John McDonnell, for that role. And, you know, I'm not liked any better by Suella Braverman or James Cleverly or Matt Hancock or the Hands guy, the new chair of the Conservative Party. So I think we're probably doing something right. That's a pretty good list of enemies. The attacks of us. Thank you. The attacks on us are, of course, interesting to me. And we obviously like to talk about them because it helps us fund our work. We don't have any big funders to speak of. All of the funding comes from regular, everyday people, normal members of the public who set up direct debits in our favour. So the attacks are interesting to us, but they're also interesting to those of us who care about the Constitution, because they are really part of something much, much bigger, and something that is really quite worrying. They are part of a broader attack on the rule of law. So alongside the attacks on us are very frequent now attacks on lefty liberal lawyers. Those sometimes came from the mouth of Boris Johnson. You've heard that they come from the mouth of Rishi Sunak as well, and they also are uttered by his subordinates in his cabinet. But it's not just attacks on lawyers. We all remember that disgraceful Daily Mail headline that described judges as enemies of the people. Language straight out of fascist Germany. We cannot imagine that was completely coincidental. We have threats to abolish the Human Rights Act, and this all in the aftermath of our departure from the European Union, which was, until we left, the only higher law, the only mechanic by which you could assess, as a lawyer, the lawfulness of things that the government of the day wanted to do. And those attacks are succeeding. Undoubtedly, they are succeeding. Judges feel very bullied. And you can see that in all sorts of different ways. So you can hear it in anecdote. So there's a Court of Appeal judge who has been explaining that claimants are going to lose a lot of cases because judges are worried about another prorogation type event. the judge in question doesn't think that there will be another prorogation, or at least he's not anticipating that with that comment. He's saying instead that he fears another type of fascistic direct attack on parliamentary democracy, and that he is bent on conserving judicial power so that they still have it to push back if that event arises. Of course, you know, you can kind of feel a bit sympathetic for that point of view, even if you're me, it means that you lose more cases now than you did before judges really started to get worried about what was happening. You can see it in individual decisions. So during the rows in Parliament about the Maastricht Treaty, William Rees-Mogg, who was then, I think, the editor of the Times, father of Jacob Rees-Mogg, brought a judicial review challenge against the Maastricht Treaty, and nobody questioned his right to bring that challenge. What the court said was that Lord Rees-Mogg had a sincere interest in constitutional matters, and that was good enough. Now, good law projects cases are crowdfunded, and sometimes they're crowdfunded by literally tens of thousands of people. You look at the crowdfunding page, you can see how many people have donated. Sometimes the number of people who've donated are in their tens of thousands. And you would think that tens of thousands of people's sincere interest, as expressed through their dipping their hands into their pockets to fund the litigation, would count for something, but in fact, courts are now sort of applying a carte noire to good law project litigation. So they're saying, you know, you guys cannot bring any cases at all. So we're responding to that by bringing cases through other campaigning groups. The mechanic itself is not working, but it is deeply troubling that the courts are using it. They're responding to that very explicit threat that Rishi Sunak issued last summer, that if judges did not stop Good Law Project, Parliament would close down judges. And you can also see it in statistics. So there has been, year on year, a collapse in success rates in cases involving challenges to the government, cases that lawyers call judicial review cases. They've fallen by half. So the proportion of judicial reviews that end with success for the claimant in court in 2022 is half that of 2021. Now, there are not so many candidate explanations for that precipitous decline. Either we have an astonishingly law-abiding government, or something different is happening in the courts. And, you know, you've read, there was a very funny briefing in Politico from a government official who said, we're fucking breaking international law like it's one of our 5 a day. Of those two candidate explanations, I would suggest only one of them is plausible. Judges are frightened. And, you know, we can talk about what's happening in Poland, we can talk about what's happening in Turkey, we can talk about what's happening in Israel, where they have very direct, explicit rule of law attacks. Ours is a very English crisis of the rule of law. It's happening, it's impactful, it's very meaningful. We're not allowed to talk about it. We don't need to talk about it because there are no constitutional safeguards in the UK to protect the independence of judges beyond this notion of the good chap. And I'll come back to that in a second, but it removes one of the very few controls, removes or weakens one of the very few controls on what Lord Hailsham described famously as our electoral dictatorship. Of course, what is happening in the courts is part of a picture with what's happening elsewhere in the functioning of our democracy. It's not an isolated attack on GLP, it's not an isolated attack on the rule of law. It's a gathering together into the hands of the executive of all of the powers, everything that enables civil society to regard democracy as a process, as a practice, is disappearing. What we are left with instead is a 5-yearly event. So, you can look at things like the right to strike, the right to protest. I'll come back to that in a couple of minutes. The good chap predicate is the only constitutional safeguard that we have. The good chap predicate is this notion that England being exceptional and English people being good people, bad things will not be allowed to happen, and we can rely on the presence of good chaps to stop it. So what we have, so the notion goes, is a flexible, muscular constitution that protects judges from political interference. I mean, of course, the notion of a good chap itself is quite problematic. Whose definition of good? What notions of privilege, of class are imported? And if you look at the structure of our civil service, our senior civil service, these are all people who've, walked that corridor from public schools, Oxbridge, civil service. Other people's competing notions of good really don't feature in that vision of our constitution at all. But in any event, the good chap has been defenestrated. He has been told quite clearly that his career advancement is conditional on him doing what his political masters want. And those who are ambitious get that message, and they stand out of the way when ministers tell them to do stuff, even if they know that it's wrong. So we are left really with no safeguards against a marauding executive. I mentioned the rights of protest, which are being curtailed. The free speech debate feels to me like an attack on those who want to hold power to account. It's free speech always about those without power speaking to those who have power, and yet that is denied in the account that we're given of free speech in the press. You see Henry VIII clauses in legislation, so these are legislative provisions that remove Parliament from the lawmaking process. Indeed, very often they allow ministers to overrule acts of Parliament without going back to Parliament. So again, another measure that holds power into the hands of the government of the day. You see the undermining of the devolution settlements. We'll all remember what happened when Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP very recently tried to express some solidarity with the trans community. That very, very modest measure, very modest in its impacts, was overruled by the Westminster government. And of course, we can't forget the prorogation. Now, how do we tackle that stuff? There is a real challenge, I think, for us in persuading the Labour Party of today that this stuff is real, that it's important, that it's worth investing in. There's lots that's interesting in the incipient Labour Party manifesto, but there's nothing that I can see that seeks to spread out executive power that the government of today is gathering unto itself. There's nothing about media pluralism, there's nothing about proportional representation, there's nothing to reverse the limits to the voting franchise, or indeed to expand the voting franchise as they have in Scotland to 16-year-olds. There's nothing about reversing the right to protest. All that backsliding that we've seen under this government is not being, we're not seeing reversals promised by this putative Labour government. And so you're left wondering, well, hang on a second, do these guys just want their own turn at the wheel of what is going to be a very, very powerful car? I worry about that. I really do worry about that. Now, everyone else has finished their addresses with some notes of optimism, and I have some as well. Civil society, strangely, charities, funders, employers, businesses are, I think, rather belatedly finding the courage to describe the world as it is and bear the costs of that description, rather than continuing to talk the talk of the world as it was. That carries costs for them, but they are slowly gathering together the courage to do it. And although government and media performs power in ways that are frightening and undoubtedly holds a lot of power, their grip on power is not absolute. There are lots of parts of our lives that are not touched meaningfully by government or the media. You might not have leverage over Westminster or the media, but you have agency as an employee over what your employer does. You have agency as a consumer over the people from whom you buy. You have agency as a user of public services. And these are actually the spheres in which most of us live most of our lives. They matter, and they're not owned by the media, and they're not run at an operational level by government, and they are increasingly at odds with the narrative of the world that government and the media performs. I really want to make to you a point that's very important to me. I always find it slightly depressing listening to accounts of how the world should be and not feeling as though I have any way to bring those accounts about. How am I supposed to respond to manifestos for a better world? That's always the question in my mind. What do I do? What's my agency? How can I bring that thing about? I need to have answers to those questions, otherwise I read or I hear those powerful manifestos and they depress me because I can see no way from here to there. So I always try and answer that really, really important question. You do have that leverage. You do have that leverage with your employers, the people who sell you stuff, with public services, with your local media, with your local councils. You can point out what they are getting wrong, and you can ask them to step into the breach that government is creating.
Thanks, Sharon. Thank you. Right, our final presenter is Tanzil Chowdhury. Tanzil's a lecturer in public law at Queen Mary University, London, and co-director for the Centre of Law and Society in a Global Context. His research focuses on war, public law, and accumulation by dispossession. He was previously at Birmingham Law School and the University of Manchester. He's also held positions in New York, Hong Kong, University, and Paris. Before beginning his job at Queen Mary, he spent a year as development worker to help set up the Greater Manchester Law Centre, was co-founder of the Northern Police Monitoring Project.
Cheers, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the organisers of this event and also for the kind invitation. It's a pleasure to be sharing this platform also with Jolyon, who's doing essential work with the Good Law Project, particularly with exposing corruption at the centre of the Tory government. Now, I should note for the audience, this is not usually the kinds of spaces I find myself in. I tend to be speaking either at academic conferences or more directly to organisers, students and social movements. So it's been interesting to think through what I'm going to discuss today. Now, with that in mind, I'm not going to deal exclusively with concrete proposals for constitutional reform. Perhaps that will come down later in whatever this forum becomes. But to discuss some of the ways in which the left have and might think about constitutionalism more broadly, and perhaps offer one or two general principles. And this might counter some of the points made by my earlier learned colleague. Now, the themes of this panel are the attacks on the institutions of the state, right? So particularly the judiciary, a case being the media attack, and the former Lord Chancellor's slowness in abiding by her constitutional duty to uphold the rule of law following the Miller litigation, and Parliament, as was mentioned in the prorogation case. And we as the left can critique these critics and offer some defence of these institutions. However, I think the left can't be the ones that carte blanche defend these institutions. And I think the former Labour leader found himself, I thought, in a tricky position of defending the very institutions after the prorogation case, which have often been responsible for the slowing down or outright impediment and advance of the labour and social movements. Now, part of the reason why I think the left has found itself in this position of defending these institutions carte blanche is, one, it's symptomatic, I think, of the right's monopoly over the lexicon of anti-establishment politics. And B, the general antipathy or lack of imagination of the left when it comes to constitutional matters. Now, in my own work, I've fallen on the side that constitutions and constitutionalisms mediate and reconstitute social antagonism in particular ways. I'm not going to go into detail of that here. But given that, I don't think it will ever be the emancipatory vehicle that we as the left want it to be. However, that doesn't mean that the left should ignore it, and often it has ignored it to its detriment. This has, of course, never always been the case. Social historians, left social scientists, left public lawyers have offered interesting critiques and reforms of the UK Constitution. We can think of John Griffith's work, firmly in that political constitutionalist tradition synonymous with LSE public lawyers, on the politics of the judiciary, or indeed Christopher Hill's materialist reading of the so-called English Revolution, in which the modern parliament emerges at a time when there is a decaying feudal aristocracy and an emergent bourgeois class. Of course, Beatrice and Sidney Webb's Constitution for a Socialist Commonwealth imagines, among other things, a social and political parliament, the latter that would be responsible for legislating on labour, health, education, the control of industry and intergenerational justice, the former dealing with defence, justice and foreign affairs. More contemporarily, there has been a resurgence in Marxist and materialist approaches to understanding the Constitution. In particular, I'm thinking of the work of Mike Wilkinson and Marco Goldoni, drawing off the work of 20th century German and Italian writers. Imagine what they call the material constitution. So we have the formal constitution. What I teach my first year students are the sources of the UK Constitution: Acts of Parliament, common law, constitutional conventions and international treaties. But to understand the formal constitution is only grasped by properly dealing with the deeper societal context. And so they identify four layers of the constitution: political unity, institutions, social relations, and political objectives, which make up the ordering forces of the Constitution. Now, this reading of the Constitution also broadens out the category of constitutional actors, not just to politicians and judges, but to those that push and move the Constitution, and that includes social and labour movements. Keith Ewing, in a paper entitled Socialism and Constitution, argues that, quote, the left should restore the Constitution's social democratic base by identifying ways to empower Parliament, people and government, developing a new theory of legality, all set against this idea of a liberal constitution. There have also been important criticisms of judicial power or juridification or juristocracy, which, in a nutshell, describes the phenomena of rule by courts, the growing power of domestic and transnational courts across the world, defenestrating the power of democratically elected legislative chambers. Though judicial power is, I think mistakenly, attributed with the right, there have been important and compelling criticisms from the left about how judicial power locks in neoliberalism, immunising it from the quote-unquote dangers of democratic parliaments. Or finally, we might think about what Professor Thomas Poole referred to in a blog in the London Review of Books as executive power, which is this engorging of the executive with the kind of corollary erosion of judicial and parliamentary accountability. Now, capitalism presupposes a separation between the political state and the economy. Under capitalism, therefore, the economy is presumed to be governed by market relations, and the only role of the state in the market economy is to prop up or regulate the market. So we have to think, as the left, about how constitutional law maintains the rationale of the separation of the political state and the economy. Now, this separation, of course, was not always the case. In feudalism, the political and economic state were fused, but more contemporarily, in the settlement between capital and labour post the Second World War, captured by Keynesianism, the state intervened in the economy to regulate wages, ensure full employment and protect trade union power. What, therefore, might a left or a socialist constitutionalism look like? This is where I'm going to offer some very general principles of reform. I'm not going to take too much time. So the US law professor Willie Forbath describes socialist constitutionalism as the extension of democracy and democratic institutions into economic life. It is about the redistribution of power and authority, and not simply the redistribution of wealth and goods, the distribution of power between labour and capital, which I think has been detailed by my colleagues earlier on in this policy forum. So rather than the reforms that Labour and the left have made to redistribute power between central and local government, we might want to think about that as well as redistributing power between capital and labour. So socialist constitutionalism, or a left constitutionalism, isn't just about redistributing resources, but it's about democratising those spaces where we produce value, but also spaces of social reproduction. So we might think about democratising workplaces, but also housing projects, schools, transport and health provision. In other words, socialist constitutionalism, or a left constitutionalism, is about mass democratisation. A left constitution has to, among other things, focus on democratising production and social reproduction. As Ewing writes in the paper I mentioned earlier on, the key purpose of a left-leaning constitutionalism is to empower rather than restrain people, Parliament and the government. Now, this is not just about enshrining rights in a nascent, codified and entrenched constitution, important though that may seem. This has often failed. For example, transformative constitutionalism sought to enact massive social reform through enshrining not just civil and political rights, but also economic, social and cultural ones, developing styles of legal adjudication to complement this programme. South Africa, post-apartheid, was its beacon of transformative constitutionalism. But most people would argue that this was largely considered a failure, largely due to the forces of global capital. And we can also look at the constitution of Bangladesh. Now, you might not think that the constitution of Bangladesh would in any way be progressive or revolutionary, but in the Constitution of Bangladesh, it refers to socialism and freedom from exploitation, the emancipation of workers and peasants as a constitutional principle. And yet, garment workers in special economic zones have characterised the country as a world sweatshop for clothes made for Western markets. Social democracy or democratic socialism or left socialism cannot be created purely by progressive rights, but has to be sustained by progressive economics and progressive politics. And this is the key point. Constitutionalism can't do the transformative work the left wants it to do. There needs to be a mass political movement that forces the constitution to do that work, and, importantly, a constitution that allows it to do that. Again, quoting Ewing, for social democrats, or we could say socialists or democratic socialists, constitutions are about enabling rather than restraining. It's purely instrumental. Now, these things are outside the realm of possibility. In the 1920s, there was a Ministry of Labour which played an important role in securing trade union representation in government and an important part in extending trade union influence in rulemaking in industry and enterprises. It was abandoned in 1997, but as I understand it, there was a version of it in the 2019 manifesto. But there needs to be imagination of the structures of state power that empower workers, social movements. And some left constitutional thinkers are doing that. The first one that comes to mind is a book I read from a Chilean political theorist called Camilla Vergara, who aims at institutionalizing plebeian power as supreme authority within a mixed constitutional structure. So she kind of borrows from kind of neo-Republican thought, Marxism, Machiavelli, all these kinds of interesting sources to really imagine institutions of the state in which people are considered the kind of trump, the supreme power. Now this is, and I'll finish on this is just dipping our toes into developing some principles. We ignore broader questions about the creation of a mass political movement and the force, and that forces this constitution to do what it wants. And imagine these new democratic structures would look like. There needs to also be a question about the nature of legality, the role of the courts, the place of parliament. That includes the monarch too. But the left ignores issues of state and constitutional structure to its peril. And for there to be a socialisation of the means of production or commoning of the means of production, there needs to be a socialisation of the institutions of the state. Thank you very much.
Questions, comments? We'll start from this side this time and then go along. Yep. Oh, whoa, all right. It completely overturned the constitutional niceties of this meeting. We'll start over here then, to the right. Thanks, just down here. Yes, please, if you could.
Oh, the pressure. First of all, thank you, both of you. Jolien especially. I'm an ex-barrister, also obviously quite left-wing, so thank you for representing us in an otherwise reasonably problematic profession, and for all the amazing work that the Good Law Project does. I'm probably going to annoy you now by saying I thought your points about the independence of the judiciary being under threat and the separation of powers being under threat is obviously so important in terms of our constitutional arrangements and the stability of the country. However, if you are very pro-democracy, what are the prospects of the judiciary fighting back in terms of maintaining their independence, and potentially if we're looking at leaving the ECHR and repealing the Human Rights Act if the Tories get their way in the next few years, do you think there's any prospect that the judiciary would do something like expand the grounds of judicial review to protect common law human rights, or do anything in that sphere to make sure that the government can't trample all over us effectively? And Dr. Chowdhury, as also a QM graduate, thanks. Great representation, amazing presentation. I had a really good question until you made the really obvious point that democracy is naturally a good thing and maybe the judiciary having too much power is not a good idea. However, do you think there's any role at all if we go for a kind of leftist, socialist constitution for an independent judiciary that holds the executive to account in sort of any capacity, despite the fact that that's obviously in opposition to democratic principles? Thank you.
Right. Hilary, behind you, this right-wing block here is just taken.
Cheeky. Okay, so my name's Hilary Wainwright. I'm co-editor of Red Pepper magazine. Oh, okay. Anyway, so, but what I wanted to, it was really, every speech here has been brilliant, and well done for John for challenging us to sit, you know, to be here all day and to be so intensely engaged. So, anyway, but I wanted to take up Tansel's challenge of a socialist constitution and ask, I mean, it relates to all the other sessions which have stressed democratization of economic strategy, decentralization, and think, what does empowerment mean institutionally? I mean, we've got to start from a recognition that the Labour Party, including its very being, its very organisation, is sort of complicit with our liberal constitution. In a way, it's that very separation between the political and the trade union, the industrial and the political, is a sort of reflection, a mirror image of the liberal separation between economics and politics. So you've always had that delegation of politics to the parliamentary sphere by the unions. And in a way, that goes completely contrary to any idea of the unions playing a crucial role in industrial strategy. I mean, Alfredo talked about the destruction of the collective, and the one remaining place where there is a collective consciousness is in the unions. And that makes them very open to thinking of themselves not just as workers, but as citizens, and very responsive to collective action by social movements. So we saw in the late 70s the Lucas Aerospace alternative. We saw in the pandemic workers in Airbus converting their factory to making ventilators. And it was the workers that led that, not some, you know, declaration from Boris Johnson. Now, in terms of political institutions that could reflect that and that actually enable unions to express political power rather than delegating it to the parliamentary party. I mean, we've seen elements, glimpses of that in the local governments of Brazil, the Porto Alegre sort of idea, where there was basically a sharing of power between the elected government, the PT, and popular movements. And we saw it a little bit in the GLC with the Popular Planning Unit, but also other parts of the GLC that genuinely shared power, allocated resources, not to meet needs that were decided by the GLC, but to give resources to social movements. Now, how could that be generalized institutionally? I mean, so that it's not the South African constitution obviously was, you know, you could see why it was an ideal, but it was based, as you say, on rights, not really on empowerment. And is empowerment, has it got to be local? So is it about a whole sort of devolution strategy so that the Prestons of this world had real resources? Or is there any other way in which that idea of sharing power with civil society could be institutionalized? And certainly, maybe this is a question for John, it would imply a very different kind of Labour Party and a very different kind of trade union movement where politics wasn't delegated to Parliament, but where the unions themselves became political in the sense of taking on the issues of public good. So it would mean a shift in collective bargaining to be collective bargaining about use value, about the social needs of society, the public good, and not just about, you know, profits and exchange value.
Thanks. Just pass pass them back into this right block.
Okay, okay. It's the left wing block. Right. I'm left on this side, yeah. I'm Thelma Walker. I'm a former Labour MP, former head teacher, and just, I suppose, a left-wing nuisance now, really. That's what I get up to. I cause bother. Just a very, very straightforward question about democracy and about the people. Because today is about policy. It's about changing lives. It's about what we value and who we value. And for me, what's really important to know that over 15 million people use their democratic right not to vote at the last GE. And my question is, we've talked about agency, but if we don't have those policies that are going to address the challenges, the horror that many ordinary people face on a day-to-day basis, how on earth, my question is, do we engage with those people who feel disengaged, who feel that nobody is speaking for them? So it's just a simple question. How do we get those 15 million to believe that somebody is going to change their life and change society? Thank you.
Tell me the woman I've just...
Hello, I'm Imogen. It's been a delight, really splendid. Thank you very much, John, for organising this. And it has fed me with some resources of hope, as Raymond Williams gave us the model of. I think that we have been savaged in the last couple of years, and hope is the thing that has been diminished most profoundly. And I think that it is part of the answer to your question is that the lack of hope has lost a lot of our base in terms of us being able to engage and build our movement. And that was that kept us going at the time and gave all these great ideas. There are loads of brilliant policies. There's a big gap, which I've noticed today, which I don't know if anyone else has noticed, that I feel like housing has been really a side thing that's been mentioned very in passing, when I believe that the housing crisis is absolutely at the core of our cost of living crisis, of our energy crisis, of our whole the whole destruction of our services and everything, and the idea of getting an increase in wages by success in the industrial negotiations, only for it to all go to your fucking landlord, is just ridiculous. So we need to address the housing crisis, and we need some serious joined up policy about housing, about social housing, about council housing. The social housing association sector has been completely ravaged in the same way as the schools have been ravaged by private sector, and we need to claim back the social housing sector. And in order to build our movement, those who have a voice must not be gatekeepers. We must open doors where anybody who has any platform should open doors to other people and not deny people entrance. So we need to all open the corridors to power.
The gentleman, did you want to come in? Yes, yeah, this gentleman here.
Well, thank you very much for organising the conference, and my congratulations to all the speakers covering so much ground. One of the things that disturbs me on the Labour side For example, you Mr. MacDonald, had said that you'd like to abolish the House of Lords. Keir Starmer said, in fact, he would like to make it an elected chamber. If you made it an elected chamber, I'm sorry to say this, you're a notable exception. The House of Commons is regarded generally as a mediocre chamber full of mediocrities. At least what you can say in favour of the upper chamber is at least it's regarded, in fact, as a house of correcting or criticism of policies made in the lower house. Unfortunately, the House of Lords seems to be corrupted, I think that is the word, with cronies and donors, in fact, to the Conservative Party. That can be changed if you have a committee and you deprive prime ministers from nominating, in fact, people and the dissolutions. But I would be sorry to see the House of Lords go, at least if you have judges in it, which you have at the moment. I think there is a chance, in fact, of democracy surviving.
Thanks. I'm only going to bring in people who haven't spoken so far, and there's a couple here. I'm going to try and finish relatively on time, okay? This guy, and then the two others, and then that's it, okay? And there's time for people to respond. People can be brief in their contributions.
Thanks, Dave Dewhurst, New Putney Debates and various things. With regards to constitution and democracy and the law, I've been involved on the edge of the middle of various legal cases of people occupying land, seeking access to land over the last 12 years. And what strikes me a great deal is how the law has worsened over the last decade and a half, with mob-handed legal teams of barristers supported by very rich people whittling away and changing case law from Occupy London to Runnymede to Grow Heathrow and so on. And I'm interested in how you intend to address that, because constitution, land is underneath everything else. We mentioned it there. I was on Dartmoor 2 or 3 weeks ago. Our rights to these resources have been stolen from us for centuries, and we need to find a way back and a way taking it. And part of it is to make this more effective by when you go away, and okay, none of us have very great child caring responsibilities here, probably at the moment, but talking to people that we don't want to talk to and probably don't want to talk to us, and so that we can clarify in our minds all this stuff which introductory psychology told me we're going to forget 70% of it in 48 hours if you don't review it.
There's two people, one standing up now, the guy directly behind you, because you've indicated for quite a long while, and then that'll be it.
I had a question specifically for Jolie, and although thank you to all the speakers for today. If you had some insights into the way the courts are now dealing with protests as well. You say that the Parliament's undermining our right to protest, but also in the courts they're being extremely punitive with the way they're dealing with protests. I myself received a 4-month sentence for my involvement in Insulate Britain. I spent 2 months in HMP Thameside. Also in ongoing criminal trials that I've had and many other people have had, the decisions are extremely punitive. So like the rulings are that all of our legal defences haven't been allowed. We haven't been able to talk about climate change, fuel poverty, our motivations, moral obligation. Any of that hasn't been allowed. Last week somebody did breach that ruling, and he was also given a 2-month sentence for breaching the ruling. And so I just wonder if it's like from parliamentary pressure, or if that's also from the court system, that they are also extremely hostile to the new kind of wave of protesting that's happening.
Scandal.
Hello everyone, my name is Dodo. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. In 2008, the financial crash happened. 3 years later, Occupy happened. It wasn't until 2015 and 2016 that the Bernie Sanders and Corbyn movement happened. It seems to me the cost of living crisis might be a bigger shock to the system than the financial crisis. This means that we are only at the start of the political ripple from such a hit to the system. I believe the left is stronger than it's ever been, and the potential for a left movement is there more than it has ever been. And that is why I think we cannot walk away from the electoral system, and we cannot leave an undemocratic Labour Party to solve our solutions. I think there is the opportunity for a new left project that can be bigger and wider than the Corbyn project, and that this wave will inevitably come if we think about it in the right way. So I really think that we need not feel as if we had been defeated, because all our arguments are being validated and the movement, our ideas are shifting so quickly at the moment. People who would never 2 years ago argue for a land value tax or rent controls are arguing for them now. There is so much space. And I think that the one thing holding us back is if we continue to operate through a first-past-the-post system that is undemocratic and will not give us representation, and a Labour Party that will, if we stay embedded in the Labour Party with all our movements, is very, very good at suppressing force. It is excellent due to its structure of making sure it contain all our attempts to influence it. So what I say now is I think we need to start thinking about what the next political project will look like, what its democratic structure will be, and what its internal system of justice will be, so we don't get attacked and demoralized in the same way we did last time. Thank you very much.
I knew the last speaker would get me expelled from the Labour Party, but there you are.
Thank you, John. So the woman in the green striped jumper on the right asked whether there was prospects of the judiciary fighting back. I mean, the data is not encouraging. The Supreme Court is very, very small c conservative. The High Court is in rapid retrenchment. But we do also need to remember the prorogation case, where most orthodox legal analysis said that the prorogation would be upheld in the courts. My view, and I'm not a grown-up constitutional lawyer, but my view was that so appalling was the attack on democracy that the courts would not allow it to be upheld, that it would be overturned. And my view, as it turned out, was proven right. So I do still believe in the idea of judges as a sort of final safety net for democracy. Hilary Wainwright asked about sharing power and how we influence central government. And I suppose I just want to push back very gently at that. I don't think there is only one pie that has to be shared. I think it's a bit demoralising to think of central government, powerful though it is, as being the only centre of power. I think there are other centres of power as well, and I think they're important, and I think we can influence them. Ms. Walker talked about how do you encourage people to vote. I mean, Tony Blair's third government was one with only 35% of the electorate, strikingly. And, you know, it's no secret that my own sort of political awakening has happened rather later in my life than I would have wished. And certainly I wasn't always a friend to John and Jeremy when they were in opposition. But you know, great credit to them for engaging people who a sort of more conservative Labour Party would not. Imogen asked about the lack of hope, losing lots of our base. I mean, I think Tanzel made this point really well. Economics is not an area where the law is powerful. Lawyers don't tend to bring cases about socio-economic rights because there are no socio-economic rights, really, that are known to lawyers. I mean, that's just the truth, right? There is no active provision in the Equality Act that protects against economic and social disadvantage. There is a provision on the statute books, but it hasn't been commenced. We're actually writing to government about that at the moment, and we hope we might be able to bring a challenge about that, but as things stand, there are no general socio and economic rights. Even if there were, it would be difficult to feel optimistic about what they would achieve, because having rights on the statute book is all well and good, but you actually need lawyers to access them, and there is no legal aid to speak of anymore. What point is it in having those rights if they're not accessible to anyone? And the blue jumper on the left made a very similar point about how the law has worsened. And I have to agree with you. You know, this notion that is represented by Lady Justice sort of standing proudly atop the Old Bailey, you know, holding her scales. Usually she wears a blindfold. I don't think she does on the Old Bailey. It's a kind of gaslighting, really. What is increasingly the truth is that only the wealthy can access the law, and because only the wealthy can access the law becomes a tool by which the wealthy oppress those without. So the effect of the law is precisely the opposite, unsurprisingly, of what we are told that it is. I feel quite strongly about that, and I mean, I'll announce later in the week a project to tackle that. I mean, man on my extreme left at the back talked about what's happening to protesters, and you thanked me for the work that Good Law Project does. Well, I want to thank you for your bravery in protesting about things. Thank you for your bravery protesting things that are of existential importance to all of us, and making a really, really important sacrifice. And I pray that you'll continue feeling able to make that sacrifice, and I pray also that you'll inspire others to make that sacrifice as well. I mean, anything else that I might say is really kind of secondary or tertiary to that. What the magistrates' courts are doing is wrong. I mean, if you look, you'll see earlier today I tweeted out a request for a briefing note that I understand has been given to Westminster Mags and the City of London Mags, who I understand are dealing with most, certainly XR protesters. We have gossip, well-informed gossip, that they've been given a briefing note. The briefing note is unlawful. We're very keen to get our hands on it. If anyone has a respectable relative, unlike the rabble gathered here today, who might be a magistrate, who might drop us a copy, we'd very much like to see it. You know, and Tansel made these points much better than I will.
I'll just kind of briefly respond. So the question about like how to engage more people to vote. I think they've got to believe that voting is going to change things. So I think until that, I mean, we were maybe close to that in 2017, 2019. I was always really reluctant to vote for the Labour Party, but when, you know, Jeremy Corbyn apologised for the Iraq War on the day of the publication of the Shilcott inquiry, and then the manifesto was produced, it seemed as if voting might be able to do something. So, I mean, I don't know if it's... I think people should absolutely exercise their right to vote, but there's got to be something meaningful and transformational for them to vote for. Are there any what role might the court have in a kind of left constitutionalism? They absolutely have a role. I mean, there is a school of thought within kind of Marxist jurisprudence which would say that the law would wither away. This was, and they're, you know, by extension, the courts. But I mean, you know, I don't want to kind of intellectualize that. I think that the role of the courts would be to kind of green light the kind of political program of a government that would be oriented around social democracy, socialism. You know, this is what you had in terms of the way in which judicial review operated in the 40s and 50s, what we public lawyers call the kind of green light theory of judicial review, which was very much like government has a programme and we have to make sure the courts have to facilitate that in some way. Whereas in much later, when you have a passed back state, a state which is less engaged in providing welfare provision, then the courts have a different role vis-a-vis the government. So, I mean, these are things I think that we've got to think about as the left. What does empowerment mean? I mean, I guess, like, I think we talked about the experimentation with kind of municipal socialism. I think we can learn from that. I think, albeit it's outdated, and I don't want to romanticise the past, but this Ministry of Labour that was established in the 1920s was really, really interesting because it kind of gave a representation of the trade unions, of their representative institutions in government, in policy development, and therefore in rulemaking. At one point, they represented around about 85% of the workforce. So these are the kinds of things where, labour, social movements are represented in the institutions of government that we've got to think about. One last thing that I would say is, I mentioned that the Constitution isn't just a formal document, it's not just the institutions of the state, but it's also about the social movements and labour movement that force the Constitution to move. That get Joe and the Good Law Project and whoever else to do the work that they do. And, if you look at any moment in the UK's constitutional history, it's always been preceded by some kind of social antagonism, right? Between either capital or labour, or between fractions of capital. You saw that with the Parliament Acts, right? These were acts of Parliament which were created by rational constitutional actors. There was antagonism between kind of the force of capital that represented laissez-faire capitalism and this kind of emerging welfare capitalism, which is what the Liberal government wanted to introduce but was thwarted by the House of Lords. You had it with the tax credit crisis, right? You had it with the Acts of Union. People don't know that there was a referendum on actually Scotland seceding from the Union only a couple of years after 1707 or 1710 when the Act of Union was made, because of a malt tax that was introduced by Westminster Parliament, which and there were riots in Scotland as a result of it because a lot of workers were going to be harmed. These moments in our constitutional history, these shifts, Brexit is one of them. Doesn't happen because of judges and politicians. They're part of the story, but it's because of social movements. It's because of social forces that push these kinds of things along. So we also have to empower those forces. So when we look at acts of Parliament that are trying to curtail the rights of protest, that are trying to smash the ability of trade unions to organise and to strike and to withdraw their labour, that is also an attack on our Constitution, right? The Constitution isn't just something that judges and politicians do. It's something that we do as organised labour and as social movements.
Can I thank Julian and Tanzil for the session that they came to. We close in now just 3 or 4 sentences on what happens next. And the purpose of this was just to get people together again that we hadn't seen for quite a while, working in all the different fields and campaigning as well. And to be honest, we're overwhelmed. In fact, we begin to panic this morning at just how many of you turned up because of the space that's available. I'm absolutely amazed that so many of you have stayed as well all day. It's terrific. The other element was just we're trying to raise the level of political debate and discussion again. There's a bit of a vacuum and vacuousness in terms of the discussions that are taken, and that's not a criticism of anyone, that's just what it is at the moment. And so the idea is to just get people together, meet up, use it as a contribution to start raising the level of political debate with significant briefings, etc., just to explain what's going on. We'll publish as much as we can online through on the Claim the Future website and the ICOP website of the presentations themselves. The other objective, the Labour Party is now starting its consultation on the development of its manifesto. People will go back to their formal organisations, their constituencies, their affiliates, and submit to that consultation. So anything around informing and raising, again, the quality of those submissions, of course, we want to aim for. But the other thing as well is just, if Labour does win the election, which I'm desperately hoping it does, my big fear is it wins and then nothing significant emerges from it. So what we've got to do is give people the confidence that when they go into government, there is a range of alternatives that are readily implementable and actually could be transformative. So it's not in any challenging way, it's in a way in which actually it's about constructively saying you can do it, and here's a range of things that you should be looking at of how you can do it, because the desperate need that there is in our society at the moment is there, and it's building, it's not going away, and it isn't just the cost of living crisis, it's the assault on basic human rights as well. It's the assault on respect and dignity of people, as we've seen from some of the evidence today. So that's what the purpose of this was all about. With ICOP, what we're also doing, in addition to the briefing of MPs, etc., ages ago, some of you may remember, I did this People's Parliament series about 7 or 8 years ago, where once a month I'd organise someone to come along and talk about an idea. Usually it was about their new book or something like that, whatever. But they were packed down. It did work, and actually it stimulated some of the discussions that we had that eventually led into the discussions of the manifestos that we had. We're going to relaunch that under what we're calling the New Thinking series. One of those is going to be with Guy Standing, who's just produced a book. We worked with him on the commons, if you like. He's just produced a book on the commons of the oceans. And the event in Parliament then is on the 27th of March. It's a Monday. It'll be in the evening. And with the idea of that, if someone comes along, presents their ideas, and there's a discussion, but again, it's all part of just raising the level of political debate and also inspiring people in a lot of the ways that these ideas that can. This wasn't about launching a new project. Can someone note this as evidence? This wasn't about launching a new project or a new party or anything like that. It was purely and simply allowing people to come along, listen to some ideas, discuss them and debate them, and hoping it inspired people. I hope it did, and thanks for coming along. Okay. Thank you.